guys see? I'm checking. It feels weird not having the intro video. We'll get to that stage, but I think having everybody here is more important right now. Not picking up that we're live. Oh, it's for watching. Well, that's for. I'm checking. Yeah. There we go. So guys, very special time. Although we should wait until some people are around. But I think, you know what, it's fine. Andrew's in the background. He's very excited. He wants to show everybody. We didn't plan this at all. But we were talking, and he also spoke about being visible, spoke about doxing and things with Gray on his stream and whatever. So he decided he's going to come out and do a face reveal today on my stream. I'm very, very honored. So without further ado, he's waiting in the background. You guys, you're going to be happy to see this face. I promise.
Hey!
Wait, I want to see if it's. Wait, I'm maximizing you. There you go. You're so cute. Is everybody here? Can everybody hear?
I can hear.
And yeah, I'm very happy that Andrew. What is happening? Why? Can we just?
All of the wrong things are happening.
All of the wrong things happening. But you see, now you guys know exactly what the real Andrew looks like. And he was hiding his face for so long because it's too cute. And I know that absolutely everybody who's watching right now is not knew that's what I was going to do. But I thought it was funny. It was fun. It'll be fun for posterity. Marvel copy strike.
Oh no! I identify as a fox.
And his ears flick and his tail wags and whatever. It's just so cute. Okay, so we're trying to figure out how we're going to make this camera over here, the video, bigger. He is a fox, okay? He identifies as a fox. He's a furry. Okay, wait, I'm trying to also, so we're just at the same time as trying to figure things out.
I'm a furry, but only online.
Yeah, not in real life. I think that's a new.
No, this was always the plan. Right now I'm using a default skin from the company, but eventually I'll have my own avatar that's much more closer to my channel art. Oh, better. Better.
What's the program you are using?
This is Restream, so it has these default little settings, and I want our diagram to be visible, but I don't want it to be. Well, I guess we don't have to have it central because we usually have the video small, don't we? But it's usually equal. They're equal.
It's amazing to know, but I was more so referring to the raccoon.
Oh, sorry. I'm not even thinking. I'm sorry. It's called, what is it called? It's mirrored. Do you see that on his picture? He's got that watermark. But you've mirrored your
it's copyrighted.
webcam.
I didn't even notice it.
You've mirrored
I didn't
your
even
webcam.
intend for it to be mirrored.
Yes.
It just did it. It chose to
You'll be
do
knack.
it.
Oh, he just jumped in head first or something.
Are you back? Kidding.
No. He'll be back. He was correcting. Supposed to add that asterisk so you know it's a correction.
Yeah. Doesn't know how to internet. Patrick is just some TikTok person that just stumbled onto TikTok.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay, so the video we could play here. So you guys have no. Hello, I play you video. Play. Whoa. You guys can't press pause, can you? You can't. It's all
I don't
me.
have access. No, yeah.
Don't
it's
believe
just
so.
you.
If there is
Yeah.
a pause button, I can't find it.
The pause button is Kitty pause. I'll do it. Okay. Hydra does have the best accent, and we're so happy. I don't know how long we can keep him here for.
Ah, thank you.
Is it Romanian?
Nope.
What is it?
It's Eastern European, but
Yes, he's
I'm
not going to
gonna
say
tell you.
which country.
No. I'm gonna remain anonymous for as long as I can. It's an internet
Anonymous.
There
challenge.
you go. Yeah.
It's an internet challenge. If you want to find out anything about me that I won't just tell you straight up, then you gotta work hard, I guess. It will get more difficult if I ever get subscribers on anything, but it's an interesting thing. Maybe
we're gonna make it happen. We're all like Grey P. Sorry, I just realized what I'm saying. Yeah, we're gonna help you. We're in our quest to find out who Hydra is. We don't actually want him to be successful on YouTube. We just want him to become so famous that we know him. When we Serbian, I also thought Serbian. Darren, hi, good to see you on the YouTubes. Darren, you've been what's the name? You've been on my Twitch stuffs. Oh yeah, I need to show all of the chat. I'm not on no. All the chat should be here. It's kind of almost sounds like a Finnish accent, big thonk. Yeah, I've got a Finnish friend who sounds that way as well. And I would always land up making putting my foot in my mouth about his accent. But what's new? I'm backstage. Oh, sorry. I'm an asshole. I'm sorry.
What kind of bullshit? I come all the way here. I pretty myself up. I get on camera, and you leave me back here. Like
and then I also put you. There's an overlay that's covering your face.
Stage Christ.
Okay, sorry guys. I'm gonna take it off. Take off the. Where is this? The graphics. Hello.
You know what you can do is you can have us all be equal while you're doing the thing, and then you can move it to this screen while you're explaining the map.
Move it. What? Sorry. What we mean? Rephrase, please.
So instead of this being the default,
yes.
You could have a different scene, where we're balanced more, and then have what do you call it? This be the scene that you move to when you stopped and you're explaining the map.
I'm trying to figure out how we get the camera. Video.
Now we can only see for
the video. We get the video to be the main thing because there's all these different kinds of versions for it.
Because it really wants to just show either the topic, the graph, or the video as.
Look, I can share
participants.
Yeah. It's so stupid though because when I say share screen, it decides that sharing screen is the most important thing, right? Which is fine, I understand that.
Yeah, but it's made under the assumption that you only want to share one screen or one thing.
Yeah, and it hasn't decided that I can maximize this so that it's just the video. But, and also I can take chat off. How did I take chat off? I forgot how to take chat off.
Can you go to cinema?
Yeah,
those guys take up way too much space. Out with you. Away.
What's covered? No, sorry, I'm just unmaximizing. Sorry, my baby, I'm making all the mess, hey?
I really I was under the impression you guys had your shit together.
Who gave you that impression?
Okay.
Hey,
I was supposed to be the out of touch one here that didn't know how to work Discord.
Yes.
And you guys, I don't know.
I didn't hear of this before I joined this. Okay, I'm completely blameless around here. Blame everyone else but me.
I need to figure out how to take chat overlay. There we go.
Now wait, who's that talking? That's Hydra.
I'm Hydra.
Yes. Who's that talking?
Who's that talking to me?
It's your conscience.
I wish, man. Your voice is incredible. Have you guys ever seen Ghostbusters Part 2?
Nope.
Oh,
I
yeah.
never
Yeah.
watched the Ghostbusters movies. Right?
Hydra, that's what your voice reminds me of.
Yeah.
Is Janos. Remember Janos?
Yes.
I never.
yes.
I don't know
Oh.
the Ghostbusters
I-
movies.
I-
Sorry.
As soon as you said Ghostbusters Part 2, I was like, yes, you are 100% correct.
No, Mr. Venkman.
You got it.
Mhm.
Oh, I see it being euphoric right now in the back. You're not finding out to switch the two screens.
I found out how to change. Sorry, guys.
So I
This
don't-
is chat
No, I
suppression.
never really got those from like my area foreign friends for some reason. Maybe they are just too jealous
What's jealous of what of your accent? I'm sorry.
of my
I
accent.
was
yes.
too busy.
I'm
Oh,
jealous
I have a
yeah.
lot
of
of
those here
IRL foreign
accent.
friends, but they never commented on my accent for some reason.
I think it's beautiful. I love it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's an
Maybe-
awesome
no, I-
accent.
Yeah.
I'll be happy to do a
IRL
voiceover
must be
sometime
even
if
better.
you guys ever need one.
Yes. Oh my gosh, we should totally do that. So like, find a clip of one of my most annoying high-pitched rants that I've done, and then just change it to Hydra's, and then we're totally doing that. I'm sorry, I'm obsessed with voiceovers right now. This is chat suppression, guys. Look, right now, how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is there only 4 of us?
5 live viewers, but that's including me because
Yeah. Okay, fine.
And me. I think.
Sad, I'm working during this. I was going to say, whoever just speak to me. We'll ask for a link and you can come in. But we can get going. I think we're good.
Let's get this
Yeah.
party started.
Let's get
Yo.
this party started.
Hey.
It's cute because I figured out the video.
Yeah.
So excited. Okay, and also you guys can watch Axel in the background.
Sit down and talk about it.
All right. Hey, welcome.
All right.
everybody. Yeah. So I guess this is starting out for both of our streams, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Would you like to?
Oh,
go
what are
and
you
introduce
using
it on your
here?
side, or
Are you
however
also
you'd like to
using
intro?
Restream?
Yeah, sure.
It was StreamYard.
Welcome back to the stream, everyone.
StreamYard.
This is our first one since like a month and a half now. We're doing a discussion stream today. We're going to be discussing the idea of cancel culture and free speech and comedy and all that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Agreed. And I just want to go ahead and start by saying thank you for being willing to talk to me. I know I'm definitely a smaller streamer or whatever, creator, whatever this is. And yeah, so I think it's really awesome that
Is it
not
loud
only are
enough
willing
for
to
you
talk to
guys?
me,
I'll
but
put it a bit
you know, we
louder.
obviously don't see eye to eye
Yeah,
on
that's
this.
good
So
now.
it's really awesome that you know, you're willing to talk. I think that's really cool. I think that's kind of a rare
Andrew, are
thing.
you able to move
Yeah,
some
no, I
stuff?
agree.
You're part of the team.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can. Well,
think
what,
it's really
what do you
cool.
want?
And then
No,
yeah, I
just
wanted
like
to
say
give you a
if
couple
the audio
compliments.
wasn't working.
I know you
Oh,
kinda
yeah.
see me in your comment section before, and then I guess this started because you came to my comment section. But yeah, I thought those videos that you did on the Southland Tales was just awesome. They were
thanks, man.
way up my alley, and it really kind of got my interest back into that.
Okay, we're gonna make
It's a
gray,
weird
yellow.
flick that, like, I don't know who starts a movie on part 4, and then you've got to read 3 parts in comic books to actually like kind of understand what's going on.
Right.
It's just weird as hell. So that
No,
was
yeah.
awesome that you.
that's how I feel about you, Kitty. I had to figure everything out
Well,
Yeah, no,
backwards.
it was a lot of fun, man. You know, it was,
I just jumped into
been a
Steam
while
and
since I've, like,
what's
just
happening here?
gave myself
Gotta
over to
figure this
something
out.
like that, and it was a blast. You know, looking forward to doing it again on the next one.
That's how we
awesome.
that's how we roll.
Yeah,
Ooh,
and
I want
then,
to see if
I
my
thought that new series
media
that you just
pause
did,
button works. My
Respect-
keyboard works here. It works.
Nice.
I clicked it.
Custom keyboards
little-
for the
the
win.
It's voice activated. I
This-
just gotta say, Kitty, pause the video, and it automatically pauses.
This little chi over here
Craft, I think is what you're
Nice.
calling it.
is what and you see the
I think
lights.
that's really cool.
Daisy also came to say hello. Okay, sorry guys. I'm trying to be as on my best behavior as possible, but I'm very excited.
Cool. That's a really cool idea. Taking a look at songs that aren't well respected and kind of dissecting them. That's really awesome, man. I think that's a really cool concept. I'm looking forward to your next one.
Ooh, desk grips, be ready for it.
Oh, that's awesome, actually.
Hell yeah.
Cool, man.
So yeah, I'm
cool.
going to be trying to map this.
So
in
yeah,
the
I guess
background.
we're kind of talking today because you had commented on my talk with Bob.
Right.
It was kind of
You fixed your
I don't
mouth.
know. You had a few comments in there.
I-
think we kinda
yeah,
went
it's-
back and
Yeah,
forth.
Go
yeah,
on
no,
better.
you
I
know,
figured
for
something
me,
out, yeah.
Like this is
No, I was saying that he he fixed his mouth to speak in a certain way. But you also fix your mouth. What do you do with the software to fix it?
Well, I figured it was that what was going wrong was that I was actually sitting too close to the camera. By zooming out, it has a better view of my face.
Oh, your camera could just have a better perception of
Yeah.
you. Okay. Patrick's pissed off. Patrick! He's like, just press play, bitch. I'm playing.
It's a slightly frustrating
I don't like all the
conversation, in my
compliments they're
opinion,
giving each other.
for it to even be had, right? Because fundamentally, nobody can take your free speech away except the government. Period. Nobody else can do it, right? So therefore, cancel culture to me is just like made up intelligence.
All I was just gonna say is that it depends on how we're defining things, and what is it? The government, coming in and clamping down your free speech is definitely different than like a soft societal pressure, or people, companies, whatnot, disallowing you, deplatforming you. Those are different forms of power, but they have similar effects. They do have they do infringe on your free speech. We're looking at the effects. We're looking at how these things change the individual's life. There are commonalities. There are these kinds of things that we look at, and sure, if you're looking at the government and you're looking at what the government is doing, it's good to classify that as one thing, but it's not everything. It's definitely not. I mean,
it's definitely
as you bring up
different categories,
yeah, if looking up that one case of Jen Sacco, was it?
Yes.
Is a good case study for cancel culture. I think that's why everyone does bring it up when they talk about it, is because it was so complete. It's still ongoing, and it just has all the hallmarks of. It's like the, what do you call it? Not the nominal case, but it's just, it has everything. So it's such the perfect example.
If I may add something that describes the issue in more greater detail than just one case, it reminds me a little bit this attitude of the America bad people saying that, well, America doesn't have free speech either, when people complain about, for an example, Navalny's treatment or the Russia's treatment of the free speech, when people complain saying that, well, people try to suppress your free speech in the Western world all the time, but the fact that you would try to place you having a big enough platform and critiquing a government and then the next week falling out of a 12th floor window, compare that to people on the internet being mean and some companies no longer wishing to associate you because of the advertisement risk, or an internet hate mob forming, is, to me, it's just blatantly ridiculous. It's so obviously two different forces at work entirely. One of them is much more concentrated and cold-hearted in its approach, while the other one is sort of this amalgamous blob of people who are loosely connected by ideology or platforms or the way they interact with things or some opinions they hold. Like, it's different forces at work, and they definitely need to be classified as in attempting to do something, but the way they try it and the way they engage in it and their likelihood of success and the effects they leave behind their wake are certainly different, even if their goal is somewhat shared.
Just to clarify, though, is Ed trying to say that it's only like a free speech issue if the government is getting involved and telling you not to say something? Is that what he's trying to say?
I believe so.
Because
and I wanted to kind of explore that with him, but as you've seen, this gets a little sidetracked, but I believe that's his thing, that
his
free
position
speech only be
essentially
infringed by the government.
Because when we have free speech laws in effect, it's not just for the government, right? It's freedom of speech for everybody to protect you from other people when you want to say the shit you want to say. It's not just
yes, but they are sort of loosely defined, and a lot of people play around it. It's sort of like it's an eternal question, sort of like the abortion debate, or when does someone truly die? When is it okay to pull the plug on someone? Because there isn't a clear boundary. Like, I think that randomly yelling the N-word on the street should be a protected activity because it is part of free speech. However, you following somebody, a minority, of constantly yelling the N-word after them is completely different. That should be classified as you harassing someone. So again, these laws about free speech are incredibly complicated from a certain perspective. But he seems to approach it in this very simple-minded way that free speech, only the government can impact it in any meaningful way. And because that doesn't seem to be happening right now, therefore, there is no one trying to mess with your free speech. End of story. That's basically his approach.
Yeah, everything is a social consequence unless it's the government doing it. And apparently that's okay. So it's kind of hard to have that conversation when they even, kind of acknowledge any sort of infringement other than from the government.
Right. Now, if we, what is it? That's like saying that, what do you call it? That, like Jim Crow, the only problem with Jim Crow is that the laws on the books, right? That companies choosing to segregate, all these things choosing to segregate and not offer services to Black people, not offering them or access to the stores, all of that stuff would have been fine if not for the government. Like,
it's not the government doing it, so
right. That's what that's not my perspective. That is the perspective. That's something that is a consequence of what Ed here is espousing. Because it's not the government doing it, then it's all good, it's all fine. You actually do have your free speech. It's just that the government it only classifies as an infringement on your free speech when it's the government doing it. And I think that if we, by looking at Jim Crow and systemic racism from a reasonable perspective, not exactly the extreme version that the far left uses, but we can see that perspective of it only counts when it's the government is ridiculous.
Yeah. Good point. Is so hard to kind of focus. Your ears are moving so cutely. I'm sorry.
No, also what's funny is that when Patrick was talking, Andrew's mouth was moving.
Yeah.
I'm glad I was not the only one staring at the ears.
I can't not look at it. It's just ruining my
No,
life
but
right
the
now.
ears are so cute. Actually, yeah, Andrew has to make sure the fox, like when he makes the fox. This is a red panda. It's like they took a fox and made it the cutest thing. Foxes are already cute, and then they just went, "Hey, let's add some cute to that," and they made a red panda. So it's very hard to take a red panda that seriously. So cute. What's his name? I keep calling him Eduardo, but it's pop
counterculture.
Pop counterculture.
Oh yeah, Calvin brought up an amazing point in chat that companies were mandated to segregate. I somehow doubt that this very person, Eduardo, what's his name, would hold the same test, the same type of standard should, let's say, Disney start racially segregating movies tomorrow. Like somehow, I'm pretty sure he would come around to, well, actually, it can be a pretty major problem even in regards to free speech if an influential enough company promotes it. So I think he just hasn't really thought it through.
Yeah.
I don't think it's on principle.
Try to think it.
Exactly. And that's kind of what I was going into before is that a lot of what part of the problem of Jim Crow was definitely that it was laws on the books, forcing segregation. But the segregation was the problem, and it wouldn't have been better. It wouldn't have been like significantly better, okay, if it was companies just doing it on their own. that wouldn't have made any. It would have complicated things because, you would have had to structure the legal reform differently, but it wouldn't have made things actually better to have the problem be that, or the situation be that companies were segregating everything, and individuals were gathering together to segregate groups of people.
Yeah, it would have made the
Without the
issue more
government.
fracturized and scattered across the wind, so
Yeah.
to speak, but the effect would have been the same, and it would overall have the same reach, relatively speaking. Yeah.
Indeed. So,
Oh,
yeah.
sorry, guys. I was making coffee.
I need
Chairman was great. I should have changed the thing to
Chairman
Chairman Hassan.
chairman.
Hassan.
Like I should have changed when I leave. I should put it chairman, and then anyway. What?
Yeah.
Let the bake the cake court case. Oh, you let. Yeah, Vince. We were talking about that in when we did go through this again. The first time. About whether people should be forced to give a service create those things.
Yeah. I think that the way that was decided was quite good. I think it's a good way to decide that kind of issue, where if you're opening something up for everyone for general sale, then you can't bar anyone from purchasing it. You've got to give that service, as long as it's not like a previous incident. Like if somebody's making trouble in your store and then you bar them from your store after that, then that's fine. But if if it's something is for general sale, then yeah, go ahead. But you can't then force, like if you have an open commission, right? You can't commission anything. They can choose what they're going to make, what they want to do. Because again, as I mentioned before, I wouldn't want anyone to, or on a different stream that is, I wouldn't want anyone to have to have a Nazi, or like a neo-Nazi, like a real Nazi,
Yeah,
be
that's a good.
forcing a Jewish baker or a Holocaust survivor or anything like that, being forced to bake a Nazi cake. I think that would,
Yeah.
if
Like
we're going to be
here,
doing that, we're going
bake
to be
me a
forcing.
swastika
Yeah.
cake.
Yeah. So I
yeah.
think that, yeah. So general sales, anybody can do any purchase, but commissions are, for custom work can't be forced. It can be declined.
Yeah, definitely. That's perfectly fine. That's Wait, what happened to my video? It just restarted.
Oh no.
Because we left it alone for too long, I suppose.
Oh no! Interesting.
Okay, we'll have to
Intellectualize.
we'll have to
There
talk
it
to
is.
people.
Oh, there we go.
Right?
No,
Because
no.
ultimately
Okay,
it comes from media figures. It comes from comedians, right? It comes from artists who
What is
essentially
happening?
make it their job to be public figures, right? They are they
Oh,
are
you know what we did?
Hmm.
I have the video playing as okay, so I had the video out as in like on media player here, but then I've also added it as a source, as you can see.
Mhm.
So I thought I could use my video my play button for it. I can use my play button for it if it's out and about in the media player, but I have to use my mouse for it here in the studio. Doesn't matter.
Not wrong.
Ah. All right.
I think it rejected the debate. What happened? Ed might be working from precepts of how should I make the preemptive actions like cancelling sound normal and post hoc justifying stuff. I doubt he'd have this point of view if the right was doing the cancel. Yeah.
Well,
That's a really good point.
yeah, and that definitely could be part of it, because I think that he is aware of what canceling is in general. He just thinks that it's mostly something else. He has this other definition that he argues with and in favor for, is that when any kind of negative consequence towards the person is what is cancel culture, right? So if the audience is walking away, that is cancel culture for him, his definition, which definitely isn't our definition.
It's also wrong.
Yeah, exactly. It is
It's also
wrong.
stupid.
Right.
I'm actually going to.
Oh, I spilled my coffee.
No.
Yeah, I did it.
Look, I've got my
On the
teeny tiny
keyboard
cup.
or
Look,
just in general?
look, boys, I've got this.
Oh,
It's a grey
yeah.
cup. Whoa!
We should-
They forgot.
get
I
one.
honestly think.
Thanks.
Hold on. What? No, let's do it. But first of all, I honestly think Dane forgot that these cups exist for a reason, and then
I
like
think so, too.
remembered. I really do think like he brought it up and then was just like espresso. Then he said espresso cup. So that's my thing.
not that there's anything wrong with that.
There shouldn't be anything wrong with it. I
Yeah.
also have a little tiny cup.
Look at
Yeah,
us all
fine.
having coffee together.
Let's see. Hold on. I'm playing around because I can bring everybody to.
Sorry, my cup.
Oh, nicely done.
Well, I'm the only one drinking
It's a
orange juice
thermos.
here.
You're drinking orange juice or orange what?
Yes, I just took it out of the refrigerator. Orange juice.
Oh, that's
Nice.
healthier. That's better. We're over here.
Well, it's supposed to be.
Burning out.
Nowadays, I'm not so sure.
So look, guys, I'm gonna try to map it while we watch it, right? And yes, I know we've had our. I love the tangents. We must have them. Sorry, that's just how this works. But remember when he first says it. So he is what I've written here is government is the only one who can take away free speech. That is his point. Is it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so that's what he means because I want to characterize it properly. I have now several brains that are going to tell me what to write into here. Okay,
The hive
so-
mind is at your service, Kitty.
Yes. I think we could group diagram, but let's do one step at a time. I'm also very possessive of my diagrams, I've noticed, because in work we started diagramming and I was in control. And then people started coming around and moving stuff, and I was like, "That's not how you do that." But anyway, so,
Yeah.
but I think also, yeah, we're just getting used to talking. So
Kid of the tyrant.
yeah, I'm the tyrant. Even though you guys are telling me, you have valid points, I decide what goes in there.
Isn't there like a feature when other people can add notes or something like Google Docs?
Yeah.
Or is it not that advanced?
No, it should
No.
be. It should. Look, I'm gonna go
Oh.
onto Xmind now. And
There
we'll
is,
see-
but Kid won't allow us to use it. So.
Yeah. What is this? What are you trying
You want to put your input? You're in the wrong place.
to? Wait, I'm trying to see if we could maybe we can go to what it's called. Xmind works. Mind map web. And then you guys can we can work on it together, but I'll just make sure that that's where I'm doing it. I think, yeah, I'm gonna see what it looks like here. Save, I'll close that, and then open this up again. So then fine, then I won't be. Let's go new mind map. I'll put it
So
here.
I don't know if
There
you
you go.
noticed, but you call them 333 or 33.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
6
No, I-
threes.
right. So I
Yeah.
said double cube.
What?
Double cube. 3 times.
Oh, smart guy.
She might get.
Is that math or something?
Yeah. Well,
Is that math? You what? What did you?
Yeah. Here, let me just show.
Hold on, I'm gonna. Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, no, but I've said to him, I've said, so I'm so sorry, I keep calling you 333. He's like, it's okay, you can do that. So he has given me the consent.
Okay, fine.
Good
It's
to
just
see you.
inaccurate.
The numbers consented.
It's my name that I decided to give him. And he has consented to it being that way. Just hold on.
Yeah, well,
Show how it's-
Sitch still calls you Kiddith.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, like
The
as long
dark,
as you.
the dark Kiddith.
And then then Adam's like, no, that's not right, Sitch. Why you do that? It's like she let me. So what's wrong? Okay, wait. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna go back to the program. Does anyone want to join me on the diagram?
No, I'd just get in the way.
I would probably mess things up.
Yeah, I don't have that kind of technical skill.
I have no idea how it works, so no.
I've spilled my coffee 3 times since we started. So.
Also, the way you say coffee. I mean, come on.
Coffee?
Coffee. You
guys want-
coffee.
We're gonna have a little talk over some coffee today.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk of coffee, guys. I'm
What coffee
sure.
talk?
Okay, so what, guys? That you've now been watching me for a while. Now you're gonna notice how my voice, how my accent. I change my accent when I'm talking to people because now everybody's here. You'll see when I speak to Hydra, I'll start talking to him, trying to speak. I won't go that hard, but I'll probably speak a little bit different. I do that, okay? I guess you could say it's it's could call it pathological, but it's
I mean, we do a bit of code switching.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of
Yeah.
it's part of being understood. With the South African, you have to do that with Americans. I mean, literally, Andrew's mind, Kyle, his name is Carl.
Yeah.
Because
No, it is. Yeah.
I say actually, I must actually send the link to Kyle if he's going to come. I don't know if he will. Anyway, let's play. Let's play. Sorry guys, ADD, but this is the first of type. Okay, we'll be better.
Choosing to make their private lives part of their part of their professional lives, because a lot of it, whether you like, whether anybody wants to agree with it or not, we do judge our artists on their actions and stuff like that. And I mean, it goes both ways, right? A lot of your favorite bands, I bet you know a lot about their personal lives. I bet you know a lot about like how that informed the songs and things, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Right. That's because inherently we do attach our personal feelings a lot to the artists that we respect. So when an artist chooses to speak totally out of pocket, they are risking losing the audience. They are choosing to do that. And if the audience chooses to not follow them, I don't understand how that is in any way cancel culture. It seems like a transaction to me. I am
Can
no
you pause
longer
for
going
just
to
a
be
moment?
the kind of person you're going to like.
Sure.
Hey, what's up, Dub?
Just a quick something to add. I'm not sure how relevant this is, but I feel like more people need to learn how to separate the artist from their work just a little bit and their public perception. For an example, me knowing that Tom Cruise is or was a Scientologist believer at some point, or maybe still is, I'm not sure, not completely in touch, should have no impact on how much I enjoy Top Gun Maverick. I hope that in the future more people will be capable of engaging in this type of thinking. You need to learn to not let the celebrities' lives or personal decisions flow into you that much. Don't let it influence your ability to enjoy stuff in your free time. It shouldn't be a major factor.
I think that's a huge problem. Tribalism. That whole death of the artist thing, it really, should be a lot wider out there. They should be able to separate the art from the artist. Sorry for talking over your pad. Please get ready.
No, that's okay. When you were talking, it makes me think of somebody like Will Smith, right? Like he really didn't do anything political or that bad, but I can't watch a movie with that guy now. I used to love Will Smith
because
and now, his
slap.
Yeah, well, his private life and the way he handled himself, I just can't look at him the same way. I'm like, this.
You can't see past it.
I can't.
Yeah, there's not just the there's not just the slap, but I'm also assuming you're talking about like him and Jada and the relationship and stuff. Yeah. No, I mean it's kind of hard to see him the same way, but I agree.
But I couldn't see him the same way after Wild Wild West. I mean,
I love Wild.
Because you're like, he's so bad.
Exactly. So I don't know. We might be able to get over it then.
No, I think it's
Kevin Spacey is another good test case.
Yeah, he's done.
That goes into the point that I was going to say is it's difficult depending on what that person has done. You can't I'm not going to say that it's universally it's easy to do that, but everyone should always do it. Like some things are egregious, but that doesn't mean it. I can understand it's difficult, but I can also say like, geez, the movies are very good. I can still watch them, and you know what has come to really to the fore lately is a good way. I guess you could say it's a cop out, but it's like there's so many people involved in those things. When you are supporting them, just because this one person did this horrible thing, and you decide you're never ever listening to, or you're never ever gonna watch a not that I'm on that train, but you're never going to watch a Harry Potter. You're never going to pick up a Harry Potter book. All of that.
Not going to play Hogwarts Legacy.
Yeah. There's so many people involved in that you are just completely kicking out from that.
Yeah, that's their fault. They aligned themselves.
Yes, they knew.
It's so
they signed
fascinating
up. They signed up.
Yeah, even when you can prove it physically, mathematically, without a shadow of a doubt, like in the case of Hogwarts Legacy, that it has absolutely no financial or political or any connection to the original creator, and it's a completely separate thing that just deals within the same fandom, people still care because now the identity of the franchise was permanently damaged from their point of view because of this personal political disagreement that they have with the OG creator. Like it transcends beyond logic. It's sort of like a negative override. Like I already see everything tainted in a certain way, and you can't convince me otherwise.
It's actually quite interesting that it's another mechanism of guilt by association that they apply it in all different kinds of ways, right? That it's like, okay, use person, therefore you, the whole, you're platforming, it's all dangerous. They have all these, there's always this guilt by association that comes into the way of this leftist thinking that just comes in. It's actually, there it is being applied again. It's guilt by association. It's like, oh, well, now the idea is somewhat associated to that person. Therefore, you now need to paint that whole franchise with the creators. What do you call it? Like you actually know. Oh God, I've lost track because I'm just going. Wait, they use guilt by association just because it's expedient to them. Because it's just like, oh well, it's associated to her. I can now use it as my cancel culture vehicle. I don't know.
But kind of what Ed's saying, sorry to kind of bring that back though, it's not even cancel culture because he doesn't believe that exists. He's kind of inflating two things, like just essentially like your fan base leaves, or if people actively trying to get you dropped from everything as just that's social consequence. And I don't know, it seems I don't know, I'd say dishonest to lump everything that's not the government into that's just your fans choosing what they like. I don't know. It seems very dishonest, and I think that's why we went to the Sacco thing in a little.
Yeah,
example. I mean,
not to beat the Will Smith horse to death, but it's also similar in that sense. If you look at Will Smith, he again his image got destroyed. Everybody responded to it, and people stopped going to see his movies. But like then you take someone like Gina Carano, who her ability to make produce these things with Disney was taken away. So it's a different thing to have something taken away than it is to have people be like, you know what, I don't think it's great anymore.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to. So we had the government. Sorry, just for my map, government, and then he goes into the. Oh God, I've lost
essentially.
it.
Yeah, essentially just like if your audience is no longer following what you do, that's not cancel culture. Cancel culture doesn't exist. I'm sure there's a better way of phrasing that.
Yeah, just cancel culture. Cancel. It's.
Yeah, it's pretty much the government is the only one who can really cancel you. Any other potential reaction is just people choosing to go their own way.
Cancel culture. Yeah, it's just people not supporting something. As a consequence. Yes, a consequence of the personal actions
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but it's so fucking cute that Andrew's little mouth moves when you type on the keyboard.
Yeah.
It's just a little
Yeah.
bit.
I don't know.
That's so cute. Okay, hold up.
Kitty, you can also put
Maybe I
in,
need to turn down my headphones or something so it's not like leaking. I think that might have some effect. Yeah.
I can also put in what?
like maybe in quotes there, accountability culture. That's really what Ed.
Yeah, he's trying to hit the accountability culture arguments, basically.
Yeah, like there's no cancel culture, there's accountability. I mean, come on.
And
I'm not
I agree
making
with
fun of you. I'm
Calvin's
appreciating
comment
you
there.
so hard, Patrick. You understand that when I say what you said over.
What?
Isn't he adorable? Andrew is adorable.
I think we all need one of those.
Yeah, actually, I got a kitty cat. I got 2 kitties. It's fine. But look! Oh, it's okay. You're okay. He had a bit of a seizure. Okay, let's go. Let's play ball. Vincent, there you are. Oh, it's Kale. Sorry, Kyle, you're in the background. It's Kale.
It's Kale.
It's Kale. He had to. Sorry, Kyle. I keep forgetting people are in the
backstage.
Back.
Can I bring him in?
Indeed,
Yeah.
Kale is here.
I should do that.
Yeah,
I'll
brought
pay
him
attention.
in. Yeah, pay attention. I'm paying you for this. No, I'm not really.
Where's my money?
Where's my
One
fat
more.
paycheck?
Hey, Kyle's a mod too. He should let himself in. But now I have to add. Jeez. Oh gosh. We're gonna have to be an enterprise restream at some point. Pay like $200 a month. Okay. Let's press play. But also, hi, Kyle. Is it what's the time for you there? Jesus.
No, it's what? Almost 11?
10:48.
It's bedtime. That much is clear.
I'm in bedtime. That's it. We also need pictures of kitty cats, Kyle. Anyway, hi, Kyle. Thanks for coming. Really appreciate it.
No problem.
He's so sleepy. Guys, yeah, if you do manage to get in, look, I think we're going to be at capacity at some point. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I think we have 4 more people that can join actually. So we're cool. But yeah, if you are backstage and stuck, try and contact people.
No, it's like 7 because you got to count the sources, don't you?
I don't think you count them as guests. I think it's fine. We'll be fine.
Cool.
Let's go. We'll see. I mean, if you can't get in, you can't get in. Okay. Sorry, guys. Let's go. Jeez, God, you guys just stay focused.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with the audience turning around and saying, "Okay, you can be that."
Hello.
Nobody. I cannot take your free speech away, so you can go do that wherever.
Dude, play.
Whatever you want. I'm just not going to support you.
And
perfect timing.
And
I didn't
think
do
you
anything.
definitely can do that. I think anyone has the right to vote with their dollars for sure. And I think comedy is kind of I guess it's kind of like a tightrope act. You are walking that line of what is acceptable and what isn't acceptable. It's
also a good voice.
Kind of
damn it.
A hard thing to.
I'm just enjoying your voice, Gray. Got a good voice.
Say like what exactly is acceptable and what isn't. The line.
This is turning into a voice appreciation stream.
It seems to be moving all the time, and the audience seems to be the judge of it. And that's why I think comedy is slightly different. I understand what you're saying, that it's not the government coming in and trying to censor these people, which is awesome. I mean, I think we're all for that. That would be very totalitarian. That would be, getting into Germany, like World War II. That wouldn't be a good thing. We definitely don't want that. But comedy seems a little bit different. You have that barometer, and it is supposed to be that room. It is what the audience is going to say. And if they laugh at that joke, it was successful. And if they don't, it wasn't successful. But that doesn't mean that you have the right to then try and make sure that they can never perform again or...
But what does that mean to you, though? What does it mean? Because I mean, yes, there's been social media campaigns and all that, and I'm not going to deny that. But more often than not, it just seems like they just pissed off too many people to continue being as successful as they used to be. That just seems organic to me. It just seems like these
I don't
dudes
know about
are
that.
gotten. I mean, you have to understand.
Some of it can be organic.
Ed doesn't understand popularity.
Wait, what do you say? Like, it doesn't understand popularity, or like, so expand. Tell us.
He just doesn't understand that if somebody is a popular comedian and they're having a good run and they're funny, that's great.
Yeah.
And then eventually their material can fall off and people lose interest. It's not. Again, he's just conflating the cancel culture, accountability culture, and
Yeah, he's trying to say that well, he's trying to attribute that loss of popularity to he's trying to say it's normal, natural loss of popularity. Is that what you're trying to say?
It's merely free will.
Gray said it in the stream. What's the expression? Voting with your dollars.
Yes.
So like, it's not. I don't know. It's not the same. I hate that.
Yeah, he seems to keep
I hate it.
beating that bush that it's not government doing it, so it's people with their own free will. Like, he really thinks it's just social accountability.
Okay, but then you guys I think you get down to more specifics, because that's fine. It seems cool, because I mean, when it comes to Bud Light and things like that, cool, vote with your dollars for sure.
Yeah.
But they try to conflate those things. They try and conflate they don't. Cancel culture tries to make it so that you are cancelled. You are unable to be successful anymore in any way.
Yeah.
That's what cancel culture is. It's not you are not successful because I am no longer purchasing your product. It's I'm not purchasing your product, and that person over there who's trying to purchase your product and play your game and do all of the I'm going to take time out of my life and do that. I'm going to go and make sure that happens. That doesn't sound like it's natural, organic, whatever. That sounds like people don't have a life, number one. But also, it just it goes back to what Andrew's stream was about the the soft power versus everybody going and taking action against a person. The best way to censor a person is to censure them, as in like to shun them, be away from them. That's it. I think that's the least aggressive way to do it.
Yeah,
you're not funny at all, Item Wizard. Sorry.
He's also taking away everyone else's option to make that choice for themselves, that this is something that they want to listen to or involve themselves in. It's not just saying I don't want to watch it, it's saying nobody's allowed to.
Yes, exactly. I like that. I'm going to do that.
He assumes that it's going to be so clear cut that people are just going to understand it, and they are going to be on the same page that, we don't want this, we choose something else instead, etc.
Everybody thinks our way, or
they're big. Nobody should want to watch. It's and that's so easy to understand. It's
even at the best interpretation, it's a general assumption that the masses will automatically go one way because it's the best way.
Yes, it's you aren't allowed to watch. Cool. Let's go.
And too, man, like the audience is changing, right? You and I, we grew up in the 90s. In the 90s, being like kind of coming at comedy from this edgy sort of perspective and stuff like that had a place. I love that shit. I'm not going to sit here and say that I still don't enjoy that, because I do, right? But at the same time, I understand why that's not like cool. And sure, like I could enjoy it and I can have my complicated feelings about it. I wouldn't want them to continue doing this content. And frankly, like a lot of these comedians feel the same way. I mean, if you look at just South Park, right? Like, they're still edgy, they're still offensive, they still do a lot, but they're just
I really like their philosophy on it, though. They've made a couple different episodes on it, but either everything's okay or nothing's okay.
Sure. But then the question becomes, I mean, my question for you is, like, what does the comedian, what are they owed? What are they owed for putting themselves out there and trying these offensive jokes, these controversial jokes and stuff like that? Because I think they are definitely owed the opportunity to try that humor out, and they are definitely owed the respect to see how that might fit in an artistic context. But I think that's where it ends. If someone comes to the conclusion that, like, okay, I've given you the respect to do that, I still think you're not funny, and I still think you're just offensive for the sake of being offensive. I don't want to do anything. I don't want to support you. I don't see how that's inorganic.
No, I'm not arguing that anyone couldn't do that. Like,
That's not where it ends, though.
The comedian has the free speech as well.
It's not where it ends, and I don't think inorganic for him. He goes to that word. Like, I don't think that's inorganic. What does he think that cancel culture?
He thinks like it's all okay because it ends. Yeah, it ends with people just deciding to not associate with or not consume this product anymore, and that's it. That's it's fine. It's I just choose something else.
So if you're not funny,
that's apparently all cancel culture is.
Like the interaction ends there, even remotely.
What's who? What? Where's this? I'm just trying to. I mean, there's a lot that's said here, and I'm just. But the thing is, it's actually the same thing. Is you've.
Yeah.
He's rephrasing it sort of, but in the same way,
and he
in a different.
Kind of goes back to that argument they always use. The what are you? Do you deserve a job? Does that comedian deserve their
and they
stage?
do it all the time too. When they don't need to. Like, what comes to mind is our incels deserve. They deserve sex or something, and it's so stupid. Like, that's not the way.
Yeah, what are they owed?
You've taken the argument too far.
You are making incels right now. Like, this is why are you doing this? It's such a terrible approach, and you're not even remotely close to understanding their perspective or their ideas or anything. It's not. It's just a clean. It's again clean cut dismissal. The word is simple. This is where things end. It's all nice and handy. All in these boxes. It's all fine. It's all clearly defined. Which is ironic for where he is on the political eye, but let's keep that then.
Okay, so I mean, basically, where that he's just giving, and I'm just going to put South Park. I'm not even saying what he says about South Park. He hasn't brought up Chappelle yet. He just says comedians. But South Park.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, he's when he brings up South Park, it's like, look, I enjoy offensive things. But
but I think he's also trying to say that they're over their prime. That he was saying, like, it used to be offensive, and we used to get that.
We used to
now,
like it, but it's not.
Yeah. So it's kind of more. Society has moved on, but I'm not sure that that's necessarily true.
Okay, so basically, offensive for the sake of being offensive is over. Is no longer.
Was cool until the
funny.
90s, but it's not anymore. For not clearly defined reason other than it's just not cool.
Yeah, it's just not cool enough. It's not cool, bruh. Not cool.
It was, like, but it isn't. Why?
No, it's
this is the case. It's fine.
I think you just got to be. Being offensive is still funny. It really is, but I think it's you got to be smart now.
You need something else than just being offensive. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. You can't just, because you also need to make sure that you're. I don't know.
You can never make a joke out of just one thing. You need at least two. It's
least two.
Timing, background information. It's
guys,
a lot of different ways to do it, but you need two at least.
You guys, you can't have Hydra. Okay, he's mine now. Do you understand? They want
Wait, what?
Hydra. No, they're like Hydra's accent. Like,
Let's talk about the Hydra ruse.
Okay.
I'm Hydra's mom now. I don't know. Hydra, are you married?
Nope.
Because now I'll decide who Hydra gets to be with. Okay, Lucy.
Arranged marriage, fantastic.
Yes, it's an arranged marriage. I've decided. Okay, cool. Let's continue. Sorry, just everybody look here.
You'll be the grandma with a bunch of cats.
Oh my gosh, I love Patrick's pants. They look so comfy.
They are comfy.
Okay.
I call them my comfy pants.
My husband used to
Nice.
have pairs of pants like that, and when I first met him, he also had a pair. He had several that were from when he was younger, so I got to wear. I had those as well. They are so comfy. And Mark, the cyborg, was wearing a pair yesterday. I think first time I go into his stream chat, I'm like talking about his pants. I'm sure I'm allowed back there.
Well, they have the right to say that.
So appropriate.
But that contract that you have by going into that club is, I'm going to give you the opportunity to try to make me laugh. And part of that is you might fail.
Yes.
So I don't believe that.
It's Jay. Welcome, Jay.
You would then have the right to, do a heckler's veto or
Howdy
start
ho.
shouting down the comedian.
Mm-hmm.
That seems completely out of place. I mean,
yeah, I agree.
There are some clubs that do allow heckling, but for the most part, you do it at your own risk, and you're probably going to get kicked out because it's just not what's expected at that show.
Right.
And then some of the cancellations that have happened, somebody has either recorded a piece of a set from a show or they've reported it back. Like there was no actual recording of the Tracy Morgan thing. Just some journalist said this is exactly what he said. It's a little tough. Are they really like a stenographer, or could they have possibly misinterpreted it? Does it have the same delivery? It's just not the same thing to then take it outside of that club and try and get them canceled or prevented from being able to go back to the club. I don't think you have the right to say, my sensibility is the only thing that matters here.
Right. Yeah. And especially if you're going to comedy, right? Because when, I was listening to your debate with Bob, and you were talking about, these battles, these rap battles, all this. Yeah.
Yeah, I love the roast battles, man.
Right, yeah. And in places like that, you could be a white guy and call a black dude an N-word. Right?
Really?
There is more.
A lot of people.
Oh, for sure. You know what you're getting into. It's
Right.
no holds barred.
Is that
this
a
is gonna
thing?
be offensive.
I did not know that was a thing.
Right. In that context, when those things are decided to be put aside, if anybody goes into that situation, yes, especially, and that in and of itself is fine, right? Because everybody's in agreement there. But I think the overall thing here is that sorry man, I kind of fucking lost my point here. Let me just reset here. I think the overall point, right, is that the main job of comedy is to be funny. I mean, you can be in many ways, including ways that are incredibly philosophical and deep, right? We've seen that with Hicks, we've seen that with Carlin, and you can also be Gallagher and smash a fucking watermelon on screen. That's all comedy.
I did kind of want to talk to you about that because your comment from before. It's hilarious to me how people who consider
I'm on my way.
treat comedy as a
something I just wanted to say real quick is that I do appreciate that where he admits that he's lost and that he's let me
he's lost his
reset.
Yeah.
It adds some authenticity and some good
good charity.
Yeah, some good faith.
Good faith. We were talking about Lance, the way Lance, he just goes back to a script.
He would never ever admit that.
Never say that. Yeah, he would put it on Gray. He would be like, Gray has done something. Gray has.
Or just even you thinking it or mentioning that's maybe something I'm doing. That's you being a malicious person or something. It's
exactly. I think that you're right there. This is an example of it's good to be that way. I would prefer going. Oh shit! I lost where I'm going.
We need more of this. Yes.
We need be more confused, everybody, please. Lance really, the way he would keep going, it's incredible the way he does restart the conversation every single time. So you could say he gets lost, his train of thought gets lost when he realizes he's said something, he realizes his argument's not working. Cool, that can happen. But that is so much better than having that performative stupidity of no. Actually, it's not even it's not performative stupidity.
No, Lance is just genuinely stuck. He's like
just-
his leg is in a slab
He's
of concrete and
pretending.
he's just turning around. He only brings in one point and he like tries to rotate around it.
Yeah, he tries to keep putting it in your face, and whenever you try and argue against it, he'll just continue, just rehash it, re-put it in front instead of, I'd rather you say you're confused. So I'm actually going to put a note in. I'm trying to be less being a transcriber with my diagrams, because I'm trying to capture the concepts, and you can see there's not that many coming through yet. But and it's only when they've reworded something or changed from one to the other that I should be still trying to get down to that. But so far we've got. I'm going to actually put that it's not a point that is made, but just I want to note that, like you said. But yeah, the purpose of comedy, just to help me out here. The purpose of comedy is to make people laugh, but I can fail at that.
Yeah.
I can fail at that. Okay, and that's about it, though. That's where it ends. And then so. I'm just going to put E for him. That's my trail of thought is a good train of thought. Sorry, I say trail like it's a snail trail. Okay.
The bastion for ideological discussion, when fucking ventriloquists and watermelon smashing are valid expressions of comedy.
Right, yeah. And
that was one of the
Play, bitch!
Left on the thing. I don't know. That seems so reductive to, like, take everything that Gallagher did. So, I'm not the biggest fan of him, but, like, sure. I don't know. Did you watch any of his specials or anything?
Yeah,
I know he was kind of the generation before us.
No. Yeah, I used to watch his. I usually watch his stuff back in the day, for sure, yeah.
I mean, he did have the Sledge-O-Matic and, like, that giant couch and stuff. Like, he had some weird stuff. There was definitely some prop action going on there. But, like, he had some deeper things. Like, there was some really cool stuff that he did about, like, the meaning of words.
Talk about comedy.
I don't know. That bit, like, always got to me. And then I guess he got really political at the end. I don't know, just... to just like reduce that down to like this is the worst kind of comedy. I wasn't trying to like say that there's some sort of like scale of what is quality. What I'm trying to say, right? What I'm trying to say is that
when you say the word worst,
that sort of take this
that's
attitude,
a scale,
this stance, right? Are the types of people who think they're Carlin, even though they're making pee pee poo poo jokes. Right? Like they think that because they are a comedian and because they have an opinion that they are on that level of Carlin. And I think it's actually really reductive that we treat every comedian who has something to say that is mildly interesting about society or comedian or society or politics.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that I noticed with Bob is that I've really begun to question so when we hear him describing things, generally speaking, I just like to engage with his argument and think that he is being accurate. But the more I listen to these guys, particularly in the Fandom Initiative, even though he's a former member, I really have begun to question how they're classifying things. And if somebody is if there's some comedian who is doing a bit about something, right? And Ed is looking at it and saying, what, does this guy think he's Carlin, and all derogatory? It's one thing for the comedian to make the association. It's one thing for the comedian themselves to put themselves on the pedestal. But if this is Ed, coming at it and making some kind of evaluation based off his own criteria, his own theoretical misunderstanding, I think that really needs to be that is relevant, right? Because if the guy themselves is like, oh no, I would never compare myself to Carlin, that says something different than someone who is upset that that people aren't comparing him to Carlin. Those are two completely different people.
Mm-hmm. So is he trying to assert here that, because I mean that comment that you just made was like about these kinds of people, about their arguments, but like the argument itself, is he literally trying to say that people that think they're better, think that their lack of success, they're trying to blame their lack of success on cancel culture, because they think they're as good as Carlin, when actually they're just bad, and that's it. Don't blame it. Is this what we're chewing on here?
That's ultimately what the argument becomes.
Yeah.
They're just they think they're that good, but they're out of touch. That's the only reason why they have an audience.
And
I'm starting to see a pretty strong pattern of simplistic attitude from this person.
What exactly is Carlin level as well? Like, what does that mean to Ed? Like, he's at Carlin's level. Like,
didn't define it. We don't know.
You know, what does that mean?
Yeah. There's a lot of that I would have liked for him to define, but you'll kind of see how it goes later.
Is it because Carlin was his comedy was offensive or like abrasive?
Or trends?
I think so, but also kind of seen as like philosophic, and he's kind of, like the previous, I don't know, goat, as it were. I know, especially the left seems to really like Carlin, which he had really funny bits. But I just don't see how you get a Carlin without having people attempt to be a Carlin. Like, you just start at that level. So I don't know, for him to say, like, there's all these people who think they're on that level now. It's like, yeah, that's correct.
But I don't care about
the
their
only way
level.
you get somebody that gets there. Yeah.
I don't care about their level. What we're talking about here is whether they're allowed to try or not. Like you said, like, so people are trying to be like Carlin, cool. The fact is they should be allowed to, and if they don't succeed because there's a whole mob who's trying to say don't make this kind of joke, then we're going to have something to say about it. If they don't succeed because they hit too hard and they because there is comedy that seems mean-spirited. I mean, okay, if we go away from stand-up and we go to Santa Inc. and all of those kind of comedies, it actually seems, or Velma even, it seems ugly. It's not fun. Hi, kitty cat in the back, kitty cat or dog in the background.
Let's do
yeah, it do.
And J-Max got a great point about Carrot Top there.
Well, it's not auto-scrolling. I thought chat had died. Hi, what did J-Max say? I'm sorry it wasn't auto-scrolling.
Here, I'll haul it.
I like George Carlin, but he's no Carrot Top.
It's true. I don't remember the last prop that George Carlin used.
And good luck to J-Mac's daughter today on her belt test.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. You got this.
Reminds me of when I was doing martial arts. I wish I put more effort into that.
Which martial arts did you do?
I think it was jiu-jitsu, I think. Not the judo one, that's the sport one. The actual like self-defense version. The one that where there are none of these stupid rules for doing points and everything, like actually.
Oh, so it's just.
It's actually oriented towards self-defense instead of being a push. Yes. Also, just to quickly add, this is such a, maybe it's just me, but my mind is exploding from this, because how else on earth would you ever find talent again if you wouldn't like give a chance for people to express themselves? Isn't it supposed to be a lefty? Isn't this an argument about welfare and etc. for supporting the arts and letting more people find their voice or what they're good at? Or and I do support this kind of attitude. For an example, we don't know how many Mozarts were born in Africa. They just never had a chance because they never seen a piano in their entire life. Like, how else would you ever find anyone with any talent ever? I just don't see the possibility.
I think you have to. So that's what I'm here to defend, is the attempt. Like, it's not necessarily comedy is good, but you have to have that attempt in order to get good comedy.
You're never going to become a good comedian until you get booed off stage a couple of times. Like, it's not possible.
Yeah, and again, it's not good unless Ed or Dane or Bob or one of these guys with the moral high ground say it's good. So, like he says, I think it's at some point that he didn't like Gallagher, right? Which Gallagher, and that's a tragic tale. You ever look into that guy's life? His twin brother stole his act. It's really disturbing.
Well, it's a weird story. He sort of sold it to him. But yeah, sorry, didn't mean to.
No, that's okay. But then he goes on to say like, oh, I'm more into like Eric Andre or something like that, and it's like they're almost the same act. You know what I mean? Like one guy's smashing watermelons, the other guy's smashing, shit around his studio and licking homeless people or something. But
wait, what?
It's
Eric Andre. He's some crazy physical comedy and prop comedy as well. So it is kind of weird to say prop comedy sucks, and then at the same time, promote somebody else who does prop comedy that's
I get it.
a little bit more violent in nature. But yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit different than smashing a watermelon. But
yeah, but I mean, like he'll get in a tub full of shrimp naked with somebody in his studio, and then like fake shoot somebody. Like it's supposed to be the same kind of type of comedy. But just because Ed had made the decision that Carlin is great and Eric Andre is great and these other guys are not good, then that's where the line is drawn. And comedy, it's subjective. It's it's what you like.
Yeah, and J-Mac and Item Wizard have well, J-Mac has an awesome comment, as you can see, and
nice.
way to point that out, Wizard.
Anyone being honest will admit that humor is subjective, and finding a joke funny is an endorsement of the content of said joke. Oh, please, anyone with a brain? The only measurable reason to not allow a joke is if it actively calls for people to seriously enact violence. But at this point, it's no joke; it's a call for violence. Yeah, I don't think it would be funny. It wouldn't. It wouldn't have.
It's this this is jokes can be dangerous. This is actually a joke. This attitude only exists because of the fact that dog whistles exist and people now see them everywhere and kind of, this joke is actually a call to violence, and it's the only reason it's not that easy to create something that would be at the same time seen as a joke but also a call for a violence and would be sufficiently stealthed from prying eyes. It's a lot more difficult than people think.
Yeah, it wouldn't be.
No.
And I think the social sanctions of so even if you can identify the humor of the joke, so you can say, oh, this is. I don't even know if you could you could ask ChatGPT, a jailbroken ChatGPT, if you could make. I guess you could make a joke, just because there is humor in it. Like a mechanism. I remember in school we used to do for comprehension, you would have to point out why something was ironic, or you had to point out why something's funny, or whatever. And you would have to point out the mechanism of why it's funny, because you had the expectation, and then the expectation was thwarted, and that sort of thing. Like it was subversion and things like that you would do. So just because that exists, that doesn't mean, and you've picked it up, your brain has seen, this is what I expected. This is what the joke did, and I saw the difference, and my brain made me laugh. That is how is that an endorsement? And so it could be a joke, but that doesn't mean, and I suppose you could laugh at it, but that does not mean that you sanction the content of it. That's so easy to say. Oh, okay. Sorry, I heard you start speaking, Andrew.
No, it's okay. I actually switched on what I was going to say. There's two things. One is, what do you call it? One is, what's his name? Passed away, Dirty Jobs, a comedian.
Did he pass away?
Mike Rowe? He's not dead.
No,
Jesus Christ.
No, not Dirty Jobs. No, the movie. Was that he did the movie?
Donald.
I like Mike Rowe.
Norm Macdonald.
Norm Macdonald,
yes,
thank you.
Norm Macdonald
had
a
bit or something about please clap, or not please clap, but clap humor, where the goal is to get people to clap, it's not to get people to laugh.
Yeah. Clapter is completely different.
Right, exactly. And so that might be pointing out that if you actually identify it, if you look at the mechanism for it, right? That might be something where, if you're laughing, or especially if you're clapping, right, at laughter, as I called it, would be something that you could say is an endorsement, right? If you're clapping for that kind of humor, then you are endorsing it. But laughing, like, okay, it's not any humor that I would use, but like I might, if it was a well-crafted joke, I might laugh. Is like a Holocaust joke, um, and I would not make that joke because you know, like that's not where my brain goes. That's not where I try and derive humor. I think that it's a sensitive topic, but if it's a well-crafted joke, I might because
Oh,
I'm
you're losing signal.
not endorsing because of the
What a place to lose signal.
Right?
Rocket
He's like, by the way, I love the Holocaust.
yeah.
Oh God.
Gotta go.
Yeah, they're not gonna just made you do a Holocaust joke there.
I'm all in support of anti-Semitic jokes. Goodbye.
But that's a great point. Depending on subject, how you tackle it, I don't think it should be off limits. There has to be an attempt for humor. It's the only way you get great art. And I support the attempt. And I have heard hilarious Holocaust jokes. I've heard pretty much any horrible subject you can think of. There is funny joke depending
That's
on how
the
you approach
point,
it.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should be able
Yeah.
to make anything,
You know what?
especially horrible, traumatizing things, into something that puts the lightness or even the comical nature of reality into perspective.
I was going to actually, before the stream, I was going to give you guys a link to this video from the Dream Wizard, Benjamin the Dream Wizard.
I saw that one. I added that to the list. It looks really interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so it's just a clip at the moment, but basically it was about dark humor and resilience, right? And that sort of thing, that was one of the conclusions that you get to. I'll put the video in chat in any case. It's just
Nice.
just a clip.
I definitely want to check that out.
Yeah, I haven't watched the full stream, but it very much is if you can't, it locks into this. I was supposed to send it because, like, guys, we need to have this in mind because talking about what you can make jokes about, thinking about that, one of the best things you can do in a situation like that is just laugh about it. I'm just trying to find the video, but I'll do it in the. Point is, we'll add it to the placeholder here. Benjamin.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the utilities of comedy is that it sheds a light on taboo subjects in a way that we can't normally do. You can't sit down and always have a discussion about, racist issues or trans issues. And when somebody like Dave Chappelle, who's going to come up quite a bit, does this, it's able to make us look at it and be like, well, that is ridiculous. And, it's part of the reason that comedy is so appealing to people. And as far as like, clapter and the clapping versus laughing, I always use that as a judge to see if somebody is actually funny or not, because laughing is involuntary and clapping is a voluntary action. So it's really a good way to judge, is this person funny or are they just signaling to a crowd that they appeal to.
Yeah.
And another thing that the other thing I wanted to get to is a good what we should be comparing all of this to is like the satanic panic, because that was people on the right, trying to cancel all of this stuff and whipping things up into a frenzy and moral outrage and
saying that Darth Vader looks like Thor.
Right. Yeah.
For sure. And what's really weird is Dane, actual fandom, he's actually got this podcast called Forced Adversity Podcast. Anyway, it goes through a whole bunch of things like this: the Satanic Panic, the MP, anyway, the like parental guidance on all the explicit album and everything, and it just goes through all these different moral outrages. But you can't see this.
God,
like he literally argues that cancel culture doesn't exist, which is it's weird. I'm not sure how they can't zoom out to see that, but sorry, it just seems a bit hypocritical to me.
I can't click on this link. So Nico, what's this? Is that the video?
And just one more quick thing to add. I really would like to encourage all of society, if that was ever possible, just to make a bit more of these dark tones, because it helps people grow thicker skin, which is genuinely more often useful than not. And for an example, as someone who has distant relatives that endured the Holocaust, I can still laugh at Holocaust jokes pretty clearly. And I think that's just a wonderful, miraculous thing that should be treasured, not.
I think Eastern European, the reason that a lot of the time I resonate with V, he's Romanian.
Yeah, Eastern European heritage.
Yeah, that Eastern European like stuff thing. Life is so shit. Okay, our politicians are so full of shit. Our this and that is so.
We
full
endured
of shit.
everything. We endured Nazism. We endured communism. We've been conquered by the Turks, or we had the German. We had everything. We had the Austrian Empire.
Yeah. So there's all of that, and you kind of don't take things that seriously, because like the thing with Steven Crowder, he didn't. He had one of the most base takes on that, because it was like it's like the things that I've seen my neighbors do to each other, and when they have domestics, and it's about being Eastern European, and this is what people's parents are like, and whatever. It's all very tough, right? But you get that as well with the humor, and that's what you find in South Africa as well, because South Africa stuff is so shit. Okay, there's hardly electricity. Everybody hates each other. And
you guys have some actual proper problems in your country.
Listen, you guys are. It's not just because you don't have the problems now. It doesn't mean that you don't have that resilience built into you from the communism and all of that, right? Yeah. So we still have the shit, but we also have seen we've seen horrors, man. We're a traumatized society in South Africa, and a lot of the time, one of the most successful brands in South Africa is Nando's, and that's because they make fun of everybody and laugh at they just laugh at our situations. And I think that it's that same sort of thing of that resilience. So that's why that resilience video, not the cock porn video, should be linked in chat.
Somebody linked something inappropriate in chat.
What? Who?
Very inappropriate.
Okay.
Entirely.
Okay, no, guys, we're gonna get through this. Actually, guys, whenever you need to go, whoever needs to go, tell me so. We'll say goodbye to you. We will miss you. But I
have about maybe 10-20 minutes left at tops, so I will soon have to.
Okay, well, let's see if we can get.
I'm sorry.
I have all day.
What a Chad.
My girlfriend is at a dental clinic. She's running a big clinic today, and she's going to be out till 5, which is 5.5 hours from now. I am just open and ready.
Yeah, I put the end time, like it was like 5.5 hours in the Discord, like when the little duration of the event. But it's as long as everybody can handle it. So let's go. But I don't know. Okay, fine. Let's see if we can.
This, just before you start, this little Bobby's organized chaos here in his little comment with the gotchas, that might as well be like the flag, just the signal that Ed starts to go downhill. I think it's like, am I right around here, as soon as he notices Bob and Dane.
In the chat. Oh, he's like,
And I started bringing up his comments, but he had accused it already like a couple times. After I kind of point out Bob at one point, you can start hearing Ed's Discord messages going off. He seems to be
yes, you do hear them.
Oh no, he's literally being messaged. Bye.
Yeah.
Oh, that's. But wait,
it's like
was
a
this
meme.
before?
How is that even? Oh god.
Was this before or after the fallout about the doxing?
After.
I think this was after, but he's still associated with them. He's just not officially in the group.
Okay.
He's right fucking there. How is he not officially whatever.
It's a good point.
Association.
That's true.
Play, bitch.
Or anything like that. Like as if they're trying to like as if they're on that same level when there's so much more to what made those comics so great. You know, I think more often than not,
Play it.
like
I wonder if it would be better if it plays.
everybody
from my
wants to
computer.
be Carlin. A lot of these comedians want to be as important as Carlin, right? So they want to intellectualize this shit when ultimately, primarily,
Sorry. It
comedy
is one of
just
the
meant to
worst
be funny.
noises that I
And if
make.
it's-
I'm so sorry. My husband always tells me not to make that noise.
It
When
reminds
I
me
get
of
angry,
Bobblehead.
I make my screamy noise.
And if it's insightful, that's even better. That's great. But a lot of these guys like want to like sit down and like, you know, be like,
Okay, it
oh
doesn't
yeah, so I
like.
can't sell as many tickets as I could last year. That's fucking cat.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so this is what's happening is it's playing it through the browser. The browser's picking up a video for me, right? Where are we on this? In this video, it's at. Okay, you know what? The marker is he's looking for gotchas, right? I'm gonna actually remove this video, and I'm going to share the video through my media player. Then I can at least use the pause button. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
You guys don't have to see the diagram I'm doing. I don't think I can present two things at once in any case. I'll just bring it up when we need it.
Okay.
Because it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice to have.
I
It's nice
did
to
have-
know that you're doing it, but I mean, we don't need to see
You're
it.
not looking at it. So doing a think. I mean, we could do
Especially
it on
for
YouTube,
this.
but
It's different than your main content. So
yeah.
And I
Let
have
me
to
bring it
confess,
up.
I never look at it.
You shit.
They look
I
so
work
cool.
hard.
I've looked at them. All right, I've gone in and I've looked at them, but I've never watched them.
No,
or
you know what? They've
because I'm,
gone downhill lately.
I'm usually
Ooh,
working,
yes.
so I have to pretend to be doing shit.
I get that.
Yeah, people come over and they're like, "What is this?" I'm like, "It's important.
It's very important. It's work stuff.
It's a diagram. Work.
It's going to make
good.
us a lot of money."
Actually, you can't see it. That's classified.
Yeah.
Just hide it. I'm just gonna get to the video again. Just sorry, guys. Talk amongst yourselves.
Your
Video.
cat just went down like a Mario hole in the background, or he's about to.
Oh, he's going. Yeah, he's going to the bathroom. Axie,
Is that a
you're
toilet?
gonna make poops. Yeah, that's the toilet. It's the toilet.
What?
The shit?
In he goes. In he goes, everybody.
Now we're a fetish stream.
Oh no.
Axel.
Yeah, we've got a
Just
furry.
get in.
Oh no.
Just get in.
He's still sitting on the end.
Look at that.
I
He's
don't
twerking
know.
for us.
I think his sister went in there earlier, so he's like, I'm not too sure about this. It's not gonna work out.
They're very
Oh, there he goes.
Bye. Oh, you know what's funny about it though?
Oh, the
is-
tail is still taking off. It's so
Look,
fucking
Can
cute.
you guys
You know
see
what's funny?
Can you see my
Yeah.
TV? Right next to
Yeah.
it, there's a plant.
Yes.
That's my litter
Oh,
box.
hold on.
Oh,
This thing's playing.
yeah.
Oh.
Cat.
Relax.
Just
Sorry.
sneaky.
What's happening? It's sneaky. There's a plant. Let's see. Oh, that's cool. We don't have people at our house, so it's okay. Nobody needs. You guys are the
Right.
ones that are at our house. What's it? You know what's funny is if he puts his head out, it looks like he's in a little car or a boat.
That's why
So
you
we
gotta get
just
the
like
bow tie.
So oh yeah, that would be great. Oh, actually, I get him a hat. Because when he, what's the name? When we're watching TV, obviously you have the cat shitting in front of you when you're watching TV. So Gordon will just be like, Axie, you're driving the boat, and also they have that look on their face, like,
They're
because you know
concentrating.
that. There he is.
Oh,
Aw,
I just
no, he's
realized you're mirrored too. I had to
Me.
flip. That's why everything is.
done. Yeah,
You know, what?
I am
what-
mirrored. Like, can you read this?
No.
It's
That's
backwards.
Arabic.
Yeah.
That's Arabic.
Yeah.
You can't read that because that's Arabic.
It says CISO.
Even then, you can see it's backwards by the lines.
All right.
Yeah.
Where is
What?
the screen?
Watching all this
share?
litter action, I need to take a break myself. I'll be back.
Okay, so let's see. Will you guys be able to hear the audio though?
Oh, you're back at 12 seconds.
Did you guys hear it?
No.
Yeah. Fuck!
Nope.
Fuck! Sorry.
We're okay. It's only the
But you
first
can't-
couple of seconds or something that matter, right? I don't know.
What? Am I swearing? No, it's just Gordon is.
Oh no, I mean like. Fair enough.
Yeah. For the
No, we
our
can find
stream's
it.
not
It should be
monetized in
easy.
any case. Gordon
Because-
doesn't
Yeah,
approve.
fair enough.
We have the visual because of your comments, so we can find where we were.
Yeah, but
Oh,
we don't
yeah.
have the audio.
Oh yeah, also just hopped in. Yeah.
So it's actually thank you for that. It actually makes it really easy.
Yeah. Unlike
Yeah,
mine.
they had
But now
kind of a
I'm-
good point when they were
I'm trying to
criticizing it. But I didn't talk to Ed about if I will put up the comments or not, so I should have done that. But I'm glad they were
One
just
thing that you're
timestamped.
pulling up chats is fine. Well, I don't know. Considering it's a debate and not just a casual stream, maybe not.
Yeah. I should have gone over it with first. It was kind of my first attempt with StreamYard. So I know you could see the comments on his side. I was the only one who could display them. So I don't know. I should have
I
talked to him.
have to do the video thing, guys, because you guys can't hear even if I'm sharing the screen. It's not.
That's weird.
I
I
think
think that it
that's
could
also-
how share the audio.
I think that's
Yeah.
a big difference between us, well, definitely you, right, and them, is that you feel bad for these
Like
minor,
genuinely bad. Yeah.
relatively minor issues. I mean, they have an impact, right? And that's why you feel bad. It's because you didn't go over it before. But they, especially somebody like Dane, feels very, what is it? Just because of like who he thinks you are, he feels encouraged to maltreat people.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm a bad man, so it's justified.
Right.
So there we are. So let's just hope that restarting it helped.
If they're trying to.
Mhm.
I was just gonna say is that's something that we didn't get to in yesterday's stream, is that line where Bob says, where Nerdette says, "Hey, what about these tactics that you use?" And he's like, "Oh, well, no, it's fine to use those tactics. It matters who you're using them against." And
Yeah.
he literally
too
just
classic.
flat out makes the no bad tactics, only bad
Targets,
targets argument.
Guys,
I'm
I was busy
pretty sure he
typing
would
it.
know that he's making that argument, but I'm not sure that he's wittingly doing it. I don't know.
I would
Well, I mean, he
wager
said it
he didn't
basically.
think much about the issue by extrapolating from how simplistic his takes were before. So probably he
Yeah.
doesn't know.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Like as if they're on that same level when there's so much more to what made those comics so great. I think more often than not, like, everybody wants to be Carlin. A lot of these comedians want to be as important as Carlin, right? So they want to intellectualize this shit when ultimately, primarily, comedy is just meant to be funny. And if it's intelligent and if it's insightful, that's even better. That's great. But a lot of these guys want to sit down and be like, oh yeah, so I can't sell as many tickets as I could last year. That's fucking cancel culture because I'm an important comedian who is cute.
I just want to ask who did this. What is it? I don't know if we have. I mean, I know we
That's
go
very
on.
pedantic of you. I'm sorry. That's
Shit,
you
we haven't
can't
done
ask
the
that.
pedantic counter. Hold on, there is a thing that I can have an overlay, right? So I can do graphics, and we will do an overlay of, of the look, like we'll do a. There's a little thing that we do. Thinkers doing a thing. Like we'll do one of those. Okay, so I'm gonna have this pedantic.
Did the pedantics begin yet?
Not yet.
Did I miss them?
She was just
No.
asking who was saying that, so you know that's
And
how
he
we
said,
get there.
he said, I'm being pedantic. So
Asking questions is very pedantic.
And so it begins.
my face is comedy. A foxy panda,
So,
and he's a whole
Well-
lot of woman. Oh man, I loved Foxy Cleopatra.
Foxy Cleopatra.
And I'm a whole lot
So-
of woman.
what is it? Totally derailed, but no,
This entire stream is already a side quest. Don't worry about it.
It is.
right. No, never mind. It'll come to me later.
I'll pause when you're ready.
Doing this great important artwork, and look, I'm not belittling the art of comedy at all. Like it is,
Oh,
an
right,
art. It
right,
is
pause.
an important piece of art. You know, it is important art form, but so is like music, and
Or not.
I'm
That's
pretty
cool,
sure
too.
that like
No worries.
pee poo poo pants, like MC Chris over here,
She's busy.
doesn't consider himself Radiohead. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just I know what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but I don't know if I quite agree. Like, what comedian is not selling as much and saying the best cancel?
Andrew's talking.
All of them. Like Jim Brewer. Let's start there, Jim Brewer.
Come on.
Jim Brewer. I honestly don't remember much except for like Goat Boy.
Right, yeah, but
I've
he was
seen him,
big in the
like-
90s. He was big in the 90s, right? He was.
Yeah,
well,
I remember he had like an AC/DC thing, like I don't know, maybe like 10 years ago or something
Well,
like
I mean,
that.
I remember even in the 2000s, his comedy Metallica, like that was something me and my friends said because he was
Yeah.
even into the 2000s. He was doing pretty
No,
well.
for sure. I guess I just haven't been hearing him claiming that like cancel culture
Well,
is why he's not selling.
right.
'cause
That's the thing.
Okay, so
He
these
was
the
on it.
I know that he
examples.
just did a special, and I'm pretty sure he's selling out like pretty hardcore with most of the clubs.
Yeah, but the clubs are like 500 seaters, dude.
like, he
You
was
know?
just on Joe
he-
Rogan
he-
like I don't know, a week and a half ago. I'm
Right.
pretty sure he just sold out at the mothership.
This
like,
is pretty
that's great.
irrelevant
That's
in
great.
my
I'm not
opinion.
sure.
What did you say?
I
This
haven't
is
ever heard him say that.
Pretty irrelevant in my
he's
opinion. Like
Not
Oh, no,
selling
well,
because of cancel culture.
Well, I mean,
what, like the
oh, no,
pause.
this particular comedian doesn't think they are
Yeah.
cancelled or how much they are selling. Like it is just
we're talking
critical
about
example
principles
to
here.
a PowerPoint.
Yeah.
It's not. Sorry,
Well,
Andrew, go.
no, I mean, I was just gonna. I think that it's a good point. It's good entry, right? If Gray's point is only that one person isn't saying it, so it's not happening, or one person using one example to invalidate a trend, I think that would be a what do you call it? A problem. But I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Gray's point is that Ed can't bring up any examples that are relevant, and that
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
exactly. I just wanted to know who he was talking about. Like Kidda was just asking not too
Okay,
long
gotcha.
ago, and
Yeah.
his one example was Jim Brewer, and I know he's talked about people saying like you can't say that or getting offended, but I don't remember him ever claiming that he's canceled and therefore his audience out of touch or anything like that. I think he's had a strong audience
right.
as far back as I can remember.
Okay.
Was my only point.
Yeah, and like Ed, going back to what I was saying earlier, is that I don't trust Ed's recollection of events. The way he remembers things, the way he recounts what previous events, they don't seem to accurately. What are you doing?
I'm standing.
Dancing?
I'm standing and
Oh,
moving
okay,
a bit.
okay.
Stream elements
so,
told me to.
but
Sorry,
no.
I'm
Got it.
She's taking
Yeah.
care of her
No
posture.
worries, no worries. That's good. So, yeah, I just think that Ed is an unreliable narrator, as it were.
He's using some sort
And-
of lens to look at the past. His
Right.
personal
Like, okay. and
distortions.
I've thought about like how I would explain this if I was trying to confront someone or explain it to a third party. Is that with like George Floyd, right? If we say something like, he was high on fentanyl and the police detained him and then he died on his way to the hospital. I think that that line of events is somewhat accurate, but it misses out on some major context that changes everything. And so we would, and I think that Ed is doing a similar thing with his version of events. He is conveniently interpreting and remembering events and describing situations that don't reflect or omit, key pieces of evidence, key pieces of facts.
Yeah, I think a lot of guys from the initiative seem to like really emotionally loaded framing where it's meant to evoke some sort of feeling, and it might not be an accurate depiction of what happened. It's generally their opinion of it.
It's 36 degrees Celsius outside, and I am in my hoodie because my husband put the aircon on 1,000,000.
I don't know what that means.
Degrees in what?
Yeah.
Celsius, so degrees.
Oh,
in...
Celsius, of course.
Yeah. Can
It's,
Alexa.
say it.
She can't hear me.
Ain't nothing like me but me.
Okay, well, I'll ask her next
Does that
time.
do it?
Ooh, you got an Alexa.
Did that answer your question?
No. Alexa, what is 36 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit?
36 degrees Celsius is 96.8 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh,
96. And it's 10 to 8 in the evening.
Wow.
that's horrifying.
Oof, yeah.
Yeah, that's too bad.
I'm in the desert, boys.
Yeah, hell.
Supposedly I am too, but it's nothing like that.
Our desert's different, man. Yeah, it's hot outside, so the AC is on. Yes, the AC is on, but it's very, very on. If you know what I'm saying, like, I think he's going to sleep. When he goes to sleep, he puts it at like 20.
Does
I
he have
actually-
to say it?
I actually like this part coming up. I think this is it, Greg. Where you're like, well, can you give me an example of all of them, all of the '90s comedians, every '90s comedian, all of them, every one of them. That's a good example.
I should have just accepted the generalization. Apparently, I'll work on that.
Accept everything they say. That is it. Then you will be fine.
Maybe.
Maybe.
He's like, look at the venues he's playing compared to the venues he used to play. You know, like they're significantly smaller.
I think like
like,
the
straight
top
venues-
venue that anyone can play right now is kind of the mothership. Like,
Yeah, and that's
you understand that they're
great.
Oh,
Good lord.
hey.
We switched to the most
How's
important
it going?
thing. Yes.
How's it going?
All right.
Did you? What happened?
And the Clark took
Stop sharing
over.
the screen.
That's what happened.
I stopped sharing the screen.
The Rocket Raccoon Rebellion has.
I don't know. In a way, this is better. I don't know.
I think this is.
Kitty died as
Look at him,
usual.
look at him.
Oh,
The part of Ed will now be played by Andrew Clark as the Red Panda. You just got to be like, bro, no, bro,
No
dude.
problem. He's talking without.
That's pedantic.
That darn red panda.
Oh, he's too much. I can't handle it, man. Just hold on. I think as soon as I opened something, it got upset with me. Let me add the source. But I love how this little cute thing goes, ha ha!
Ha.
Oh, God. Scuffed stream is scuffed. One day we'll be professional, I promise. One day.
Does it do like your hands and stuff too? Does it get
Health?
everything?
It can,
All right.
but I have that set off.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. I was gonna say I have your tail, and that's very expressive, but just wondering if
Ha ha!
Hmm.
Do you guys like
Okay.
this one or with us at the bottom?
There we go. Yeah, I like this.
yeah.
I like
I
this.
think that's
This is
better.
good.
We just stumbled on it. That literally just what happened. Okay. What is the QR code for? Oh, it just gets you the link. It's just a link to stream what's the name? Where you can give it some-
Grifter Porter.
yeah, I love the title.
Yeah.
It explains it all.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
How did you not know? Okay, this.
Yeah.
That was me being I was making a nice cool wink.
Whatever. We've called it out.
But Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say is that something that they also would. It's this side of the internet. I would say that it's more like what it's somewhere around the center. It's not necessarily right wing because I see lots of people that are classical liberals using the phrase too, but calling themselves grifters and grifting. Taking it back, as it were. And
They definitely seem to be making a comeback.
the way it's being used, it's very much like self promotion. It's like how people also kind of describe their side hustle. You gotta hustle, you gotta promote yourself, you gotta.
Yes, if you're trying to promote yourself in any way, you're a grifter.
You're right, and so it's just it's taking that back, using that for ourselves.
Yeah.
Because we get labeled that kind of thing all the time.
Yeah.
So we just use it and reclaim it and put a positive spin on it.
Not even, yeah, well, it's a comedic spin for me. Like, I don't have a positive thing of it. It's just like, why not,
Well, that's all I meant by positive. I
know what
didn't
you
mean
like,
literally
like a shout your abortion kind of way.
Yeah.
Now, Bob was claiming that I was just doing a gotcha moment last time, and I think that's so disingenuous yet again from Bob.
I'm not Bob, bro.
I know, but he's called me out like 4 times in the chat. I'm not going to block him. I'm not like his guys. So anyway, I told him from the beginning in the comments what I wanted to talk about. He said either you're going to get blocked or you come on stream and talk about it, and it was that pattern. So I emailed him specifically about the pattern. And then I told him at the beginning of that conversation, this is why I don't think this works. This seems like a useless tool. I don't know. His main comments are that I've been bad faith and I was looking for a gotcha moment. There is nothing about that that's bad faith.
Man.
There is no gotcha moment. I'm done talking about
Bob, bro. Let's go ahead and sort of talk about this discussion at hand, because it seems to me what you really want to do is that you want to sort of look at these particular specific moments, right? Chappelle shouldn't have been attacked. The transporter shouldn't have been attacked. That dude probably shouldn't have brought a fucking knife to a peaceful protest. But
mostly people.
A weapon, right? He had a weapon on him.
Wow, we are like way into
jokes
it.
are funny.
You skipped a ton.
They literally tore the cardboard off the signs that he was just holding his phobic. He's talking about like that.
But like,
out there in Austin.
We need to find
you're doing this content, and frankly, like feelings a lot to
Bob.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah.
There, where we are.
You're dead. So I'm not the biggest fan of him, but like, it fail for that.
Feelings a lot to
my talk.
I'm just gonna maximize these.
Right, it was kind of
so I can see.
I don't know. You had a few comments.
See all the way at the bottom.
If they're trying to
That's where we are.
Like as if they're on that same level when there's so much more to what made those comments so great. I think more often than not, like, everybody wants to be Carlin. A lot of these comedians want to be as important as Carlin, right? So they want to intellectualize this shit when ultimately, primarily, comedy is just meant to be funny. And if it's intelligent and if it's insightful, that's even better. That's great. But a lot of these guys like want to like sit down and like, be like, oh yeah, so I can't sell as many tickets as I could last year. That's fucking cancel culture because I'm an important comedian who is doing this great important artwork. And look, I'm not belittling the art of comedy at all. Like, it is an art. It is an important piece of art. It is important art form.
Many people do. What?
I doubt many comedians come out and, oh, I'm not selling as well as I used to. I must have been cancelled or something.
Yeah, that's why I said, who's saying that? Because I don't.
Like, that's the measure they are using to get.
Like
they need to look to notice if they've been cancelled. Hold on a second.
Yeah, I have to
there
check
is
if I've been
something
cancelled.
funky going on with
it's
these
because
tickets,
of cancel culture happens in clusters and in events. It happens as this is when you're trending, you're being discussed. It doesn't just cancel culture isn't just in general. It's supposed to be like, this was your canceling. Your canceling has occurred. Like, it's not an in general thing. Okay. talking about immature comedy, Kitty must just hit 569 subs. Hey, Vincent, I had 69 videos the other day. So I said I went in Blaine's chat and I was like, "Hey Blaine, I've got 69 videos on my channel." And he didn't take the bait. He knew what I was trying to do. So he was just, because I was just like, say that Kitty has 69 videos. Don't say 69 videos, 69 videos on her channel. So that everybody will go there. No. Fuck.
Well,
No.
that's
We can't have
already
nice
dropped the number of
things.
subs.
No free clout.
Yeah, we can't have nice things.
I had the same thing at my kid's school. I was actually, this is years ago. I was dating one of the teachers there, his kindergarten teacher.
Oh.
I used to tease her all the time because I was like, you guys are lazy because you all have help. Because they all had in their class, they all have they call them paraprofessionals now, but they used to call them aides.
Yeah.
So I used to tell her, all the teachers at your school have aides. And she'd get very excited.
Oh God!
And so whenever we were in public, I'd be like, "Do you know everybody she works with has AIDS?" And it didn't go over well. We're not together anymore.
Oh, that's
hilarious.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
Gross. Where?
But wow, Hera Associates, really? I haven't heard that before.
Paraprofessional.
Oh, you haven't? Yeah.
Oh, professional. Excuse me.
Yeah.
I didn't give them their due credit.
You get a formal. Okay, guys, this is how cancellation works. Just listen here.
It's like what is it?
You
Carlin actually has a bit about that, doesn't he?
About what? About having teachers' aides?
No, about like changing the meaning or like euphemisms.
Euphemisms, yeah. Oh yeah, we could just watch Carlin after this. Hey, Mix and Match and Item Wizard, you guys gonna come together and make some beautiful music. Same thing. You get a formal letter in the mail informing you that you've been cancelled and your social credit score has decreased. Sounds like a comedy bit, doesn't it? Until you go to China.
Yeah.
Press play.
But so is like music, and I'm pretty sure that like Pee Pee Poo Poo Pants, like MC Chris over here, doesn't consider himself radio. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just.
What is Pee Pee Poo Poo?
Why does he keep using that phrase? Why?
I love Pee Pee Poo Poo.
He thinks it's an adequate representation of low quality humor or something.
Yeah, low quality humor, but like, who makes Pee Pee?
Why can't he just use like bathroom humor or something? Why does he have to?
Weren't we speaking about that on Thursday of this childish, like making a word sound childish? What do we like? What I think it was Lance who does it. Like,
yeah.
Oh, this even the word yikesy. I fucking hate the word yikesy. Stop saying yikesy. Say yikes if you're gonna.
Right.
I know what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but I don't know if I quite agree. Like, what comedian is not selling as much and saying that that's cancel culture?
All of them.
Like
Jim Brewer. That's right there,
What?
Jim Brewer.
Jim Brewer. I honestly don't remember much except for like Goat Boy.
Right, yeah, but he
I've
was
seen
big
him,
in the 90s. He was big in the 90s, right? He was.
Yeah, I remember he had like an AC/DC thing, like I don't know, maybe like 10 years ago or something like that.
I remember even in the 2000s, his comedy Metallica, like that was something me and my friends said because he was into the 2000s. He was doing pretty well.
For sure. I guess I just haven't been hearing him claiming that like cancel culture is why he's not selling.
That's the thing. A lot of
know that he just did a special, and I'm pretty sure he's selling out like pretty hardcore with most of the clubs.
Yeah, but the clubs are like 500 seaters, dude.
He was just on Joe Rogan like I don't know, a week and a half ago. I'm pretty sure he just sold out at the mothership. Like,
that's great.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Great.
I haven't ever heard him say that. He's not selling because of cancel culture.
Well, I mean, does he have to say it? He's like, look at the venues he's playing compared to the venues.
Here we go.
Like they're significantly smaller.
I think like the top venue that anyone can play right now is kind of the mothership.
Never. Yeah. Yes.
I hate what he just did now. We entered. Thankfully, he was pretty bad at it. But this is something that like an actually good debater can pull off without you even noticing. This is really bad. He just entered into a complete circular reasoning into why. Actually, all of the comedians say they are being cancelled because they have less views or less views. I'm sorry, YouTube speak. Anyway, they're selling less tickets, and I judged that by humor changing, which I didn't define. But I agree that it has changed, but they should be able to do it, but people should be able to choose their own way. But anyway, they don't say they are being cancelled, but they are also being cancelled because they are selling less tickets, because I'm defining cancellation as people choosing to do something. Fucking hell, I hate this.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's actually that's something that I wanted to highlight, is that's what I was talking about before. I think that he is doing that. I don't think that he's listening to people say, hey, I've been canceled, and then he's talking about that, or he's noting that. I think what he's talking about is that people are noting that audiences are changing, that you're not allowed. I mean, it's not even that the audience taste is changing, but like they're becoming more like puritanical. They're not allowing you to make jokes. They're behaving a certain way, and they're talking about. In addition to that, they're talking in general about audience shift and whatnot, and maybe they are losing viewers, or selling less tickets or whatnot. Maybe they're not. But he's lumping all of this together as cancel culture because that's his definition. So, but then, yeah, I don't think that they're actual, or I don't trust that they're actually talking about cancel culture. It's them claiming that they have been canceled. I don't trust that.
Well, you remember kind of how we got here in the conversation. I asked him who is saying that, and his answer was Jim Brewer. And I said, I don't think he's saying that. And he's like, does it matter if he's saying that? So I don't know. It just kind of negated his argument, but I don't. Then he's still able to insist that all these 90s comedians are saying this.
Yeah. And something that's really interesting that we're about to see. We might actually, if we can pull it back just a few seconds before we play, so we can hear him launch into this, is that he says, Jim Brewer is doing badly, and then you say, well, no, he's playing at the highest venue you can, and then he says, oh, and that's great and that's good, as if it doesn't invalidate everything he just said.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just double-crossed himself.
Yeah, it's like, dude, that's an own. Hello, hi. Oops.
Yeah, and then he says later, I think he says, he goes, yeah, I saw him complain about being canceled at his sold-out show. It's like, what?
Yeah.
So he doesn't realize what he's doing with his.
Oh man, if that's cancellation, I want to be cancelled so bad.
Yeah, can I have some of that cancellation, please?
Cancel my.
Would take just a portion of it. That would be great.
Yeah, and that's
you understand that they're like $700 tickets. Like even if it is like kind of a small club, like he's making bank off of that. Like Joe Rogan has huge business out there in Austin.
Yeah, hey, that's great. I am not knocking Jim Brewer's success, but that comedy was recorded a year or two ago. All right, and let's be honest here. He also just got signed on to Crowder's. I think he's with Crowder now and shit like that. So he's already in that sort of Rogan pipeline. Yeah, I think he's replacing that Landau guy. But yeah, he is sort of part of that thing. So it makes sense. And as a Joe Rogan fan, I'm sure that you've heard the whole Rogan bump that as soon as you go on Rogan, it gets you huge. It blows you up huge, right?
Yeah, I mean, like it definitely has a bump. He is like the highest podcast out there, definitely the highest one on Spotify.
It's good to be cancelled
pretty sure
thing now.
Still the most listened to.
Can I have some of that cancellation?
He's
taken that.
Gives a bump. Like every comedian that's been on there. So I don't listen to every episode or anything like that. But if I see a guest that I want to listen to, I do listen to it. But every comedian that I've heard been on there, they talk about that huge bump. I know. I like hearing Dave Smith. Every time he's on there, he says there's a huge, Rogan bump. So,
sure. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm not hearing any of those guys particularly claim that.
Which is interesting, right? Are those newer comics?
No.
They're not. Okay.
No, I don't think Rogan really has new guys on that often.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense, man. But for me, I find that sort of cancel culture, complaining bullshit, that's coming exclusively from dudes in the 90s, like maybe dudes in the early 2000s
Exclusively.
who
Now that's
were a big
quite
deal and all
quite
that
a
shit.
claim there.
And
So, Andrew, can you press the play button? So now can you go and press the play? Let's see if you can.
Where? Okay.
Like, can you see the sources? Can you
I
put
can.
people in and out of yeah. So if you could press play, are you able to press play and stop? No.
No.
He doesn't have any hands. Look at him.
These are guys who often
difficult.
probably took a huge long break from
That's
comedy and are
shameful.
coming back and seeing. I don't know how they didn't see this coming, but yeah, the attitudes of society and the audience has changed, and they have a hard time dealing with that. They have a hard time understanding, hey, making fun of the mentally disabled is not cool no more, And I think, these are people who are rich.
Who is this fictional comedian that you're talking about, though? Like,
but
these
why?
90s guys
Tell
who
me
still
why.
call people
There is-
retards.
I'm talking
I don't-
bro. I'm talking like all of them. I'm talking pretty much every single 90s comedian. Because notice the sort of 90s comedian.
So Dave Attell is doing that right
I
now?
haven't heard David tell the thing. Well, David Tell's a totally different thing, right? Because he's
He
always
is.
been part of that sort of offensive style.
He's a
of
90s
comedy.
comedian.
Yes, and he's always played specifically to that audience and shit, right? It's sort of like a cult following with him. There aren't a whole
So-
lot of new David Tell fans. Let's be real here,
The way that I've heard like cancel culture talked about would be
Sure.
like, Kathy Griffin, like she held up that Trump head, she got canceled. She couldn't get booked. Every like part of that tour was canceled. I think she said it was like 2 years before she could actually, get a job again.
So in other words, yeah.
I don't know that that's her saying like the crowd is just
Ouch.
wrong. Like she noted that she did something offensive.
Yeah, she's not
And-
entitled.
Yeah.
The other ones are.
Well, so that's a comedian that I know that like suffered some sort of loss from being canceled due to her actions. I don't know
and
who
that's
these
also an
other
example
comedians
of
you're talking about,
cancel
all of
culture
them.
that
like
because people seem to think that cancel culture is just right people on the right getting upset with people on the left. Kathy Griffin, Kathy Griffith was doing God's work, She was killing Donald Trump. She was doing all of the things that TDS people wanted. So
Yeah, exactly. She should be a saint.
Yeah, so she should be a saint. But the thing is, when it comes to people, it's actually the market does exist. The market of they punished her for having that opinion. That doesn't make it right though. That she can't book shows and things like that. But
it depends on what is it? What the change was exactly, because I'm not clued into exactly her recent state and what she was doing or how well she was performing before that. But I do know that she's always been kind of a bridge burner.
Yeah.
Is that so? I wonder, how many what her ability was to draw a crowd in the first place.
Yeah,
and
that's what
how
I'm trying
much
to...
of this was what everyone would conclude as a natural consequence. I'm fine conceding that it's very possible that there was some level of cancellation related to this. But speaking of her specifically, I just don't know.
What is our definition of
Greg?
cancel culture here?
Yeah, that would be a good thing to go off of.
Because
I was kind of including this in it, but depending on your definition, this would be the result of her actions. But I would say it's kind of people attempting to get you fired, some sort of retribution for some perceived harm that is outside of the law is kind of how I define that. And why I would include her in that definition is because she literally had, I think, 2 tours that were booked that got canceled based off of that Trump photo. So I don't know. It seems like that was cancellation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was due to outrage, people complaining at I think the tour.
Well,
itself.
That's definitely the way you lay things out right there. I think that's clear. That's,
Yeah, I could have
that
definitely laid it out
conforms.
clearer in the actual debate.
No, yeah, you do. I remember now. You do say that the tours were canceled.
So what did you say there? I'm writing this down. So for our definition of cancel culture, it's like it's outside of the law, or so it's
Yeah,
So cancel culture to me would be taking away somebody's ability to reach their audience, as well as taking away the audience's ability to watch them. I don't know how
that works
you guys
definitely
may be able
for
to
comedy.
articulate that better.
But I would more broadly, I would say it's a soft societal power to bar people from opportunity.
yeah.
Yes, the
bother-
soft societal power part is definitely important.
But the thing,
Yeah.
I don't even think it's soft. I don't think
Well, no,
it's
you're
soft.
right.
It can manifest as hard, but it starts as
Yeah.
soft, definitely.
It starts as
exactly.
soft. Yeah, that's the problem that we have is when it becomes hard.
It's a hard, it's a hard societal power outside. Yeah, a hard
Very
societal
funny.
power outside of the law.
When it starts soft and then it gets hard.
It
No,
always
look,
starts-
we earlier on we did say it's not
time.
just I don't want to watch it; it's you aren't allowed to watch. That was
Exactly.
one of the things that we said.
Yeah, I think my definition is definitely the weird one that I don't think many people should use, because mine is a bit, maybe my history orientation influences me a bit too much, but I would sort of say it is essentially the worst of a witch hunt, but modernized with modern tools and modern society to achieve a similar but still acceptable goal. That is essentially the same effect, but as societal norms shifted, we achieve something that is just as much acceptable as it was then, but is the same desire to cleanse the community, of a perceived harm. Except we use modern tools and modern expectations.
Yeah,
I think
it's
the
a
main-
hunt for heretics and blasphemers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Yeah, I think, but then what you do, so that's the reasoning behind it. It's because, so the cause is to go after people that are heretics and whatever, according to the culture. And then the
in the name of the community, yes.
Yes. And then the the result is to make sure that they can't function anymore. It's not like cancel is a soft word compared to what happens to people. You want to ruin the life. The life.
Yes, because you still strive for the same effect of essentially
as the witch
destruction.
hunt. Yes,
just
the witch
because
hunt
you
was
don't.
dead before.
Yeah, just because you don't literally burn them at the stake, you can still clearly damage their lives permanently if you manage to make sure that they won't be able to get a job for some time. If you ever Google them or anyone ever once meets them, this is the first thing that they get associated with. You can do just as much damage without directly killing a person, essentially torturing them for the rest of their life.
And this
there's
is
different
separate.
levels.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely. There is different levels, just like you would have, we could exile a witch or something else.
Yeah. And also,
my apologies, someone is at my fucking door. Maybe I.
Hello? Hi. And it's also we've all said it's separate to voting with your dollars to us, because
for sure.
Because for us it's like there's one thing of having your opinion and not going to buy your Bud Light and whatever, but then going and to distribution centers and
guys, I'm so sorry, I got to take a delivery and I got to bounce.
Right.
Get your ass out. Thanks so much for coming on
having your
today.
voice here, man.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I saw someone say in the chat that me and Puppet should do ASMR together. I think
Yes,
that was,
you should.
Hey, let's try, man.
Oh,
I think
someone
that'd be
else.
awesome.
There's someone at the door.
I'd
Bye-bye,
watch the
guys.
hell out of that.
See you. It's been amazing to be on here, and it was truly an honor. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
It's been
See
really
you
fun.
next time.
See you,
Take
man.
care, buddy.
Bye. Thank you. Sorry, I also had a delivery. Guess what it is? PF Chang's.
Looks like donuts.
Woohoo!
We got PF Chang's. Gordon, come get your food. Which is actually his food.
Just remember, Kitty, your camera is more exposed. We can see Gordon's face if he walks in the room. and I don't ever want to see his face. I want him to be like that Home Improvement, the neighbor.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should. I need to go like that.
Al? No, wait, no. Wilfred.
Yeah.
I think it's Wilson.
Well, you guys
Wilson,
have seen his
yes.
face, but I'll put it like
I've
that.
never.
Okay.
Or he's like the Muppet Babies when they only showed the legs of the mother. And she'd be walking around the room.
And like Cow and Chicken, but although Cow and Chicken, they actually were cut in half. They never had it. The one
That's not
episode
right.
you actually
we don't
see
need
the
to cut
top
him in
of
half.
them. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm doing it like this in case he comes, but he hasn't. I could just put the background graphics on, but I do like you guys being able to see the cats fuck around in the background.
Yeah, I'm having a bit of cat fuckery over here myself.
Yeah, it's funny throwing stuff at them.
My cat Obi, the stupid one, keeps yelling at me. I don't know what he wants.
He wants attention.
Yeah, he just learned how to meow this past year.
He's like, wow, I can.
He's like 16, and he never meowed until he met the other cat, and he's finally kind of got it, but it's a little bit like a.
Oh,
it's not quite. Yeah, he never learned.
Oh, so cute.
He's
There's
stupid.
also Tom and Jerry. What about Tom and Jerry? Oh yes, with the basically the owner.
Oh yeah, the legs. It's just the legs.
Yeah, the legs.
Totally.
Dude, like I
don't
mean,
know.
all of them. Like, it's been a while. I mean, I'll be real with you, dude. It's been a while since I've been like heavy into the stand-up comedy scene. These days, I'm more into the sort of Vic Berger, Tim and Eric Andre style of comedy. But a part of that for me is because I've heard so many of the people that I thought were hilarious. Growing up, Dave Chappelle. There you go. Dave Chappelle's a great one. He's not canceled or anything, but there's another fucking out of touch dude who just doesn't understand that like his style of humor is just not going to play these days.
So I couldn't disagree with you more.
Let me just
go ahead.
Let me just put it like this, man. A lot of the reasons why I stopped giving a fuck about stand-up comedy was because I was sick and tired of hearing all these dudes who I used to respect bitching and crying about like cancel culture, dude. When they say shit that, I'm sorry, dude, it's just not gonna fly. Look, like if a comedian from the 60s or from the 40s, right? Like whatever, who was back then, it was cool to call black people the N-word with a hard R, came to the 90s scene and did the exact same shtick, like I think we would all be like, yeah, bro, what do you fucking expect? But I think because a lot of us sort of have an emotional attachment to those comedians, we sort of look past that common sense because we have that emotional attachment, and so therefore we think they should be respected so that other people can understand how they're great. When at the end of the day, the society has just moved past them. They're just not.
I just couldn't disagree with you more. So specifically talking about Chappelle, like in order in honor of this debate or in preparation of it. I went and watched his 2 last specials. I hadn't seen The Closer in like a year, since whenever it premiered. Man, it is better than I remember. Chappelle is just amazing. He is the GOAT. I don't know anyone that's saying that he's beyond or he's over his prime. Like, he is amazing. And I forgot how many like great jokes were actually in that last special.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. But like
amazing,
a lot of people that I've heard have definitely said that like, I mean, you can go on Double Toasted. It's something that they touch upon all the time. I mean, but I mean, it's great that you find that he's awesome. But like, for me, I loved the Chappelle Show growing up and shit, right? But even before all this cancel shit happened, I'll be real with you, man. Like, I thought his stand up wasn't that great, and that's not like because of any particular issue. Like,
well, that's the thing, though. Comedy's subjective. It would be like saying this color is the best color. Like, it's very subjective. It's very personal.
Right, but
there is no one comedy that's great for everybody. Like, it really is a matter of taste.
And I'm not arguing against that.
Well, I mean, you are saying that he's past his prime, that he is just some rich guy that's out of touch. And
yeah, that's my
I gotta say,
I'm not speaking for anybody but myself here, man.
Okay. Well, I'm just speaking for like everybody who rated it, that actual like comedy special.
Yeah.
The fans.
Do you see me trying?
I don't have it up
here?
right now, but I know at one point it was 99 with the fans and like.
Okay, all right. I just want to take a break here. I just want to make sure we both understand that we are representing our personal opinions here.
I shall.
And unless stated otherwise.
Gray and I kind of talked about this a little bit, and I think this is like Ed's biggest problem with comedy and this whole subject in general is that most people, when they have comedians that they're introduced to as they're young and the comedians are young, the comedians, you know, they grow and have children and families and experiences, and their comedy grows with it and changes. And as the audience grows, you know, that's more appealing to them. And then Ed, I just kind of feel like, and I'm not trying to insult the guy directly, I could do that plenty, but he hasn't grown as a person. That's why he went from, you know, whatever he was saying earlier to like, again, Eric Andre and Tim and Eric, which I find that stuff funny too. But have you guys ever watched Tim and Eric?
No.
Yes, Tim and Eric.
They're funny, but it's a half hour just fucking insanity. It's like,
oh, it's crazy. It's like a bad trip. I love it. It's amazing.
It's like a lucid dream, and it is funny. And there'll be sections where they're just like and like making noises. So clear, you know. I just think a big part of this is that Ed doesn't understand like adult humor.
It could be. Yeah, that is kind of weird. Yeah, he's like talking about like, you know, some type of jokes make people out of touch, but yeah, he's into a very niche style of comedy. A lot of it goes around like just specifically editing, especially with Tim and Eric. But yeah, I don't know. It just seems weird because he's also saying he hasn't lit a comedy for like 4 years. I think he said he hadn't heard the last 4 Chappelle specials, but somehow he knows he's out of touch. And that's just his opinion, which fair enough. He can have that opinion, but I don't know. To then say every comedian is like this, not accept like the audience or something like that. I don't know. It seems a bit dishonest.
Agreed.
That's what comedy is.
All right,
for
cool.
sure.
All right, I just want to make sure we establish that, because look, man, I'm not just saying. And again, I'm saying this because a lot of other podcasts that I listen to, a lot of other people that I listen to, my friends, my family have said the same thing. I mean, everyone, a lot of people still like the stuff that he came back with. Whatever, that's fine. But for me, like, it just kind of got a little too lackadaisical, and I started to see right away. For me, like how I read, it's like, okay, you know, he's rich. Kind of like he's just kind of, you know, hanging out, doesn't really seem to be as hungry as he used to be, and that's fine and that's cool. But like for me, that sort of thing just kind of made me lose interest in this comedy overall. So I haven't really seen it. But the thing is with Chappelle is that, like,
how are you coming with the opinion that he's out of touch and past his prime if you
because of the whole trans issue, man, because of the whole
and what do you think that issue is? So I totally remembered it incorrectly, and I just went back and watched that.
Yeah, go ahead.
How much of that special do you think is about trans?
From what I heard, it's like 20 minutes.
It's less than that. Okay. I think when I clocked it out, it was like 12 minutes, and this is like an hour and 10 minutes. It has some memorable bits in it, man. Like, it is a masterpiece. And even the parts where they're saying, you know, like, this is the transphobic parts, it's not really transphobic. He's talking about his friend that he...
And you believe it?
What?
Yes, he literally...
I don't remember him saying this to you.
He tells the story of her. He tells how he believes that she has an authentic experience.
You do know that comedians lie, right? Like, they make up stories all the time.
They can, and that's the next part that I wanted to get into with jokes. Like, but I don't know. Your criticism of this thing that you haven't seen is that it's very transphobic.
It's not. I'm not saying the show is transphobic. You're right. I haven't seen it. I'm telling you why.
Well, you're saying he's out of touch. Like, you were talking about a bunch of these comedians that got canceled.
Let me tell you why I think he's out of touch, buddy. Because you keep trying to bring up 3 conversations at once. Let's take it one bit at a time. Let me tell you why I think Dave Chappelle's out of touch.
Oh my God!
Like,
when did that? What?
Like, that would be.
We definitely haven't. Okay, fuck. I fucked with the timestamp there. Shit. What the fuck was that about? Buddy? Did he call you buddy?
Yes.
Oh my God.
I don't know. Dane also likes to call him buddy. I think they think we're friends.
Not your buddy, guy.
Listen, pal.
Not your pal, buddy. Well, I don't know, but still, point is just no, none of that. That was not okay for me. Just hold
hey, buddy.
Yeah.
Buddy. You keep bringing 3 people and 3 different kinds of people in.
Whoa, what's going on?
I messed up with the...
Oh, no.
So, but what's made me... I was trying to pause, but I got all apoplectic because of the way this man spoke to Greg. He's like, buddy, you keep bringing 3 things. They're so condescending.
That gets worse.
This is bad. Okay, but I don't know where we were, guys.
KALE thing, she might still be here, dude. She might still be here.
I
But
think
the
it
thing
was
is, a lot of
before
trans
this,
people,
of,
because of
Patrick's comment.
people, when they say shit that, I'm sorry, dude, it's just not gonna fly. Look, like, if a comedian,
This is through watch together. I'm thinking, do we want to do that? Okay, no, just continue the way we are until you fucking shit up. Because now if we do watch together and then I just share the tab, then everybody can hear. But okay.
Jim Brewer.
Jim Brewer.
No.
I honestly don't remember much except for
it's
like the
way
And now we're,
beyond
now
this.
we're way
we
back.
did. So
If you know,
out there in Austin.
Yeah.
I think she said it was like 2 years before she could actually, get a job again.
Okay,
That's
we
but
don't
like
know.
a lot of
man.
people that I've heard have definitely
Sorry,
said
guys.
that, like, I mean, you can go on Double Toasted. It's something that they touch.
Phobic. He's talking about his friend that he.
Yes.
Can you believe it?
I think
Okay, we on.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, and
he
can you believe it's a
literally.
story?
It is dedicated to her.
Uh-huh.
He
According to
tells
him.
the story of her.
Uh-huh.
He tells how he believes that she has an
You do- you
authentic
do know-
experience.
Yeah, you do know that
Oh,
comedians
go back,
lie,
go back, go back. Go back.
right? Like, they make up stories saying this because a lot of time, but like a lot
Amazing,
of
man.
people that I've
Okay.
heard have definitely said that, like, I mean, you can go on Double Toasted. It's something that they touch upon all the time. I mean,
Oh,
you
God, I
know,
went
I
too
find,
far.
but like
Amazing,
a lot of
man.
people that I've
This
heard
little
have
this
definitely
little
said that,
source
like,
thing is so.
I mean, you can go on
small.
Double Toasted. It's something
Can
that
you
they
use
touch
your
upon all the
arrows?
time. I mean, you know,
See?
I'm saying this because of
Phobic.
There
He's
we go,
talking
it's
about
working.
his friend. That
people, and they are seen as less and less weird and
Go back.
strange. And
Phobic. He's talking about his friend that he.
Okay.
Okay,
can you
right here.
believe it?
Yes,
Yeah, and
he
can you believe it?
Okay,
literally.
the
it
space
is
doesn't
dedicated.
pause it, but the arrows can do it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, wait. Just press play.
To her.
Uh-huh.
He
According to
tells
him.
the story of her.
Uh-huh.
He
Oh. Okay. No, I got it wrong. Never mind. Shoot. I've listened to it twice and I heard it differently this time. I could have sworn he said or him. You know, like it sounded like he
that
was
would've been
saying
bad.
that he was correcting your use of
Your
pronouns.
pronoun.
No,
Because he was
Didn't
assuming
catch
that
that.
you
That would have
were
been horrid.
he said,
Yeah,
he said
because you were
accor-
assuming you were
according
being
to her.
transphobic. That's how I heard it the first time, and even the
Oh,
second
but he
time
didn't.
that I heard listened to this. But that time,
Oh,
right
yeah,
now,
he
I heard
was
him
referring
say,
to Chappelle as
or
him.
yeah, he was referring to Chappelle. Yeah. Okay.
It's your furry
'Cause it-
little ears.
Yeah, keep
Yeah.
out them.
I finally have a no.
Funny
These
one read
ears right here. These ears are working. The past ones weren't.
Oh, it suits ears. Sorry, Tootsie is also just me
But
saying your suits.
No. Well, that's good though. It's good to know that he didn't like casually just accuse you of transphobia right there, because that's how I
Yeah.
read it before.
It was
That's why he's
charitable.
like,
Yeah.
stop everything, this bitch. Yeah.
Which would be so out of character for these guys to just casually
Oh,
accuse somebody of
completely.
transphobia. It's just like
Casual as well,
Yeah.
just so casually do it.
It's
tells
like
how he.
Yeah.
But yeah, but like this just goes to show how they're completely out. Okay, this is actually a very good thing to point out, is that this is exactly how they characterize Gary and Geeks and Gamers and
Yeah.
all Eric July, is that they're not clued into the actual properties and they're viewing things very surface level, and they just, or hearsay, and are judging things based off of that, and they're creating misinformation and whatnot. And yet this is exactly what he's doing to Dave Chappelle. He has not watched the comedy. He doesn't know about Daphne. He is assuming that this is a fake person. He doesn't know the story at all. He's making all these kinds of judgments based off of surface level information. And he's
One of their
he's
big criticisms is judging without seeing. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
No, yeah, exactly. Oh, I was.
That's one of their favorite things to talk about when it comes to people not liking media, when they've seen, when they when we are talking about, you know, how we think about a trailer and we think that a movie's shit,
Yes.
and then so they're like, oh, you didn't see it, how could you have this opinion?
Yeah,
It's like,
how could you possibly judge that on a trailer when you haven't seen it?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Usually you see a
Yeah,
trailer and you're like, I hope this is going to be good, or this looks shit.
Yeah.
But like
This looks-
you can't say
Right.
until after.
like, and of
Exactly.
course in the YouTube, in the videos, like in the thumbnails and shit, you will see those people that are like, it's shit, oh, they hate this. That pisses me off. I do hate those. But when you go and actually watch the videos, that's when you realize what they're saying.
Yeah.
But they're
Yeah.
just like, this looks, and my favorite thing that I will always parrot from Gary is Hollywood doesn't have the benefit of the doubt anymore. You've fucked shit up so many times right now. Why on earth would I think that your movie's going to do well? And then when things do go well, I mean, then it's not like they don't admit that. Geeks and Gamers,
Yeah.
that guy just lapped up Avatar. He loved it. And who was it as well? And there's a lot of wokeness in there and whatever. He loved it. There's a whole bunch of all of those guys. I have seen examples of them just say when something is good, it's it's good. They'll turn their backs. Most who was that? Was that one of your sons?
Everybody okay?
No, that was William. William's watching the video.
William, you shit show. Okay, it's fine. I'm not going to swear at your children. Sorry.
It's fine. I'm wearing headphones. They can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, good. That's mean. I got too familiar. William's hilarious. Okay, let's play. They're naughty.
Believes that she has an
You do-
authentic
you do not-
experience.
Yeah,
You do know. It's a fucking condescending.
No, you do
That is why you wear the headphones, because I'm gonna swear.
know that comedians lie, right? Like they make up stories all the time.
They
for this
can,
to do
and
with.
that's the next part that I wanted to get into with
Uh-huh.
jokes. But I don't know. Your criticism of this thing that you haven't seen is that it's very transphobic.
It's not. I'm not saying the show is transphobic. You're right. I
You're
haven't seen it.
not.
I'm telling you why.
Well, you're saying he's
Out
out
of
of
touch.
touch.
Telling you.
Like you were
Right.
talking about a bunch of these comedians
Let
that
me
got
try to tell you
canceled.
why I think he's out of touch, buddy. Because you keep trying to bring up
Buddy.
3 conversations at once. Let's take it one bit
Listen.
at a
See?
time. Let me tell you why I think Dave Chappelle's out of touch, man.
Don't fucking. I'm not your buddy.
Like he is another edgy '90s
wait,
comedian
pause
who
it.
just.
Go off.
What? No, just what 3 conversations? This is one thing. You have
Yeah, I don't know.
not only that, but he's the one driving, right? You're responding.
That's what
You
I'm
know?
trying to
Yeah.
say when I'm talking about like Lance and that sort of thing. The people that say you're doing this and this, there is a person that follows. We've seen conversations where nobody follows anyone and they just talk against each other.
Mhm.
This here, Greg is going where Eduardo says. He follows him along and asks him questions. He doesn't dictate the way the conversation's going to go. And you're right. What 3 conversations are we talking about here? Please name them for me.
I can tell you which 3 conversations he's talking about. He's
It's
talking about the conversation that he's having with Gray. Debate. He's talking about the conversation he's having with his chat, and then he's talking about the conversation that he's having with probably Dane and Bob separately.
Yeah.
And then you know what? There's an
Yes.
additional conversation going on, and it's the imaginary one that it has in his head of
Yes.
what's actually taking place here.
Yeah.
So for him, in fact, there are several conversations going on. So I get that he needs.
Yeah, the imaginary one is what he imagines Gray to be, and what he imagines Gray is doing with the conversation. When there is no malice. I cannot find any malice, no just nothing that he thinks is happening here. Like imagine how great conversations would be if you could just realize that there's no traps here.
And Gray is a perfect goddamn gentleman here in this situation.
He is.
And then all of a sudden you see that because Ed is starting to like lose it, track of his point. Buddy, yeah, you know what, buddy? And he starts doing all that like, oh, well, I'm still talking to you. And then, it's just.
It's like Katie, can I finish? It's like, nobody stopped you, honey.
So bad. She's the perfect kind of toxic for me. I think she could just ruin my life in a way that I would enjoy.
I think she would love to ruin your life. She would just be like,
okay, ask her out.
She'll like it. Apparently, she's taken, but she'll like it. She won't find that disrespectful at all. I'm pressing play, but I'm looking for my headphones because this is starting to hurt my ear. Okay, yeah, you go.
Hasn't figured out that, dude, we're just not there. And I think he really overcalculated the tolerance for his takes on trans people. And if you want evidence of that, like, dude,
Yeah,
I mean,
how is he out of touch and how is he edgy?
Because
I'm gonna need
that
those
is out of
two
touch.
things
That is-
defined.
Because he made fun of trans people, dude. And if that's
So
not
that's
good enough
edgy?
for you, yes, in 2023,
And that means
2023.
out of touch as well. So the fact that he
because
had
as
a
you can
joke.
tell, because as you can tell, there is an increasing acceptance of trans people, and they are seen as less and less weird and strange and shit like that, bro. So
Pause.
Yeah, I'm ready for a pause too. You go first, though.
I was gonna say is that not only is he kind of like it's happening but it isn't, kind of thing where he'll acknowledge that he's selling out, he's doing financially well. I don't know if he ever pushes back on the audience score at all, but I don't think he does. But yeah, it's like, but his perspective is that he's out of touch. Like, I mean, if you want to like,
It's his excuse for
it's just
him.
so weird. But then, in addition to all of that, I mean, it's been a while since I've seen it, but I mean, does he actually like make fun of trans people? Or I guess
No.
No. He does say at one point that he comically points out that someone
I
wasn't
can't hear you
passing.
guys, but you better be talking.
But I think that's as
We
far
are
as he
talking.
goes.
What?
I mean, he has a trans bathroom joke. There is a beyond pussy joke. Like, there's some of them that could be kind of considered anti-trans,
you
but
guys
I
know.
still say it's kind of a way of looking at the situation. It's not saying these people are less than or anything like that.
Yeah, I think that like
I don't know.
Bringing in humor to talk about trans issues isn't necessarily, it can be, but it isn't necessarily making fun of trans people. And in the same way that like fat jokes, right? Generally speaking, when you hear a fat joke, you understand that you're making fun of people for their weight. You are demeaning their look, their health habits, all of this stuff,
Yeah.
and you're trying to be humorous, but that's what you're doing. And so I don't think that he's going there in the same way that
No.
Chappelle did in these specials. I don't think he goes off on trans people in that same way at all.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, I do think they have some validity to you actually should see something to really judge it. I mean, of course, we're going to form opinions on things, but like with comedy, it really is all about that delivery that's like in that room. Like, just reading back someone's joke is not the same as actually watching it. I don't know that he actually heard the jokes from there, but he definitely heard that these jokes are transphobic, and that's why this guy's out of touch. To me, that just, I don't know. I would like to know why that one subject is the only thing that would make somebody out of touch.
What's
And
the
when it's a fraction of that special too. Sorry, go right ahead.
No, what's the bit that Chappelle has? It wasn't the most recent special, but it's the one before where he does the bit about the LGBTQ community.
Yeah,
car.
the LGBT car. Yeah.
Yeah. So in that bit, he makes fun of every letter down the whole thing, and he also makes fun of white people, and he makes fun of black people, and he makes fun of every single race. So
yeah,
and sexual orientation. So if he were to actually come out and say, I'm not ever talking about trans people, I'm not discussing these people, isn't that more transphobic or bigoted than anything else to say I'm not?
Yeah.
I'm excluding these people because there's something weird about them and I don't want to talk about them and they'll get upset. So like he's actually being completely 100% inclusive because nothing is off limits with this guy.
Yeah, and
that is
brings that up in the
inclusivity,
closer.
Yeah.
But like he has a bit about the baby, actually like
yes.
killing somebody, and that's just fine, but you can't actually joke about, the trans community. That's got him canceled, not actually murder, well, I guess it wasn't murder. Killing somebody in a Walmart.
Yeah.
I don't know. That just seems very strange.
That seems wild.
And not only that, but I think I've heard you bring it up before that I can't remember which comedian it was, but if you can't joke about them, then you're not equal.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Eric Weinstein, Weinstein. Yeah, sorry, he wants the opposite of the other guy. If you cannot make fun of you, I cannot make fun of you. You are my equal. Just, I don't know. I don't think it can be simpler than that. You seem to be putting people on different levels if you think that, certain people cannot be made fun of.
Yeah. And if you can't criticize people. So let's do all of it. If you can't criticize a person because it goes all the way down to we can't criticize a black person committing a crime because they're a minority. And it's all because of there is the fear, because there's no denying that those people have had problems with people giving them shit, for sure, and not making fun of them in a good-natured way, but actually being harmful and really derogatory and mean-spirited, for sure, because that exists. That doesn't they've like overcorrected that you can't do it now, but it's like, no, you want to be able to give each other shit to the equal extent. Everybody needs to be exposed to that. That is equality, in my opinion. If you can't have it both ways. You want to be treated specially, but then at the same time you also want to be equal.
Well, I think that's the thing. Equality isn't the goal. It is equity, which seems to be an opposition.
Mm-hmm. But okay, let's go.
Like when other people, when on a modern context, we hear Dave Chappelle with his 90s ass sensibilities on fucking trans people, like, just like, this is fucking weird. Hold on.
You're talking about something that you haven't heard, and you're saying his sensibility about trans people.
I'm not done talking. What did he do after that?
Oh my God, Katie, what the fuck? This man. I'm not done talking.
Yeah, he's pulling the Kamala Harris.
Great. What the?
What did he do after that? He went to a bunch of high schoolers and yelled at them, bro.
Oh,
He's yelling at
right
the
after
kids.
that too. Like he walked right outside and just went and found some high schoolers and just totally just went off on them. They were just walking.
Yep, that's why he went.
We're going to the subway. What's this guy doing?
Jesus Christ.
Doing the fucking Principal Skinners.
You're wrong.
It's not me that's wrong.
You're wrong. You know what? That's
great pause face. It was awesome.
You're wrong.
I like it.
The kids that are out of touch.
No, you're wrong. That incident, he talks about that.
You know what? Wow.
I was actually mistaken here.
Oh, really?
This incident did happen afterwards. I can't remember where I heard him talk about this incident, but for some reason I just conflated that there was one that he was talking about in there. So I'm totally wrong here when I'm saying that he was talking about it, but I was trying to say like his framing of he went there to yell at kids was I just don't think that's charitable, the assessment of that situation.
He went there to yell at kids. No, he went there to what? He went there to defend.
I think he just went there to give a speech, and then there was a Q&A thing, and I think that's where it kind of disrupted. I think, but I could be remembering it incorrectly.
And I haven't seen the clip.
I know
either,
he didn't
but
go there to yell it.
You know, it's just a bunch of like punk little asshole kids, like spoiled as could be, out there. Like, you said this, and my mom said you said this, and he was probably like, you know what? No, not today.
Yeah,
I mean, he did make some inflammatory remarks that were kind of funny. I don't know if I would have said like, I'm more important than anything. I can't remember the exact phrasing, but yeah.
Listen, I called him Katie because he basically was just like doing the shut up kind of thing. Okay?
Yeah.
Like, how is that a thing? How is that plausible for you? I can understand losing your shit. I am one of the people that hardly ever has this shit because I'm always losing it. But wow.
I like how Sitch does it. I mean, it's not like it's significantly different in tone, but it's not significantly different in
content.
Content, yeah.
In the special, it happened
Okay, so
prior
you're
to
taking-
this.
so fine, you're taking his word on it. I'm taking the reporting on it, right? So ultimately, what
Do you
it came
trust that
down to,
reporting?
based
You were
on-
But the reporting could be wrong.
accurately.
Trust a reporter.
I mean, depends on what they're reporting and how they're doing it.
I mean, yeah, the one thing that I actually I forget where I saw it, but it was Dane and Bob talking, and they were talking about how it's important for you in any particular incident or information. It's important to get original sources. If you can find like, don't read. I forget if they were talking about studies or something, but like, you don't want to read a news article about a study. Read the study itself, that kind of thing. And I was a little shocked, and but yeah, I was very happy to hear that they believe in listening to original sources, or finding original sources and going and trusting that, rather than reports and secondhand information, which is good. And I say that to Ed. You know, it's like, why are you trusting? You're making an impression on somebody else's report, rather than you could just watch the thing itself. You could take
But
in.
no, but then you're supporting him, and then you're not in the cancel culture. But like, if you're in this sphere, and that is part of what content you do, and you're gonna make a take about it, you're gonna go and say stuff about it, then you should be watching this stuff, you know. So I don't think that that's a good argument either. Of well, you know, I can make these judgments, but I don't want to go and support him because of my beautiful morals. So I won't have a say about this beyond this is what I heard from other people. That's the quality of your take. I don't want to watch Stitch and Adam. What did you say? I don't want to watch Stitch and Adam and Dev cover Yavin. Just read Yavin yourself.
It's a joke. Just
lol.
No, don't read Arvin.
You said, what did he do from there? He went and did this with these kids. That's inaccurate.
He essentially told them, hey, you're like, let's talk about these things. And all he could ever come up to say is, look, I'm older. Look, dude, ultimately the trans issue is just one of those things that like people, a lot of older sort of people are just completely fucking off base on, because to them, they still think that it's a conversation to be had. Meanwhile,
so why isn't it a conversation to be had?
Because
why is that off limits?
Who cares? Because who fucking
Why
cares?
is any subject off limits?
It's not
I
off
don't
limits.
understand.
So
you're saying that it's because of his sensibilities.
Anything happened to Dave Chappelle for making his trans jokes?
Yes, he got attacked on stage. His friend was forced into Robloxing herself, self forever sleeping, because of the harassment that he got from that community for his prior jokes.
You believe that? You really believe
I do
that,
believe
bro?
that.
You don't think that's what
Yeah, says the guy who just believed the report he read from a reporter that was maybe there or wasn't.
What is, yes, exactly. So not for real. Like, there's not even just a quip there that you made there, Patrick. It's for real. Like you clearly you're okay with people just picking up that they pick up something, they believe it. You're allowed to pick something up and decide once you've read something, and you're allowed to believe it. He's done that, and now apparently the fact that Gray has done that is not allowed.
No, it only works when it works.
It only works when you believe what I say.
Yeah, when it proves my point, it works, and then you can believe it.
No,
seriously,
Daphne Dorman.
I was like, who the fuck is yelling so loud in our chat? It's the daughter.
Daphne Dorman killed herself, and she did that probably due to. I'm guessing.
Oh, so he thinks that because also he's just saying Chappelle was just lying about that as well. as well. So it's not that the reports were lying. It's also Chappelle.
A lot of mental issues that she had prior to this incident, but there was a huge dog pile that happened 6 days before she jumped off a building.
Okay.
So it does seem to be a factor. I'm not saying this is the only thing that caused that.
The dog pile was on her, or was it on Dave Chappelle?
Yes, it was on her for defending Dave Chappelle. You don't know anything about this situation?
I don't know anything about the situation now.
Yeah,
she says with a huge ass smile. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's
wow.
That's what
I am super proud of my own ignorance.
That's what we call in the States that's a shit-eating grin.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's super proud of his own ignorance. I don't know.
And he's
I don't know how
angry
you
with
happened.
Gray. He's angry with Gray for having for being like, so wait a second, you don't know anything. He's like, yeah, that's cool. Like, okay.
Yeah, literally Ed's only thing that he's gotten that he's seen from this whole subject matter is the article or the story of Dave Chappelle allegedly abusing children.
Wow. Okay.
A good question.
He said, punching down requires someone to consider yourself superior to another
I just want to go back because I just want to
group.
Go back to
he
that.
doesn't consider himself better than me in any way.
It's not letting me use my arrows anymore. Maybe I have to seek a little bit.
Like he's talking about his friend that he.
Can you believe it?
Yes,
Yeah,
he literally. It is dedicated to her.
Oh, it's a
he
different
tells
program.
the story of her.
No, is it the same program?
He tells how he believes
it
that
was
she
letting me
has
do
an
that.
authentic experience.
Yeah, when I was playing with it. So like.
Yeah, you do know that comedians lie.
Maybe if I'm doing
right?
this,
like they make up stories all the time.
They can, and that's
fine. But like
amazing,
a lot of
man.
people,
He's talking about his friend that he.
You believe it? People, and they are seen as less.
Why is any subject off limits?
It's not.
I
off
don't
limits.
understand going after her, saying that she was a sellout, saying that she was not, respecting her people.
Right.
It's really bad.
I mean,
to say that that wasn't a factor in her,
So you think
forever sleeping.
So well, I mean, let's just be real here. I'm glad that you and I both can acknowledge that there is this issue and that it is wrong that trans people feel are pushed to that point, right? And look, it's whatever, dude. Like nobody, nobody's supposed.
Got to address this comment really quick. That is not the funny part. No, that's when he got serious and dedicated his entire special to her and her memory.
All right. Okay. Well, listen, man.
Goodbye.
Regardless,
Please.
to say that she committed suicide, like you said, we don't really know the whole story, right? I'm not going to say.
We do. We know that she jumped off a building.
Right, but
and we know that 6 days before she was dogpiled on Twitter for defending Dave Chappelle.
And I'm not going to say that didn't fucking make things worse, because I'm sure.
No, but you're acting as if these facts aren't known. We don't know the percentage that it caused in this, but we do know that it was a factor.
Sure. Yeah, but here's the thing, bro. Here's the thing.
Here's the thing. Gosh, man, the arrogance on this guy to speak on topics he has nothing.
But he will admit it and be happy about it. He won't be like, he's not even arguing why his lack of knowledge is fine. He doesn't do that. He just says yeah and then continues. He doesn't explain himself. It's not off limits, but you can still get criticism. What is I was saying? Yeah, you can still get criticism.
Another thing, it's not off limits.
It's not off limits, see?
Right? If that was all that ever happened in her life, that she got pushed back, right? For the whole Dave Chappelle thing, she might still be here, dude. She might still be here. But the thing is, a lot of trans people, because of people like you thinking that it's their business to discuss their gender, they feel...
I think that no subject should be off limits. I don't think anyone...
Yeah, wow. Okay, so he's like, you talking about stuff like that. You definitely are leading people to the Roblox place. Wow. He just did that. Wow, that is mean, eh?
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, and at this point I was still trying to keep it civil, so I wasn't going to try and call him on everything. I think there's a lot of underhanded things he was doing like that.
So much uncalled for stuff here. It's insane.
Is above being mocked at. If you think that you are above somebody and you can't punch down, that means you don't think of them as an equal. I think of everyone as an equal. I think nothing is off limits. I think that is the job of a comedian, to explore a subject, to explore that line of what is acceptable. And every once in a while, you got to cross that line to know where it is.
Sure.
So, yeah, I don't think
Sure.
he's doing anything
Right? As
at
it,
edges.
sorry,
I know
pause.
a lot of edges.
Yeah, sure, exactly. Everything I just said was baloney. Sure, yeah. Another thing that just point of view completely invalidated and zero acknowledgement of.
Yeah,
It's so frustrating. I'm not saying that's your job to call that out, Gray, but it's just so frustrating in this debate. How many times that you just destroy him and it doesn't faze him at all.
Isn't that lovely? Even I would say that if Grays took pains to try and point that out, nothing would happen.
No, it would just derail
we would
things.
circle.
We would circle.
Or like it just wouldn't, because you can see that he doesn't even recognize when it's happening. So even if you went and tried to make him recognize it, I don't think any good could come from it.
No, yeah, you would have covered way less ground. You would have,
Mm-hmm. So
you would have become more defensive.
From a social interaction point of view, it just doesn't make sense to be doing that.
But it's just so frustrating.
Because also you're just trying to get out of this. We do try to avoid, even it is innate in its whole nature. It's conflict, but we will try to move on from conflict. We'll just go, okay, cool, that was okay, cool. Let's try and find something else that's okay. And it just I don't think Gray lost any opportunities or anything like that. It would have been a waste. And I feel like that's probably what, I don't know, Gray, is that what it felt like? You would just be like, okay, let's just continue. You would go along with
when I was
him.
trying to still have a conversation.
Yes, exactly.
Maybe I could actually find out what his argument is. I'd still like to understand.
Guys, honestly, I haven't mapped much of it, but I'm just thinking there's nothing new that's been brought up here in any case in the past, the whole time.
Yeah,
So
I was kind of interested what the map would end up being, because I don't feel like much gets explored.
There's not much. But the reason when I do have those long maps that don't seem to go anywhere, and I'm just writing what they're saying, it's because we're figuring out all the ways to say nothing. We are figuring out all the different ways that we think we're having a discussion about something, but we're just saying the same thing over and over. And some maps are really great, but most of them look like that, where it's just saying the same thing, but with different words. Sometimes, if you're Lance, then you just say the exact same sentence.
Yeah, this map is going to look like fucking Charlie Brown's Christmas tree.
So you can. I would sneak on, but I'm going RL stuff. Yeah, guys. If anyone's really wants, I haven't sent you the link yet. Just speak to me, and I'll send you a link if you want to hop on.
Edgier comedians. He is not a dark comedian. He's not edgy. You said that you haven't seen this. I'm telling you, he's not out of touch. There's a reason why the audience score on this
why would he
is
listen
huge.
to you, Greg?
There's a reason why he is known as the GOAT.
I
don't know. It's just a bad example, man. But he's one that got canceled.
He's not one of the greatest, bro.
He literally was attacked on stage also because of this. Another trans activist tried to tackle him and got really messed up.
That is fucked up.
Pause. I missed it, and I don't know when it was. Probably a while ago. 40 minutes ago, guys. Sorry. Whoa! And it was from Calvin, guys. It was $24. Okay, and
wow.
Calvin says, I would love to fall asleep listening to Hydra and Grey read preview chapters from Winds of Winter. Oh my god, that would be great. Let's do that.
All right, we'll do that.
Yeah.
We'll also do the ASMR and stuff. That'll be like wind noises stuff. It'll be great.
Oh, I'd love it. Some ASMR just gets me too much audio ASMR. It has to really be correct. Otherwise, it'll just make me go like whisper stuff. Don't fucking whisper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mouth noises. Noises keep me.
Yeah. Don't do that and talk. You can talk. That's fine.
Really? I do that. I turn on an ASMR channel that's like a scratching or popping or anything like that, and I put it on my phone, but I turn the screen off and I have it charging, and I have like an earbuds in, and I just fall asleep to that.
No, but you can. Yeah, for me,
I
it's.
think I'd have nightmares if I did that.
David, I'm sorry. Is my audio peaking or some shit? Kitty is yelling again. I'm always yelling. I don't understand. Every time I speak, I'm yelling. The noise cancellation and I changed the gain thing, but that was for output for me. So I hope that it's not fucked up. Sorry if that's what's
Sounds
happening.
normal to me.
No, I haven't noticed anything.
Yeah, David's just sensitive.
Yeah.
He likes masculinity. Rub some cement in it.
It is. That
Unexcused.
is what he is. So not only did they try to cancel him, try to get Netflix to drop him and drop every one of his specials that they've already paid for, but he was literally attacked. I don't know, man. Like, that seems completely off limits. None of that is
I agree.
speech.
That
if
is
you're going to
completely
just
off
tweet back at him like, you suck, this is not right. Like, that's fine. But it's become more than that. People are trying to get vengeance for it. It's a mob coming after him. I'm sorry, man. Like, this is, it's a mob. Do you think mob rule is correct?
Bro, how many people do you consider a mob?
Have you seen any of those protests in front of Netflix?
So are you saying
so Vito? Are you familiar with Vito? I know the fandom initiative is kind of talking to Vito, or at least Dane was. But
I'm not in the initiative, bro. That's between them at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Look,
man,
sorry.
listen.
Anyway, that Vito guy, he came to the actual protest at Netflix, and he had a a sign that said "Jokes are funny." He was literally mob attacked, and they you need to watch the videos, man.
What do you mean?
It is a mob.
Did they physically hurt him?
I mean, there was about 20 people that surrounded him, ripped the sign out of his hand, and then started yelling he has a weapon. So they ripped the sign off of the board that he had holding it, and then yelled that he has a weapon. And then people tried to forcefully take it out. They hit his head on a rock.
Did he have a weapon?
It was a mob.
Okay. Ed gets confused at this point. You made it very clear, but I just wanted to point out.
I didn't hear the knife comment that he makes in a second either, so I also got a little confused right here.
Yeah, is that, again, to be clear, what happened is that the sign that Dave Chappelle was holding was destroyed, leaving him with a stick. People claimed that people claimed that the stick was a weapon and then attacked him for it.
Yes. Yeah, and I was actually wrong about part of this too, and thanks for pointing it out, Zero Fucks. It was actually Masterson who's the one who got injured, not Vito. That's totally my bad. I also remembered part of the story, but Vito was the one with the sign that the poster board was ripped off of it, and then the crowd started chanting that he's got a weapon now that he had that board without the poster board on it. Just seemed like an attempt to get him, attacked for having a weapon or some sort of harm to come to him, because it seemed like a dishonest thing to yell when he didn't bring a weapon to it. It's just his picket sign.
Hold on, guys. Sad I'm not there. That's my contribution for having my face on the thumbnail. You didn't need to do that.
Wow. I think that is like an open invitation for everyone to put his face on your thumbnails. This is gonna be awesome.
Just keep putting it. Be like, your face is on my thumbnail, right?
I mean, come on, man. You gotta pay the fee.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, pay the toll. Yeah, Rosales, somebody's got to tell Rosales as well. Okay, everybody, you got to get on here. No, man, we just wish you could have been here. That's
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Whoever does come on, just I do need to know as well. Same thing, Calvin. Can I use this channel that you're on now, Calvin Pafford? Should I link it? I want to do all of that. I need to put everybody, mention them, give them all the credits and stuff. So just give me the links. I know Andrews and Gray's. Patrick doesn't know if he's doing a channel yet, but when I just want to make sure everybody gets credit, and I haven't done that on the previous thing yet because I just don't have everybody's links. So if you were in the previous chat, previous video, please do tell me which links you want me to link which channel, because I know some people aren't creating channels, some people are, if you want me to put your Twitter, just tell me what you want to do, and I'll add them to the description there. Because we're getting millions of views. No, but seriously, it doesn't matter how many views we get. It's only right that your links are there. Okay.
Oh, that's awesome of you.
Yeah. Well, it's awesome of you guys to grace me with your presence. Okay, grace my channel with your presence. So I appreciate it. Oh, Andrew's talking and he's muted. Did I mute
This
you?
darn camera. This
did I mute
cool,
you,
man.
or did you mute yourself? Or did I unmute you? I feel like, who muted you? Okay, I muted you, unmuted you. I'm sure you can unmute yourself.
Okay, I actually want you to put up a link to my, I'm going to be starting an OnlyFans.
Yeah!
Oh, nice.
So it's going to be called Comfy Pants Studios. And,
you know what? Even if that's for real, I would do it. Do it.
all right.
There is a market. Blaine, do you want to jump in? 1 sec. Okay, cool. You're muted. I'll unmute you. And you have my profile picture as your avatar as well. Weird. Okay. I'll send you my other channel. Yeah, I don't know. Everybody has different channel. And also, you need to send me the, obviously I've got everybody's, I think mostly everyone's HD sort of version of their profile pictures. Another reason to avoid joining the stream, I got a bad rep. Don't want to smear Kitty with my dirty name. Ooh, Vincent. Really? If you could tell us the story, that would be cool. Smear us. Smear that shit. Kitty, it's because I'm a team member. Oh, so it doesn't let you have your own. That's weird. Well, I'm sure it lets you have your own. It just defaults to that.
Bob, yeah.
What? You were really correct. What? Yep, you were completely right, Gray. I just know Masterson's part of the story wasn't as widely reported, despite having a worse outcome.
Yeah, Dick Masterson was the one who got injured. It wasn't Vio. They both went there together to protest the protest. And I just conflated the two for a moment and said Vito was the one who got like I think it was, if it was not concussion, then it was like vertigo or something from a head trauma. But it was actually Masterson. So I totally got that part backwards.
I don't even you guys had, this was off into the weeds here, because it's like, well, okay, can we zoom out and be like, what is this? Is this cancel culture? It would have been great, but it was already such an abrasive conversation. So you guys were just arguing about facts, basically.
You need to look into it, man.
Yeah. Right?
Sorry, I was just, you're right. It's not really part of just when he was saying, like, how did he get canceled? I want to bring up parts, and then he kept kind of denying it, so then I kept kind of going into it. But yeah, it does get a little pedantic. It's definitely going a little into the weeds.
Pedantic. I don't think it's like any fault of yours. It's you got to try, and also if you try and move away from certain things, then it's like, oh, you're going to get accused of trying to dodge. When it's like, no, this is not what we're. It's so difficult. I can imagine it's so difficult to say, okay, we got to try. Like, can we please stick to the point? But then at the same time, you're also trying to save face and be like, no, I will address the things that this person has brought up. So yeah it's quite a balancing act. Okay, sorry, I do need a link for the next one, but I'm jumping into the shower, heading for brunch with Bathu. Okay, have fun. I don't know what fan
brunch.
Is.
Don't jump in the shower. I don't know how many times I have to tell people that.
It is kind of dangerous.
It's terribly
dangerous.
dangerous.
My God! Yes. Oops. No, it's so weird. Pedantic. Yes. Word of the debate. Pedantic. Well, we have the pedantic counter has not come up yet. Has he said it yet? Let's go.
Not yet.
I
think I kind of blow up at Bob, and then I think he gets.
It's not good.
Discord message that.
Yeah.
Poo in the shower.
I kind of have a suspicion that it comes from the Discord thing.
Don't poo in the shower, please. Please don't.
Well, I know where pedantic came from. Lance kept saying pedantic in his Tim Pool appearance, and I feel like Ed watched it and then
he was
heard
like,
the word
"That's a good
pedantic.
word."
He's like, "Oh, you don't hear
That'll
pedantic
work.
enough."
Pee in the loo, pee in the shower. No. Poo in the
No,
loo, pee in the
oh
shower.
gosh,
yes,
no,
yes,
gross.
yes.
Come on,
Poo in
guys.
the loo, pee in
Oh,
the shower. Yes, that's how
no.
you do it.
Yeah, it's basically a big
There was a-
toilet. Just
You
wash
can
like
pee
that.
in the shower. You are wasting water if you go and flush a
No,
whole ass
no,
toilet
please.
for your pee.
I pee in the shower when I don't even take one.
That's a stinky shower.
I like
Okay,
your practice.
that's like my cats would do that to use the shower as a toilet.
That's how you get them to
Okay,
stop.
bye. They don't do that now. Just my mom's cats. These ones are good.
A mob at the Netflix protest for Dave Chappelle. That's what I'm talking about. Mob rule is
Wait.
not
It's
okay.
a mob. It's not protesters, right? It's not protesters.
They
who are
became
trying to get this
unruly.
person away. Okay. that
So is it protesting when you attack somebody who has a differing opinion than you, who has a sign that just says jokes are funny?
No. But at the same time,
So then what would you call that? I would call that a mob. What would you call it?
I would say it's protesters.
What would you call
right?
it? So protesters are just
protesters.
people attacking somebody with a sign.
Dude, okay. They ripped his sign away and they tried to take his knife away. All right? I'm not saying that's cool, but is that
I mean, they hit his head on a rock. Like, that doesn't seem like they weren't yeah, he was knocked down into it. Yeah. If I remember right, he had like vertigo or something after. I can't remember. It was like a year ago, but he did get some pretty serious injuries from it.
Well, hey, man, look, I'm not saying that didn't happen, but you seem someone who is way more into this. And if it's that Vito guy who put out his own video on it, I don't know, bro. I have to see it myself to comment on it, right? But
no.
Well, yeah.
Pause. No, this is absurd. He's been commenting on it this whole time, very confidently, even though he knows that he. And it's only when he feels like he might be in the wrong that he backs off. But he has been confident about his opinion the entire time.
Yeah, and I totally misheard the said knife a few seconds ago. I wish I had called him on that. I do it when he beats it another time. But yeah, I don't know where he got knives. We somehow misheard each other.
So, I mean, just for the sake of the map, right? Okay, the Dave Chappelle protest. This was all brought up. What for? What? What was the
so
point
he
of this?
was saying that Dave was never canceled, and I was saying that that's not because there weren't attempts, that they attempted to cancel him. This was one of the examples, and he said, like, well, what does that really mean? And it's like, okay, well, he was attacked on stage. They tried to protest Netflix to make them drop all of his specials, to make him not get any future specials with him.
Okay.
So it seemed like it was, some sort of vengeance that they were seeking to get on him. So this was just an example. And then he was just saying, but it's just people, expressing their opinion. That's not a mob, or that's not cancellation. So then I used the Vito and Dick Masters example because they were literally attacked by these protesters.
Wasn't the thing with the kids, though, Ed was also using that to say that how out of touch Dave Chappelle is, that he was arguing with?
Yeah, the kids' argument was just that he's out of touch. Even the kids don't like him.
Okay, even the kids. Yeah.
That's so frustrating and relatively absurd. It's like, because he got into an argument with some people in his audience, and those people were children, that somehow this has some kind. The fact that happened, the fact that it can be categorized that way, indicates that something significant about that person. There's so many things that need to be evaluated before you can say anything significant. Who know? I mean, okay, he would not. My point is like, he would not be saying that if these kids were like pro-Nazi youth, right? If these were kids that had like 18-year-olds, because this happened at a college, right? Or was it a high school?
It was a high school.
Because it was like his high school, and he's, by the way, supporting that high school.
If there was like a unofficial high school club of the Proud Boys, right? And and he was telling them, that they're wrong, and don't be racist or whatever, and he would be praising that, or Ed would be praising that. He would. Even though it would be categorized the same, and it's almost like it reminds me of Godwin's law, right? Do you know that?
Yes.
Okay, so
I don't.
There's just okay. So Godwin's law is that if you're in a debate on the internet and somebody uses Hitler, is it Hitler or is it Nazis
Usually
in
it's
general?
Hitler. I've also heard
Yeah.
Nazi.
Okay.
I've kind of heard both.
So yeah. So if you bring up Hitler as an example, then you've automatically lost the debate. Bringing up Hitler just means that you lose. And the reason why I think it came about is because people were doing it so frequently that they wanted to shut people down. And I guess,
So-
an overused example kind of loses its meaning. I can understand that. But, it's so frustrating. It's like when you have something that is clear, a clear-cut example. In this case, though, to get back to it, Ed is looking at Dave Chappelle arguing with high schoolers, and that automatically means that Dave Chappelle has lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna put that here. It's like so it's not even, it's just completely dismissing whatever reasoning you're trying to do, because of the content of the reasoning. Not the content of the reasoning, the moving parts. Don't even see the reasoning. It's just you use this word, therefore shut down. Boom, done. Oh, how useful! That's great. That's great for conversation.
I couldn't agree more, Bob. And I would like to address your comments, but I'll wait till after this discussion.
What is Organized Chaos saying here? Just hold that. The difference between peaceful process / tweets and attacking. There is a difference between. Okay. Yeah, okay.
Good job, Bob.
Sorry, Bob.
Good job, Bob.
Saying some stuff.
Patrick, I wish you could speak to Bob again, but obviously that would just never happen.
Bob barely spoke to me the first time.
I mean, you're just a bad faith. If you're talking, Andrew, you are muted. I'm not touching your mute button, eh? I suppose you're talking to someone else. You're muted yourself.
Sorry, I wanted to be here, but I am chewing on a slice of bread.
That's okay.
Well, it looks really cute.
Yeah. Oh, it's so cute.
Stuff in the comments.
Oh, I see him.
All right, whatever. We've called it out now. So, yeah, Bob was claiming that I was just doing a gotcha moment last time, and I think that's so disingenuous yet again from Bob.
I'm not Bob, bro.
I know, but he's called me out like 4 times in the chat. I'm not going to block him. I'm not like his guys. So anyway, I told him from the beginning in the comments what I wanted to talk about.
Done this.
He said either you're going to get blocked or you come on stream and talk about it.
What's because
just Bob kept going on the comments. I should have just ignored it.
Okay, so I mean, the comment you
don't think I
showed
should
here
have
had
derailed the
nothing to
conversation
do-
to call out Bob.
Okay.
No, I was really just calling out Bob. He just kept saying I was being bad fit and I was trying to get him in a gotcha. And I think that's one of the reasons why he kept pivoting, because Bob just kept saying, like, this is a gotcha. Watch out. So, yeah, I just shouldn't have addressed it. I do wish I had changed that.
You know what? You keep saying that, man, but fuck that shit. That guy's an asshole. And I think it's perfectly okay that you called it out.
Especially if he's sitting there doing it in your chat there.
Yeah, these guys aren't above doing the same thing.
That is like a challenge. If he is in there and he's saying this, you literally, the only thing that changes the tone of it is that you didn't show his actual comments there. That one that you showed was relevant to what you were talking about before. But
yeah.
But if he's in the chat, sitting in the chat there, being a little bitch and expecting you not to talk about it, yeah, you get to say that. I guess if you're saying you wish you didn't waste time on it, I can agree there.
Yeah, I just wish I derailed the conversation. That we could have kept exploring where we're going.
Yeah, I would say I agree with Patrick. You're definitely morally justified for calling it out, but I also agree with you in that it kind of does derail the
and it's not worth
conversation.
it. It's not worth it, and it also it gives him a sense of I got him, I got to him. You know, it's better to ignore that.
So.
Yeah. Well,
sure. Let the Patricks in chat handle Bobby.
Yeah.
I should left it up to the Patricks.
Patricks and Andrews that go into the other guy's chat and super chat him, like literally pay him to tell him.
That was so fucking funny.
That was so awesome with Bob. Yeah, that moment just, you can see like literally the second that his heart breaks while he's reading your super chat. It's a guilty pleasure of mine. I know it's not a good thing. I enjoy that so much, but it was worth every penny you paid on that. I have enjoyed it well over that.
I saw it happen, and then I had to go. I think weren't there more than one? I saw one at least.
Well,
he did a couple.
Yeah.
Well, I saw I think he only read maybe one, maybe two.
Yeah.
He was so fucking excited. He's like, "Oh, and Andrew Clark is out, and he's saying that
It's like you got the money from. I would be very happy to read somebody. Obviously, I wouldn't be happy that they got me, but hey, you got the money, and also, you know what? You can be a bit of a dick if you want and be like, "Well, thanks for paying to say that." Like, it's actually pretty funny when people are paying Jay Longbone, and they say shit things in their, like, it's not mean, it's just like what do you call it, distasteful.
Well, I was just gonna say, sorry, is that the reason why I did it though is because I know that he keeps the chat on his stream and in his videos, so his video permanently has my my highlighted messages scrolling through his chat, and because his chat moves so slow, it's easy to read as well.
No, but also what's great is, you know what, look, you went and you actually you contributed to him. You know,
yeah.
I think that's great. You contribute to him. You should be happy.
No, and he had to actually at least momentarily think about your comment.
Yeah.
I don't know that he did for everyone in that chat.
True.
No. Yeah, and that's what super chat's about as well. Is okay. Usually it's for the creator, so that the audience can, the creator can see certain people in the audience. Basically, that's what it is. It's about, hi, I'm here. Look at me. But for that, it's just to make him, like, force him to acknowledge it, and it went through his brain, and he did read it.
Yeah.
Great.
The only
thing.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, is this the debate where you forgot to keep the live chat on the record?
No, I think that was the bot one, but
okay.
I think it actually had come back. I think it just takes like a day for it to process on YouTube. I just didn't notice that.
Because if you read the live chat back, it's so funny in like a couple of these debates, because like all of us are like, all right, we're going back over to Bob's stream. We're going back over to Ed's stream. And then we're in there. And then who the hell said it? I'm trying to think, because it was so funny. Somebody went over and they're like, we claim this chat in the name of Gray. In the name of Gray Poupet, we claim this chat. And at the time, like 4 of us or 5 of us came over there, and we're just like, shut the fuck up, Bob.
Very, very important.
Yes, do like.
Do like, share, and subscribe, and go into the description to get all the juicy channels that you need to go and subscribe to if you haven't already. Let's go.
Oh, sorry.
About it, and it was that pattern.
Oh wait, no, wait. The one thing I was just before we get too far away from it is that the what do you call it? The Bob debate. I had to dip out to go do something, but when you got to Ryan Kennel's that Ryan Kennel clip, I was like, oh, so because none of I'm actually a little surprised that I'm not surprised by Bob not getting it. I was a little surprised that you didn't get it. Is that the form of what he was saying is actually that the movie is racist, right? That's what his point is that that the Batman delineates who is good and who is bad by the color of their skin. Like
yes.
But the thing is that I don't agree with that, but that's his point, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that, I mean, he says that the racial politics is on the nose, and it's the fact that the politics is on the nose is what is being marked down on the nose politics in the movie, not the fact that there are black or predominant black cast, or because any one character is black. You know, none of that is related to why. Yeah, none of that is related to why the movie lost points in his mind. It's because that the politics were on the nose, and it just drives me crazy that this is something that Bob has been doing for a long time. He decided to devote his channel to dissecting and debunking these people, and he just doesn't get it. I mean, he spends all this time on these people, and he just doesn't understand what they're saying.
Yeah.
And going back to my video, he's just systemically bad faith. The audience does not benefit from his content on these people.
Yeah, he just doesn't seem to understand whether it's intentional or not. It is the same outcome. I really like your no.
No, I'm kidding.
But I really like your description of that.
Thank you.
Bob's a stupid bitch.
And I like yours as well, Patrick.
He's the stupidest.
Me too.
He's the stupidest of the dumb bitches.
Bob edited the context live in that.
Oh, and full credit to the group mind. It was the group mind that
yes.
said we
claim this
in the name of Grey Poupet, and I was like, yes.
Just, if only you could, if it was like Discord, right, and you could just go and use like what's the name, custom emojis, and then you have like a gray a flag with Gray's little thing, and you just put it in the chat. Cheers, bye.
It was like a William Wallace moment,
Yeah.
So I emailed him specifically about the pattern, and then I told him at the beginning of that conversation, this is why I don't think this works.
Yeah.
This seems like a useless tool.
So
I don't know. His main comments are that I've been bad faith and I was looking for a gotcha moment. There is nothing about that that's bad faith.
Man.
There was no gotcha moment. I'm done talking about
Bob, bro. Let's go ahead and sort of talk about this discussion at hand, because it seems to me what you really want to do is that you want to sort of look at these particular specific moments, right? Chappelle shouldn't have been attacked. The transporter shouldn't have been attacked. That dude probably shouldn't have brought a fucking knife to a peaceful protest. But
a knife?
Yeah, well, a weapon, right? He had a weapon on him.
No, he had a sign that said "jokes are funny." They literally tore the cardboard off the sign so that he was just holding a stick, and then said he's got a weapon.
Did he have a weapon? I asked you if he had a weapon.
No, he was literally had the stick. So, how would you protest with a sign? You would generally put it on some sort of, you're not just going to hold like poster board, right? You're going to have like a stick or something.
Well, look, man.
So they ripped that off of there and then claimed that he had a weapon to try and get something to happen to him.
I'm not going to fucking sit here and do this like case by case fucking thing, because like you seem to like really, really be stuck on that sort of media and you want to report on it, bro. That's not my thing.
What do you mean that sort of media?
That's sort of like super like liberals behaving badly bullshit. I get it on my end too, bro. It's just like I'm smart enough to understand that I am going to be shown the most extreme fucking things that aren't representative of the whole, right? Because I mean, here's the thing, bro. I, as a liberal, as a leftist, right? Like I see a lot.
Oh, that triggered me so bad.
He is not a liberal.
Sorry. No, not at all. Not even close. But what I wanted to say right before that was that it's important to go over the evidence, because if you have this laundry list of things, if you have a laundry list of things and your laundry list is full of things that are if all of your evidence is actually wrong, then you actually don't have a point anymore. And it's really important.
That's what your evidence is for. Yes, that's what it's for.
Yeah.
Facts aren't his thing. No.
Yeah, you can't just take a vibe. No, well, I mean, that is exactly what they decry. What is it? If we were going to go off of that kind of thing, then Trump labeling the election in 2020 as stolen is accurate, right? Because there was all this election
you don't want to believe
shenanigans,
reporters.
Right? And it had a bad vibe, right? But then we go over the evidence, and all of these weird cases actually make sense, right? like with the bringing in ballots by a U-Haul van. It's like, well, they ran out of trucks, so they had to grab a U-Haul van to help with official election business. They came in through the back door. Well, that's where the employee parking was, kind of thing. All of these incidents, they may seem sketchy on the surface, but when you evaluate them fairly, they all make sense.
Yeah, you just gotta, get the vibe,
right?
Feel the situation.
But if you go by the vibe, then everything was wrong about the election. Trump is completely correct. That's why going over the evidence is so important.
The laundry list fallacy says, "Gotta run." No, bye, David. Have a good stream. We are having a great stream already, but we'll continue to have one. Thank you very much for your wishes. Thanks for popping by. Enjoy the rest of your day. Okay, that's good.
A lot of fucking cringy, fucked up shit on the right too, right? Like there's fucking right wing protesters who literally there's right wing dudes who just ran over protesters, killed one of them, right? We could sit here, we could trade back and forth all this.
What does that have to do with comedy?
Exactly,
free
bro.
speech,
What
man?
does it have to do with comedy and free speech?
Why did you bring it
I
up?
was talking about was people trying to cancel a comedian for his.
We have the same, and here we have a repetition of when Ed notices he's done a thing, he's noticed he said something that doesn't make sense, and then goes, exactly! And then what? It's a lot more entertaining than Lance, when Lance does his sort of thing, where he kind of restarts the conversation. Ed instead goes, yes! And then we continue.
His speech. So I don't know
Right,
how
bro.
you tried
No,
to
you're trying to bring
bring
up all
in
these
Charlottesville to this. That
I'm
really
not.
seems
That's what I'm
disingenuous.
saying, bro. That's what I'm saying, because you're
Okay,
short
this
terming
incident
up
is specifically because of
Hold
Chappelle,
on.
who they tried to
You
cancel.
can look back in the history of all humankind and see crazy fucking individuals, unhinged fucking people from all spectrums, all
That's
fucking
true.
walks of life, fucking do that shit. So yeah, I'm surprised, dude. Unhinged people exist and they do fucked up shit. I don't see what that fucking says about the overall groups of people we're talking about, right? Like, let me ask you right now, bro. That trans person who attacked Dave Chappelle, what
Yeah.
does that say? What does that person's actions say about the greater trans community?
I wouldn't say anything about that
Absolutely nothing, right?
because I don't like judge an entire community off of a single person's action.
Exactly. So I'm glad to hear that, dude. But like when you say shit like that, because you seem to be focusing
Say shit like what?
expressly on these.
Yeah, that's very important. What shit like what? Please tell me. What shit like that you really do need to specify.
Leftist fucking things, leftist behaving badly, right? And like I tell you, dude,
I've never said that in my life. I don't know what you're talking about. Leftists behaving badly. So
He's decided it's the tribalism. He's decided your tribe says this and this and this. So that's what you say, Gray. I haven't watched your content. Gray, I haven't spoken to you. Although he has.
Yeah.
He's gone in your comments, but he's seen certain bits, I suppose.
Well, then even after this, I think he did like 3 or 4 different thumbnails that all called him conservative. So I don't know. I just don't feel like he wants to understand.
Well, that's the same thing. Yeah.
Holden Caulfield. That's what he kept calling him.
Oh, yeah. And he also called me Holden Caulfield, but he calls that one that. So I don't know.
What does that even? I'm sorry, I don't even know who that is. What? I didn't get that reference.
Catcher in the Rye. Eventually, character that kind of claims everyone else is a funny.
Oh, okay.
I really don't enjoy
No
the
true
Catcher in the
Scotsman
Rye.
fallacy
I'm sorry.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
That wasn't. I don't know about that book, man. I'm sorry. It just didn't work for me.
I have a suspicion Ed might have only read one book, that perhaps that's what he.
And that was it.
Sees that character in everyone. Yeah, but I could be wrong. It's just a hypothesis.
That and the great book of pedantic notions.
Pedantic. A pedantic notion is
yeah.
pedantic because if you think about it pedantically, yeah.
I wonder though, what has Ed, or what will Ed actually claim that he fucking watched at one point or another? Because everything when he gets put in a corner, I didn't watch that. I don't watch yours. I don't know what you think.
I don't know.
But
I
it's
don't
like,
know about it.
But then at the same time, be like, but everything you said, all that shit.
That makes yeah, the as a summary of things that seem to happen is, like you said, like it comes down to facts, and then when the facts don't match up, something you're supposed to change your mind now, but he still holds on to it. Okay.
Again, so I talked.
Were you saying something, Andrew?
Oh no, I was saying, yeah,
Sorry,
that
no.
seems to be exactly what it was.
Talked about Kathy Griffin. It wasn't the leftists who were attacking her who canceled her. I'm pretty sure that was the right wing people.
There you go.
Bob asked about the Bud Light.
You know, honestly, great. Like I love that you're talking like this, bro. I love that you're talking like this, honestly, because
What?
I know
Really?
you and your audience. You know, you're all on this whole. You think you're doing something. Your audience thinks you're doing something, and it's cute and it's adorable. I love.
Wow! Sorry.
Condescending cocksucker.
What the fuck, dude? Let's go, please. That's fascinating, Tails. Let's see.
I'm glad you think what I'm doing is cute, but I don't know what you're talking about. So,
Wow. Okay, so let's see how great dealt with this is. You said it's cute, whatever, but is it?
Like a gentleman.
Yeah, like a gentleman. He really could have been like, you motherfucker, say what?
Yeah.
all right, whatever. We've called it out now. So yeah, Bob was claiming that I was just doing a gotcha moment last
It does
time,
like
and I think
10
that's so
minutes an arrow
disingenuous yet
click.
again
Jesus,
from
sorry,
Bob.
No, bro.
I know Bob at the Netflix.
You're doing something.
Oh, wow,
I'm
we
saying,
went way
because
back.
you're
Okay,
sort
this
of-
incident is specifically because of Chappelle, who they tried to
You
cancel.
can look back in the history of all.
What
You're
the
doing
fuck?
something. Your audience
I
thinks
hate
you're doing
this.
something, and it's cute and it's adorable. I love it, man.
I'm glad you think
It's
what
cute.
Fast
It's
forwarding
adorable.
skills is giving me a stroke.
See, this is what we get for letting the woman drive.
Shut up. Shut up.
Wow, that's
Okay, Adam.
channeling a little bit of Adam there. Yeah.
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 cute, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on, but here's
So
the thing.
It's cute. I hate this. I really want to be able to. Can I make this bigger? Because having the thing that I have to seek with over here, ladies and gentlemen, is tiny. Okay,
Yeah.
so shut up.
Yeah.
Okay, it's all
No, I
about
get it.
size.
Yeah.
The woman wants things bigger so that she can do it better.
It's
The
not,
other way
it's
around.
not the size. It's how you use
Yeah.
it.
Well,
That's what my girlfriend told me.
I guess, yeah. I'm not using it properly, I suppose. I never heard somebody condescend so hard while also not actually saying anything. Yeah, Stug, it is a what's the name?
Give me my opinion. I'm not a right.
It is a skill. I use Lenny for my literary insults. Of my
Oh, Mice and Men, awesome.
Blaine, I do need to speak to you about how you play videos on Restream. Is it YouTube shared? No, this is actually a video on my. It's playing a video from my laptop.
Yeah. We're trying to.
Should I share it through a tab? It would be better.
Yeah. Oh wait. No, we still couldn't do that. I mean, unless there's like a different function.
Yeah, because it wasn't sharing the audio.
No.
That's the thing.
But we'll mess with it later.
We'll mess with it later.
Yeah, I think this is working.
Yeah, it's working as long as I don't touch
Ish.
shit. Yeah, typical. Shut up. Okay, fine. Yes, the woman apologizes. Fuck you.
Winger
Let
here.
me talk. Let me talk, bro. Let me talk.
Let me talk. I'm not letting you talk, bro. You talk shit.
I'm
Okay.
not saying you are. But
Okay, we are not allowed to seek. We can only pause.
what I love is that this sort of pedantic, like,
There it goes.
I
And
wish I
thus-
could read.
And thus it begins.
Okay, hold on. I'm coming. Wait, I'm coming. Sorry, guys. So that's my coming noise. Okay. One.
Poor Gordon.
Gordon comes around like, what the fuck are you doing? Pedant encounter. Let's go.
Okay.
Can I move you around, dude? Lower third. No, I don't want you to be in lower third, but anyway, just so you guys know, bring it in.
myopic conversation, you know? This is why people are so like moving away from this right-wing sort of attitude on shit, bro. Because like, listen, a lot of people
right-wing attitude. What does he mean by that?
This conversation, right?
It means
what they're gonna
something
see
that's not
is,
him.
and the same thing with you and Bob,
That
by the way.
doesn't seem to agree. It doesn't seem to be bleeding heart leftist. Therefore, it's the same thing that Katie was doing, where it's like, or that everyone that goes on Stitch and Adam is like, they decide that because Stitch and Adam don't absolutely abhor everything that conservatives say, therefore they are the enemy. That's it. You're everything. You're everything wrong. You can't be a centrist. Centrists are conservatives. That's to them. It's the same thing. It's this tribalism.
It's just you being painfully pedantic and thinking that is an effective or
there's another one.
interesting debating tactic, dude. And look, bro, like whatever, we're getting into this heated shit. I'm sure it's great entertainment, but ultimately it's just pedantic. And listen, this is not a conversation that I've had before.
They just start flowing
Everybody has had this conversation with someone like you, man. So
What do you mean
Someone like
me?
you.
So
someone
you
like
said
you
a bunch of like
this, who thinks this pedantic fucking argumentation is doing something.
So you think like bringing up facts is pedantic?
See,
like I brought up
there
the
you
facts
go,
of what happened in the Dave Chappelle thing.
Yes,
Instead of
yes.
like bringing up facts, you
Well,
literally
that's
were
the thing,
talking
right?
about, hey, all these 90s comedians are claiming that. The one that you brought up, I happen to know for a fact, isn't claiming that. Like, I don't know, maybe Jim Brewer did in the past, but I literally just saw him on Rogan. He is not claiming that
and
he's
I heard him a
canceled.
year ago bitching about cancel culture in his fucking special, dude. In the special. You can watch it. He complains about it there to his sold-out fucking audience, bro. All right? Listen, like, this
Press
pedantic argumentation, this whole...
Oh, another one. But no, it's really important to, something I thought of when the first time I watched it, is that he is making a claim. He is making a generalized claim, right? And you can't use a generalized counterclaim. You have to use, it's the form of the argument, right? To debunk him, you have to go over his points. You have to go over his evidence. That's how you debunk something. And so if he is claiming that looking at specifics is pedantic, then he has made you having a differing opinion impossible. Unless all he wants is a shouting match about, no, I have this other generalized theory and I'm going to say this is correct, right? If you're just yelling at each other about what your points are, you're not having a conversation, you're not having a debate, you know?
And he's kind of acting as if that's actually Gray's motive here, is to just have he's acting like Gray doesn't want to have a conversation, and he's here to just have this conservative behavior of what did he call it, liberals behaving badly or some shit.
Leftist behaving badly.
Leftist behaving
he
badly.
conflates the two, but they're definitely different, and it really is irritating.
What? Lately, it seems like for me now, in my experience, it's coming. Liberal is coming back. What it used to be for me, okay, so if it was liberal, which was fine, was normal. Then liberal meant libtard. It started to be mean libtard to me.
Yeah.
And now it's coming back to liberals are centrists kind of thing.
Yeah.
So that's that for me. That's what is happening.
Yeah, American politics have kind of screwed up that term because for the longest time we just conflated it for anything on the left, and I think it's kind of screwed things up.
Like it's facts. It's so tired and it's so hackneyed, bro. Like because what it does is that it essentially
pause. Okay, it's just that for him, the vibe is everything, right? The vibe determines, correctness. The vibe determines the positions and all any of this stuff. He said like the vibe of Dave Chappelle. I mean, he didn't specifically use the phrase, but he's kind of going over this, where he's saying like the vibe of Dave Chappelle is off. Therefore, he's out of touch. The vibe that Gray is putting off is conservative, and that's a problem. The vibe of the conversation about like him thinking about or him going through evidence is that's the bad vibe, right? All of these kind of vibe or vibe-esque arguments that is everything he's leaning on. That's all he has. Is this vibe
dude.
check.
Vibe check. Yeah. What's your vibe check? Thought process.
Does that
Oh my
sound
God,
right,
I
or
love that. No, that sounds right. It sounds like he doesn't actually have anything concrete going on. And then when you do try and bring him to say, "Can I have some concrete evidence, please?" It doesn't actually occur. Okay.
Yeah, I completely agree. I thought it was a good assessment.
Please tell me I
Shows and
didn't move the
exposes
thing.
this sort of like disease that a lot of people like you have, man,
Wait.
where you think that like
Press
He's
pause.
talking about my disease.
yeah,
Yeah.
this sort of like
What happened?
can you just spacebar?
He's calling me
press play?
diseased.
No.
Oh yeah.
Okay, just hold on. I need it. Okay, I'm gonna press play.
pseudo intellectual exercise or robbing things of their sort of context.
As opposed to your like what completely vague, non-actual fact.
Well,
like,
listen, bro, we were talking
you're
about
not
a
talking
very
about
broad
any
topic.
actual
We were
thing
talking-
though.
yeah,
You're
we
talking
were
about every '90s comedian. So
exactly, because we're talking about the broader issue of free speech within comedy. I don't think we need to go into exact examples of to like a comedian's events here or there, because the overall conversation we're having, bro, is very broad.
It's not broad when you're saying every one of them is saying that, you know, they're just not making the same money, and that's cancel
this shit
culture.
right here, it's called a generality, son. It's
You're
called
right.
a generality.
Wait,
And
press
it's way
pause,
too
press
general,
pause.
and that's why I'm asking you for.
Again, it's the form of the argument. If you are wrong, you have to use evidence to support your claim, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's so frustrating that it's like he doesn't understand this.
Yeah, that would have been good to point out in the moment.
Yeah, Ed is making a claim, and if the claim is wrong, only evidence can prove that.
Exactly.
It's
What,
so
only
frustrating.
evidence? Whoa, only his. My hand just let go of my spoon, guys. This is a problem.
That's not a problem.
That was very scary. What the fuck? Okay. So wait. Only evidence? Are you trying when you said that sentence of only evidence can show your claim, or you're saying that's he doesn't get that.
Yeah,
I don't think he seems to understand that.
Right. Is that
You should be more pedantic about these things.
right? No, really though, because
No, for real.
he's
Yeah.
saying that it's like, why are you taking this to a specific place when we're talking about generalities? Well, if your generality is 50% to 100% wrong, then that is significant. But we only know that if we go over the evidence, right? So it's impossible to actually correct the record, which is something that maybe not him specifically, but his, the fandom initiative is all about correcting the record. And it's something that I feel like I think he's been in favor of it in this debate. I can't remember the exact point, but he was applauding somebody for correcting the record in some way. But regardless, the only way you can right there, Stug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he
Specific
doesn't.
examples which demonstrate that behavior exists, or some kind of comprehensive data set which demonstrates it. Or the opposite, right? That something isn't happening.
Yeah.
Right?
That's what debates come down to. Or evidence is also evidence can take is used as your what do you call it? When you have your argument, you have your premises. Premises is evidence.
Yeah.
So you can't have an argument without this.
Yeah, it does seem to be what it should be based upon.
Or okay, but nope. He's whenever you bring out some evidence that thwarts his, okay, next. Yeah, no, actually goes.
Well, yeah.
Okay, he goes yes. and then goes on.
Yeah, and I mean, like,
give
if
the best
you know
pause
how
paint
we
faces
got
of-
here. Yeah, that is a pretty great face. But how we got here was just exploring his entire opinion on this. Like every time he says something, it's just an exploration of it. It's not, like I'm not making big claims. I thought, at some point I would. I had a whole bunch of arguments paired, but we never got into the side at all. I don't feel like he ever explored that.
Oh,
This
no.
is all just coming from like trying to explore what he's actually putting forward.
Trying to
Apparently
figure
that's
out what
getting too
he's
pedantic.
saying. He's not saying
Yeah.
anything. Do you know that? Not
Yeah,
actually
exactly.
sitting on anything. He says a lot, but nothing really settles. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just making vague claim after vague claim. And then anytime you want to explore it, we're like, well, how true is this? And it's like, oh, no, you're being pedantic.
Like, but that's what the whole point of our conversation is to be pedantic about this.
For sure.
Specific.
Shorthand, and you know it, and you're still being pedantic.
Boom, bitch! Go on.
In this shit, bro.
You
This
can call
shit,
it pedantic.
I love
We're
it.
literally
I
talking
love
about
it.
this subject.
I love it because the more that I can fucking bring this out there, the more that I can show people this like weak sauce, like uncritical, like unfucking like
Okay.
in a vacuum.
Wow.
Gosh. It's so ridiculous. Him not wanting to go over and evidence, him not wanting to explore topics is somehow
Strong sauce.
That's strong. That is, what is it? Critical. That's him being critical, not wanting to look at specifics, not wanting to go over evidence.
Look, he's so mean in this, actually. Just think about this.
Yeah.
Like the way he's like, I'm so happy. Because he's like, I'm so happy. Like he's basically saying, I'm so happy you're showing what a scumbag you are, Gray. That's what he's busy saying to you in these couple of sentences here. Right?
And I kind of thought we could still get it back on the rails. I was I don't know. I get a little heated later, but yeah, I knew what he was doing from the start. I just thought we could still continue a conversation.
What did Patrick say here? Jim Brewer protest cancel culture happening to comedians. You guys like protests, right? They didn't.
Yeah, that's a good point. Jim Brewer was just pointing out that cancel culture happens and hits. He wasn't actually, saying like I get canceled or anything. But he's right. That would just be speech. That does seem like protest.
Right. And that's another thing is that that's what I suspected, right? Is that he either was talking about audience shift or he was talking about cancel culture happening to other people. But Ed just hears cancel culture and he ascribes it to Jim Brewer himself instead of Jim Brewer highlighting this as an issue in general.
Exactly.
Sort of like way of viewing things. It's just gonna like remind everybody else of all the other people like you, dude, and it's just gonna keep growing.
What would that be? What are the other people like me?
Yeah, he's literally saying like, I'm exposing you. Like, I don't think Ed sees Gray as an individual. Oh, he does not. That's Vincent saying that. Mm-hmm.
One of those people.
He sees him as the boogeyman. It's like they see Eric July as a certain way. If you don't hate your Eric July, then you think everything Eric July thinks. It's the same sort of thing.
Yeah.
And and he excuse me, Jesus, I'm like choking myself. But like he's carrying on about like, oh, look how righteous and beautiful this is. I'm making such a show of you. What the fuck kind of show is he showing you? Nothing is happening here. What does he think he's doing
He's
to you? He's
exposing me.
He thinks he's
exposing me.
He's exposed about you. And he keeps going on about how amazing it is. I'm like, well, what happened? Well, am I watching the wrong stream?
I think Vincent has a really good comment here that.
Well, that was 3. I need it. My counter.
Yes, it was.
It's gonna take forever. Okay, just hold on.
He doesn't think you see
they
me as
come
an
up in
individual.
fire.
You keep calling me people like you. What does that mean to you? You're not
Pedantic
explaining it.
Oh, pedantic people. It's
Pedantic.
I don't think. I
Yes.
think that's a
Okay.
cop out. He doesn't mean
Well, I'm sorry that
pedantic
I'm
people
pedantic.
because
I do think that facts matter.
that's not a. Pedantic people are not. What do you call it? Like some kind of classification that anybody uses, and I don't buy that he means that specifically. I think that he has some other, like, it could be innocuous, right? It doesn't have to be some kind of slur, but he definitely has some other group that he is labeling as pedantic, and he is lumping you in with them. I don't buy this pedantic people business.
But did he come into this conversation having that in his head, or did he just?
No, he
find that
definitely
word?
did.
Yeah,
found that
pedantic. He had pedantic waiting from the minute they said hello. He couldn't wait to get pedantic out. It was on his mind so bad.
I don't know, man. Am I not understanding what pedantic means?
Well, he's definitely using it incorrectly, or let me rephrase that. He could be using it correctly, but has the wrong evaluation, the wrong criteria.
Gray man bad.
The point of
Indeed.
the point of pedantism is that you are avoiding the substance of an argument to attack the specifics. The heart. You're avoiding the heart of the argument to attack
Gray
the
is
specifics.
just trying to speak
Right.
about anything.
But
at all.
But he may view the heart of the argument that these guys are claiming that they're canceled. I don't know.
Yes, does he not
exactly.
mean pedantry?
Is
that what he's
Yeah, I think
stuck
he
on?
is looking at it different.
Like, what is pedantry versus pedantic? It should be the same. What?
I tell you, it's
Excessive
pedophilia.
concern with money.
The same.
Yeah, it's better. Oh, stop.
yeah. Well,
Isn't that what it's
Charles
called?
isn't on this stream, so we can't go there.
People like you means chuds. Hey, Mr. Anderson, good to see you. It's been a while.
Oh, did you know that, Kitty? About the guy who called Eric July the uncle word,
Yeah.
right? Do you know what his nickname is? His self-ascribed nickname is?
Pedo. What? No.
It's it's CP.
Worse than that.
CP.
And he's a
Apparently,
comedian.
CP is his essence.
Yeah. See.
Oh, that
his
guy.
Yeah.
I don't
His
know how to eat
sorry. His what is that? His shtick, right, is to make age of consent jokes and such.
That guy's such a dildo.
Yeah, and like even in that same stream, I mean, he where he called Eric that, or maybe it was the next one, but either way, he was like, there was some confusion because they kept talking over each other, and then once they noticed that, he started talking about the age, this girl's age being 13, blah 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 blah, and
it's just cheese
Bob
pizza,
definitely
oven
picked. Yeah, Bob picked up on it, right? And he started whoa, but he was laughing, right?
Yeah.
And by their whole metric, right? Their metric of, well, these guys joke about this stuff a lot, but they never call it out, so they must mean that they support this kind of stuff. That's Bob's metric. So by his own metric, Bob agrees with all of that stuff that Charles says.
Yeah, that's true. Guilt by association.
And I mean, we know that he doesn't, but
right. No,
if we were going to act like him,
Well, I also noticed that Charles is not one of the founding members of the Fandom Initiative. He is not considered to be that. He's not part of that. He might be an affiliate. I think that they do use his name and such, but he doesn't count, even though he's been on it like repeatedly and frequently before the mission statement was released. They don't consider him to be a member.
Yeah.
So I wonder if it's because
he's-
that his
especially-
content is too hot.
I'm not sure. I think he's still associated. I don't know. They've got satellite numbers,
Yeah.
orders, if you will.
Orbiters, yeah.
Yeah.
They definitely want to. That's something that Dane wants to foster is orbiters. It seems like.
They have a heavy
As
amount of
long as they have his
turnover.
view.
What are
Right.
we? We're not orbiters because, but we do
We're a
concern
constellation.
ourselves. We concern ourselves with them, but we don't orbit them.
Oh no, yeah, I see what you mean. No,
So what? We are orbiters, but we're like
Yeah.
we're
More like-
unwelcome.
We're more like asteroids.
there you go.
Like a fucking meteor heading right at them.
I like that. Let's go.
Yeah, no, they have an extremely high turnover, though. I mean, it just seems like people come and go through their ranks, and then they're spit out. It's like I could swear to Christ, these guys are signing NDAs or something. Because I feel like
Weird.
some stuff goes on behind the scenes there in their production meetings. Because
Yeah,
apparently
it's
they have
parallels to that whole like Crowder situation.
yeah, like what we see on their show is not like right now. I feel like we're all just kind of having fun talking. There was clearly no preparation involved here. But I mean, some obviously, but
Andrew and I tried, okay?
but they actually have these big production meetings together, and I think they make decisions on whose voice is going to get heard, and who needs to go, and Ed I think fell into the needed to go thing after, regardless of what they say, I don't give a shit. This is all, me guessing, but I think it was after the doxing rags thing, and then once what's the child porn comedian's name?
Will Screedia.
Well, yeah, that's his channel name, but his name is
Oh, sorry.
Charles
His
Patterson.
CP. His essence is CP.
Okay.
TP is his essence.
Cut porn.
Charles Patterson or something. Or
Popcorn, yes.
Yeah, he would seem to kind of disappear after he made some racy comments himself.
Indeed.
So
Yeah,
Dang.
certainly isn't on there as much.
Yeah.
which I'm glad. That guy's an asshole. If I'm gonna have to hate watch, I don't want to be annoyed the entire time.
Right.
That guy's face. Oh, stupid
Great
fucking hat.
That was
Is that
some
that,
mugging.
that
right
like
after
skinny
that.
white guy?
Yeah.
Yes.
How did I know it was him then? Because that's the first face that came into my mind. I don't know the guy's name. I don't know fuck all. But there's a guy. And I'm like, who would be the most CP guy out of those?
Yeah.
And it would be that. Oh,
He,
shit.
he looks
Yeah,
like
the hat says a lot.
Yeah.
he
don't,
looks like
don't.
if a person was a limp dick, that would be this guy. Like that's the vibe.
I know what you mean. Huh.
It's just
Good
like,
analogy.
If a person was a...
Just that.
I'm just
Yeah.
eating. Relax, okay?
That's him. That fucker.
I really never want Patrick to find a way to insult me, okay? Just fucking... I'm sure he could.
Odd enough,
but
I
I don't
kind
want
of
him
want
to.
Pat to
Don't-
insult me.
Oh gosh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll become better
It would be an
friends.
honor.
So just to give him more ammunition,
Yeah.
and then he can roast us.
Yeah,
Listen,
well,
his compliments are the best. He knows that I'm the most handsome here.
yeah. You are a good looking. You're a good looking
I'm a-
woman.
Good looking man.
The haircut of a 9-year-old Chinese boy.
9-year-old
It's
child. I showed Gordon that thing that you replied to on Twitter with that GIF. It's like, this is what Patrick thinks my hair looks like. I feel like you guys are describing me. What CP? Because it's
I
called
hope you
perfect.
don't identify as that.
Yeah. No.
Come on. You're the Calvin.
Oh,
No.
geez. Yeah, that's
Oh
different.
Jesus! You know what? My initials were that as well. So I guess I'm also. They were, not anymore, but they were. Because my name does start with a C. Remember?
Yeah.
Kitty. Okay, let's go.
Think that
That's
you
matter.
can't just always talk in
Do matter, Ed. Wow.
generalities unless you're going to say the generality is everything's okay.
Well, I
And
mean,
if
the
that's
thing
your
is- the
generality,
thing
then
is-
okay, I'll
here's the thing,
totally
right?
get on
Here's the
board with
thing.
that.
You wanted to talk about like free. You want to talk about the relationship between free speech and comedy, and then
Yes,
you're over
let's
here
do
being
that.
like, what about this thing that happened to this one guy? What about?
Yeah, we're actually gonna join Patrick's OnlyFans so he can sit in his comfy pants and
just shit
Well,
talk
there he's
everybody.
uncensored. Here he has some restriction.
call everybody an asshole.
That's what I do. I lounge around in my comfy pants. I drink Diet Cokes, and I just cut to the core, or whatever will break you down as a human being in a very descriptive
Seriously,
manner.
there is a market if there is a kink for everyone. I'm telling you, could make money being somebody's humiliator. Oh.
My mother always says there's a seat for every ass. So that's how I look at it.
There's a seat for every ass. My God, I love it. Okay.
There might be a few outliers. I don't know.
Hey, the fact that I got married, that's for real. That's a thing.
This one thing that happened to that one guy when the answer is like the same, like they shouldn't be behaving like that. What does any of that have to do?
Behaving like what? What do you mean they shouldn't be behaving like
unhinged,
that?
bro.
So, okay, I asked you like
Well,
who is
bro,
behaving
have
unhinged
you ever had a
and what?
conversation with another person?
No, okay,
Yes.
no, yeah. This is so ridiculous. I mean, seriously. I when I hit this point, I pauses and ranted for a whole half hour about this. Oh
Go!
my gosh. Just because this guy.
Hold on. We're getting you center stage. Let's go.
Okay. Just because Ed has shitty conversations doesn't mean everyone else has to. I don't know what he goes on and talks about with his friends that he makes any kind of sense at all. But I mean, nobody else should be held to that standard. It is absurd. This guy, he just no, he looks at other people and he just like, oh no. Have you ever talked like to a normal person? No. Oh my. No. This guy. This guy. Oh, come on. You'd have no idea what you're talking about. It's so general, so just non-specific, so like, oh, if I bring up anything at all, it's pedantic. Oh, it's so absurd.
I gotta look away from the screen. I can't. You're making such valid
I can't
points.
look away from the screen, man.
You're making such good points.
No,
it's a
keep
great
preaching.
rant.
Oh my gosh. No, he is
so
just
angry.
he has
Look what he
there's
looks
no
like.
like gosh.
So cute. We can't take you seriously.
I'm sorry. You got to change.
The eye twitches were just like so amazing.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yes.
And
Say what is a raccoon?
In between, you're like, oh, and the little face goes, oh.
Your face goes, oh.
It's absurd.
I keep
I
thinking
like
there's
it.
someone behind him.
His
The
tail.
tail.
Oh yeah, the tail, yeah.
I wonder if it's like picks up the.
It's tracking something, yeah.
It picks up like the rate of your speech and then wags your tail.
Gosh, no. Ed has no ground to stand on with this whole.
I'm gonna bring it back to this. Maybe if I make you smaller,
Yeah.
we will be okay.
Deep breaths.
We really do. I really do like. I can understand what you're saying, yeah, but you're just so cute. This is what it would be like to be a red panda.
Yeah,
You would walk around town, I'm trying to say, have some serious conversations, have some serious takes, and people just like,
Like, I'm serious right now. No, you're not.
Yeah.
no, you're not. I'm so mad.
Nope. You're adorable.
Calvin came in during your rant, and me dying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was a good time to join.
It was a good time to join. Did you get to see it?
I did. It was awesome.
In
It was
full?
lovely. I need to get me one of those.
Yeah. Yours. You'll have a cute. You'll keep the bear.
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah.
But it would be cute as well. So both of you just will be too cute. You can't. You have to.
I get that a lot.
Yeah. that your little avatar is too cute.
Well, then I'm the avatar too. But
Okay,
I'm
gonna switch.
Yeah.
I'm gonna switch
That you're
just
too
for a second, okay?
Just
So you
Just
can be
for a
angry.
second.
What are you going to switch
What?
to?
All right.
What are you switching to? Oh! Oh! Shame. Its eyes are just not working properly. I don't know what
No.
happened.
No.
Yeah, the eyes are a bit wobbly. Your eyes are a bit wobbly.
Oh, there is a bear. There is a bear. Okay.
I mean, I don't know if that one can be beat, but bear sounds pretty cool.
Oh, he's so cute. I
I
can't
like the
handle
trash panda.
Yeah.
Trash panda. Lucy, isn't it too much? You've made me have an allergic reaction here. You see how red I am here? Yeah. Look here. Look how red I am.
Ooh. Rosacea.
Yeah, it happens to me.
Andrew's
Overdose.
dangerous.
Overdose on laughter.
She laughed so much she went blotchy. I guess I have some sulfur in me right now, but that's why we go back to the video and to. So you're gonna stick with us, but the point is,
his
you got
mouth is open. That's great.
Hey, yeah, when you talk, it's too much. He's just too cute. You can't take him seriously.
No. I kind of like was trying really hard to listen to everything.
I know,
he was
but
saying.
then I saw you laughing at him, and then that's me. I'm very bad. If I see somebody else laughing, I'm done. I'm.
It's just too
Lucy,
good.
love you. Lucy, love you. Lucy, you know what you need to do is make a plushie of him.
Andrew, recite the Declaration of Independence.
Okay, guys, let's get back to business here.
Okay.
Like, do you need this constant like reassurance and like reiteration on all these things, dude? Or can I speak to you like a human being?
Oh my God, it's the lack of self-awareness is incredible.
With generalities that
I would love it if you did speak to me like a human being.
Right?
Yeah, across
Nice.
the face.
Trying
So
to, dude,
your
I'm
generalities of they shouldn't do this and they shouldn't be. You're
Listen,
not actually
okay,
saying anything.
Okay. So let's go ahead and
what
recenter it.
is
Let's go ahead
off
and
limits?
recenter it.
So you mentioned
nothing-
Chappelle talking about
nothing
trans
is off
people.
limits. Nothing is off limits at all.
Well,
That's
you
what I'm
mentioned
saying, bro.
that
Except everything
you
he
mentioned that
says.
Chappelle shouldn't be.
Yeah, except everything that he decides is off limits.
Well,
is off limits.
I mean, I think that from here, once you establish that nothing is off limits, you should have launched into the like your examples of people who have been canceled. I know you brought up Kathy Griffin before, but that seemed to like not at all get through to him.
Well, because it wasn't the government that canceled Kathy Griffin, so it wasn't like an infringement of his free speech, right?
That's what his initial argument was. I don't think he go back to it in any way.
Sort of at the end, I think he was back to it, but I'm not sure if he actually believes it.
He keeps saying you can nothing is off limits, but like he's meaning that in like the legal sense.
The ending is pretty
exactly.
You're saying cancel culture. You're saying like, hey, people are not just voting with their dollars. They're actively taking entertainment away from other people, even though just because like something they don't like is in it.
Yeah, exactly.
He doesn't like. He never sticks to that, which is what I think.
Yeah, I don't think we ever
cancel
quite
culture. That's what
meet
you
eye
mean.
on that. Yeah.
I know what Andrew's saying. Like, I wish you went here and here and here, but this already, where it is now, this conversation's over. He's been.
Yeah, I agree.
No. You make great headway once you start bringing up those examples.
It's just
once you start
you know, like,
there's one more loop in this.
It's just, I think it does. This is the height of it. I hope. Then like it's because nothing is going on here. You're just yelling at you.
No, you'll be amazed. No, Gray improves from here. It's already been great, but he
improves him. I'm saying like it's not that. That's what I'm saying. Like he. I don't feel like I don't know how you can improve the situation. That's what I mean by you saying Gray improved.
It does
yeah,
improve
it's like,
though. That's what I'm saying.
He
It does
improved
improve.
it. That's but it's not like Gray needed this improvement. It's the situation. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying there. Yeah.
You've been sitting there. I'll show you a photo.
Trans people in his comedy. Why?
I wouldn't say that he shouldn't be. And I don't know if I said those exact words. If I did, I take it back. Like, he can say whatever he wants. That's fine. Like, if he wants to talk about trans people, he can. But
damn it. So I
everybody
guess the
else,
audience is hearing the same thing that you were saying, where you're saying it was only on the one side. That sucks.
Shit.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
Yeah,
I'm not sure which of us screwed it up. One of us did.
Yeah, we'll just figure it out in post or whatever. Well, look, man,
We'll figure
let's
it
just take this all the way back, bro, because it all comes down to the same umbrella of stand-up comedy.
Hey,
Right?
IJP.
And the nature of stand-up comedy and how it relates to free speech. Am I correct? That's the ultimate discussion at hand here.
Wait.
Yeah.
I want to see what.
Okay, Bob.
What did Bob say?
So.
What was that Bob saying?
Don't
I don't
skip
wanna,
back.
I don't want to skip back. That's what I'm saying. I wanted to.
I can't remember. I did see it.
It was just him being full of shit. Oh, Lucy, do you also watch? Do you watch? God, the guy from Pitch Meeting. What's his name? He's hi there. Hello.
Ryan George.
Ryan George. Yeah. Do you also watch him?
Hey there. Hi. Hello there.
Hi. Hello there. Hello. Hi. Also, Ed is my favorite, my evil counterpart.
No, Ed,
no.
Ed is a Mexican. You're a Mexican.
Yay.
I think it is all about free speech. And
Yes.
you were basically saying that there are certain things that shouldn't be said, that these people
I
are...
never said. Okay, listen. If that's the impression I gave off, I'm sorry. Let's just go ahead and I'm going to say it right now, just flat out. Anybody can say whatever they want.
Okay.
Anybody can say.
I would agree with that generality. That is totally cool with me.
Okay.
Earlier, when you were talking about Chappelle, you made it sound like you didn't want him to be able to make trans jokes, or that it was off limits to.
I'm sorry, bro. I don't know where you got this impression of me, and I don't know what I said, but I'm gonna reiterate it. Anybody can say whatever they want, dude.
Okay.
All right, like that. Period. Flat out. Like.
No, I heard you. I was just saying earlier. I got that impression from you, so that's why I was on that.
All right.
So pause.
In your initial.
Something that I just realized is lurking in between what's not being said, that's causing you to say that and him not to say that, is that, or this divide that is apparent right here, is that you're obviously noticing and tracking that that there are, even if they're soft, there are punishments or whatever being related to people's speech, and whether that's soft or hard. And so theoretically, those kinds of things are related to desired outcomes, right? There are, like, we want people who make good content to have good things happen for them, and people who make bad content, that we would, like, even if we don't want them to be gone, we would hope that they wouldn't be successful, right? And so you're definitely
Yes.
tracking that kind of model, right? And you're trying to ask Ed about that model, but he is defaulting back to the binary of allow or disallow. While you're while you're talking about the scale of, well, is this should we be doling out any kind of punishments for this kind of stuff, or should we just let, like, market forces mediate things. I can't.
Mediate.
No.
Meet out. Meet
There
out.
is-
Meet out.
there's
meet
a phrase
out.
there.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
Meet
meet
out. The. Oh, okay. Yeah. I know what you mean. Like the perform the punishment.
Yeah. So, and that divide, that's kind of lurking in this conversation, but never directly gets brought up. Later on, you talk directly about exactly what you're talking about as far as cancel culture, which I think is great. And I can't wait for it. But I just noticed that seems to be what's being talked about right here and is kind of missed. What?
Good point.
You think so, or am I just reading into things?
Yeah. No, I think that totally was missed. I think that's a really good observation. I didn't notice that in the moment, but yeah, I'm glad we at least touch on it later.
No, I can see why anything could be missed in this conversation because.
Well, yeah, this is like my third or fourth time watching this, so.
Yeah, and also it's just so hard to hold on to anything that's being said because there's just there's zero collaboration from it. There's just saying things.
Yeah.
And it's not a conversation. You're not conversing. There's no. It's speaking at each other.
He even goes as far as like maybe 30 seconds ago. He's like, well, I don't know if I said that, but if I said that, I didn't mean that. I may have said it earlier, but I don't. That's not what I mean because now it goes against the point.
It's very difficult to have. I don't know if I would be able to have a conversation with this person in any shape or form.
Don't technically know if I did.
You were saying that free speech isn't a comedian saying edgy jokes, and it's everyone else's right to deny them hard-earned cash or support. If that's all you're saying, that like it's like you're not going to support them with your dollars, I totally agree with that. That is, nobody's entitled to everybody's support.
Is this Ed's Discord going off?
Yeah, you can hear it, right?
Yeah, that's in the video. I think that was Bob messaging him directly.
It's going insane.
Subjective. So if you are saying that they can do that and it's just a matter of you don't support them, hell yeah, we both agree with that.
You see, this is what I mean by that pedantic shit, bro.
What?
What? That was. I don't understand how this is makes it worse. Okay.
Hey, I disagree with you. You're being pedantic.
That's what I mean by that pedantic stuff. He wasn't being pedantic at all. He was just, wow, he was making a generality, actually.
You were being very vague.
Yes, he was making a general consent. Yes, if that's what you were saying.
Because look, put that up for me. Put that back up for me. Put that fucking that sentence back up for me, will you?
Oh, wait, go.
I don't like that.
Hide us.
And you want to see it? Yeah. I'm going to also hide this.
So that was his original comment to me.
Free speech
that's
isn't...
opening line to his comment.
Yeah, free speech isn't a comedian saying edgy jokes. It's also everyone else's right to deny them their hard-earned cash or support. See, even that's a hard way to hard-earned cash or support. Yeah, deny the comedian their hard-earned cash. Cool. But you know how that came off to me the first time I read it? Was to deny the comedian the cash that they have. That's just kind of the obviously that's not what he meant. Definitely not what he meant. But that's what cancel culture is to deny a person the cash that they have earned, actually. Is to make sure that they don't earn anything and they don't get anything. It's to ruin their lives. It's the witch hunt.
Yeah, he's like missing a right in this sentence somewhere. Like, you're denying them their right to be able to earn the hard-earned cash.
Yes, that is exactly it.
Yeah,
that is exactly it. That's what I want. I think that Maskoff, he would be saying we need to deny them their right to earn. That's what that's what I think it would be. But I don't think he would admit that.
Okay, read it out loud.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
I have a stroke trying to read it silently.
The attitude with which I don't know whatever's happening in Ed's head right now. I don't know what's. I'm not following.
Well, he's treating you as if you said
party in there.
He's treating you as if you said something so absurd that you're like, do you hear
like
yourself right now?
Do you want to? Say it out loud.
So simple. It's like. What is he trying to formulate, like something to say against that, and he's asking you to say it again to do that, but he's being smug about it?
I think so.
I don't think.
Because most people just say, "Can you repeat that?"
No, I don't know if he knows what he's gonna say. I think he's stalling.
literally did a second ago. Free
All right,
speech
so
is
what
a
do you
comedian
think I'm
saying
trying to
edgy
say? What do-
jokes.
what do you
It's
think I'm
also
trying to
everyone's
say?
right to deny
You literally just told him to read it. Now he's reading it. Now you're interrupting him.
them their hard-earned cash and support.
Yeah, bro, because
I
look,
literally
look,
just said, if that's all you're talking about, we agree. And I told
That's
you
not pedantic.
that in my response
Okay.
to this.
all right, man. All right, so
But
why are
your
we-
next thing
Okay.
is this comment, which is, frankly,
Very
most of the
interesting.
comedians crying cancel culture are rich, out of touch, mainly coasting off the success of their better work from when they were poorer and in touch with the working class.
Yes.
So that seems like a huge generality.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm guessing the rich, out-of-touch comedians that you're talking about would be like Chappelle.
Yes.
Right.
It actually no. It's funny you say that because that is specifically what I'm talking about with Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
why,
let's
that's why I watched
let's
this thing.
well, right. But let's look at the Elon Musk issue. Right? Like he brought Elon Musk on stage,
So-
clearly expecting
Oh,
everybody
this
to think he's fucking
So stupid.
badass, right?
Wait, wait.
Clearly.
Press pause.
Clearly. Yeah.
I think that
Great
you
pause.
both have good points to make. I think that there is a reasonable take that, like, if what is it? It could be seen as Dave Chappelle was expecting a warm reception for
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. Thank you. Sorry.
African American
Um,
community.
Yeah. And so he yeah, he was expecting a warm reception and he was taken aback when that didn't happen. Or I think that you also make a great point is that he could simply be trying to impress his Elon Musk. That's who he's trying to impress, not the crowd, but
I think either
his
one.
friend. He's like, hey, look at all that I have here. You know, you're
Yeah,
up on
and I
stage
wasn't
with
going
me.
to say like know what it is. I was just saying like, hold on, we
It
don't know that he
seems-
did that just to look badass.
It
There's
seems
right.
plausible. Sorry,
good.
Patrick.
No, you go ahead.
No, it seems more plausible. Well, actually, it's quite interesting to think that of it the other way because you're Dave Chappelle, dude. Who
Yeah,
do you need? You don't need Elon Musk, okay? You've already sold out the freaking place. You don't need that. So what else would you? How else? Also, how do you impress somebody? How do you impress Elon Musk? How are you friends with Elon Musk? You know. So it makes, to me, it's plausible that you could actually want to impress your friend. Like, I don't know what it's like to be a celebrity and then you have a celebrity. Like, you two are both huge celebrities and you're trying to have some sort of normal human friendship. How do you kind of appreciate, how do you do something cool for your friend when you guys are two of the coolest people in the world, if you want to think about it that way? So, yeah, it's, I think both of them are equally plausible. I don't know what the point is though. What is the point? What is this
I
have
have
to do
no
with cancel
clue.
culture?
I
Is
guess that,
it just look what an asshole Dave Chappelle
I
is?
think it's just trying to bring him down twice because after this it goes back to the kids where he just went there to yell at them.
It's all
well,
about,
no,
okay.
I think there's
specifically-
even a. I'm sorry, Andrew. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I've been talking.
No, it's all right. I just want to say I think there's actually a third option too because I've been thinking about the whole Chappelle Musk thing. There's the third option of where he could have been sitting backstage with Elon Musk and he'd be like, man, you want to see a crowd turn in 2 seconds? Come out here with me. Let's do something funny. Because he doesn't give a shit.
He could have. Yeah,
he could have been sitting there like,
I didn't even think about
watch
that.
it, and then he probably went out there like, oh, what do you mean? What are you guys all? You guys are mad? Don't you like Elon Musk? Like this is the place
that's
everyone
actually-
should like Elon Musk.
That's true.
You know, and I think it was
Yes.
more of that. But I mean, clearly Ed
Good
is
joke.
trying to make
That's a good thing. Yeah, it's a
and
good
that,
word.
and it's right in line with Chappelle's sense of humor as well. That's the kind of shit he would do.
yeah. He
Yeah.
wants
So-
to. Yeah, he's full of shit. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was just gonna
But
say.
yeah,
is
my
that-
objection was. Sorry, go right ahead, Andrew.
I was
cut you
just
off
gonna
again.
say. I think that Ed's point is just that he's trying to bring up specific points of evidence, right? Being very pedantic about how Dave Chappelle is out of touch.
Yeah. I think those were two attempts to do that, but he's, not willing to entertain any other information. I think you're right. That's probably the reason why he is bringing these up.
But again, it's like flying in the face of what he considers to be normal conversation.
Yeah, for
him
sure.
and his normal conversation, really. God. Oh yeah, the conversation that you just don't know how to have as well. Great. You're unable.
I'll try to be
Yeah,
more
no.
human.
About that. That's mind reading that you're saying he's thinking this as
Yeah.
opposed to he's in Austin.
Well, bro, he said
Elon's
he
in Austin.
He was in San
They're
Francisco.
both like big
It was in San
celebrities.
Francisco. It was in San
I don't know.
That's totally wrong. It's
No,
San
dude,
Francisco.
fucking look it up on YouTube. Go ahead, pull
For
it
you
up.
to say that it's simply
Because
Why is this
multimillionaires never,
such a-
never traveled to different states. So how dare you get
Who
that
gives
shit
a
wrong?
fuck about? I don't know. Like, I guess it's it's because of where they were supposed to like him and where they're not. But how is this relevant? Most of it arguments is hinged on these offensive comedians are not as per the Times. So why are you defending them? Yeah, he's yeah, exactly. It's all about the comedians are offensive in all these ways, and they kind of deserve the that's also what the argument pattern where it's like, okay, cancel culture isn't happening. Cool. Oh no, but when it does happen, it's like, well, you look how they deserve it. Such assholes. That's basically why he talks about him. That's all he talks about here. Is the way he dwells on this thing. It's so much about look what an asshole this person is.
because
Why
he
does it
wants
care
to
what
look
I say?
cool.
We can pull it up on YouTube, son. Let's just pull it up on YouTube right now and watch it. Here,
Why?
Where did he go? He
I
closed-
have no idea. He just dropped out of the studio. Just back in like
Not
10
exactly
seconds.
Why?
And then, wait, I want to know what in your mind, what happened at this point? Were you like, did he leave?
I have
Are
no
we
clue.
done?
I was just like, was he trying to share? Like, I had no idea what happened. It was kind of my first time using StreamYards.
Because I've done that. I've exited the studio as well before. This was his StreamYards. It was on Rosala's stream, I think. Oh no, it wasn't Rosala's. It was I think it was MSK or something. He did the same thing.
I think he might have been trying to screen share. I don't know exactly what happened.
Yeah, he was trying to. That's so funny.
I'm about to drop some knowledge, son.
No, with the blood.
Come on, buddy, son.
And he just
Fuck your shit, son. I'm out.
just goes, just gone. He's gone. It just cuts him off. It's hilarious.
You better watch yourself, son. Goodbye.
Please, can I try to watch that again? Please, okay. Just have a look at what we're seeking, where I'm seeking. Okay, try it.
Just
Okay.
be gentle.
Be gentle. Okay. Where does he go? Where is he? Where's the part where he disappeared? It's so strong.
Yeah, that seems to really jump around.
Okay, hold on. And then the one time it did seem to use my arrows. Let's see where we are.
We talked about the lynching, so it's just a
No,
couple
that's
of
behind.
unhinged
I think
people
we're a little
who
bit before
actually
that.
put the rope around the neck. So is that then okay?
I think this is the mob conversation.
Come on, there has
What's
to be
a
some
mob, bro?
part
What's a
where I'm
mob,
seeing-
buddy?
At this point,
Hey,
I don't
son.
know. Listen,
Where?
pal.
Oh, I fucked it up, man.
I knew it.
Fucking women. It was so funny.
The one that you brought up, I happen to know for a fact, isn't claiming that. Like, I
yeah,
don't know,
we're
maybe
way
Jim Brewer
beyond
did in the
the part.
past.
you're doing something.
So if you are,
What I mean by that, bro.
hey, have
is
you
it
ever had a
was so
conversation with
funny.
anyone else, Ed? Because
The fact that there is no point to it other than please speak to me.
That's
The D,
what else? Things they
No,
said.
fuck this. Fuck this so hard. Just hold on.
Yeah, this is it.
I'm over it.
Ah,
Hold on.
man.
I'm going to get it. We're going on YouTube.
Yeah.
Leave it to a woman to cock everything up.
You know what?
Couldn't leave well enough alone.
She couldn't. Yeah, she had to go back. We had to relive it. Okay.
Mhm.
We couldn't just
Rehash
let it
it.
go. We didn't. Yeah, we couldn't just let it go.
My father always says, men live in the solution and women live in the problem. So clearly you were going back to live in the problem,
I wanted to live in
where
the
we were
problem.
all like onto the solution, and Kidda brings us back.
Okay, hold on. Let's see if it'll play the remove source. So let's see if it'll play this if I share a
Yes.
presentations, bring a stream from tools like Zoom or into Studio, local video, background music, video storage, presentation, show presentation, videos. No, okay, fine. I'll just do a share screen and then Chrome tab, comedy, but I could be wrong. Episode, boom, there we go. Okay, bring it in, and let's play. Can you guys hear it? No, we can't hear it. Let's see if
It looks like the tab might be muted.
there. Yeah, it should be working now.
If anybody
Woo!
goes
Yep,
through
you can hear
that situation,
You can hear it.
you know, like yes, especially, and that in and of itself is fine.
Why can I not hear it? That's stupid.
Oh no.
That's fucking dumb.
Yeah. Well, it was broadcasting to us, but I don't know if you or the audience could hear it.
Can the audience hear? Wait, it might be because it's chat again.
Fine,
I can hear it.
right? Because everybody's in agreement there. But like,
We can hear it.
Yeah.
I hear it.
Thank you guys.
Okay, then.
Or should I say thank everybody for giving me something else to watch. Keep up the good work. Thanks, LT Word. I think Patrick and Adam Friended would get along.
I think it would be hilarious if you guys did have a conversation.
Yes,
Yeah, it would be interesting.
about their woman.
He seems like my cup of tea.
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
So I don't know where we were here. Let's just see.
actions say about the greater trans community.
I think
What is
it's
this?
got to be closer to.
That's cool.
If we get into Discord for a watch together, it doesn't matter. Okay, I'm just gonna try and find it.
Yeah, just go along until he disappears.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm so
Wait,
smart.
I'm going.
He only
up
disappears for a sec though, so I don't.
I'm so. But then I
I think
can
it's
also
closer
go like
to an
this.
hour, but I'm not sure.
Closer to an hour. Okay.
I thought so, but I'm not sure.
There's the.
There
There it is.
There it is.
Right there.
Whoa.
Found it.
Simply because
Why
he
was
wants
it there
to
when I
look
said
cool.
we can pull it up on YouTube, son? Let's just pull it up on YouTube right now and watch it. Here,
We just
Why?
put it up on YouTube.
Put it up on YouTube, son.
on! It's so
Nice.
All right, that's pretty great.
Here,
Okay, one. It was worth it, guys. It was worth it. Just hold on. I want to go full screen here.
trim the screen. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay, watch.
go ahead, pull
For
it
you
up.
to say that it's simply because
Why
he
was it
wants to
there when
look
I said
cool.
we can pull it up on YouTube, son? Let's just pull it up on YouTube right now and watch it. Here,
Why?
Here, I'll.
Oh, that's so good. So good. Oh yeah.
Come on, son. Come on, son. I ain't fucking around, son. Dude, pull it up now.
Listen,
Like,
no.
I just imagine this.
I'm about to.
Mic drop and camera drop as well.
Okay. One more. And then I want now everybody focus on Gray's face.
you can look it up on YouTube. Go ahead, pull
For
it
you
up.
to say that it's simply because
Why
he
was
wants
it there
to
when I
look
said
cool.
we can pull it up on YouTube, son? Let's just pull it up on YouTube right now and watch it. Here,
Why?
It's funny
Yeah,
every
there was
time.
confusion
Funny every
there.
time.
If eyes could do sign language, your eyes just said, "What the fuck? What the fuck just happened?" Like your eyes literally went like, "What the fuck?" What the
Yeah, I
fuck?
wasn't sure if that was like his mic drop.
Up and down, like
Yeah, like what the fuck?
I want to zoom into it. Did you guys saw it? He went like,
What the fuck?
he's like what? And then you. It's so beautiful.
Okay, I believe everyone.
Okay.
I'm not exactly sure why.
It's an underrated moment in
okay.
your
Yeah,
stream.
Andrew,
looks
try to
like I
recreate
have
that face with
sorry, I
your.
dropped out there for a minute.
No,
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
With your VTuber, just try and do the what the fuck face. It's just opening its mouth.
Weirdo's not picking up on it now, but like when you were doing your rant, like just the eye twitching was just like it was great.
There it is.
I'm crying. I'm sorry. Okay.
It's all
Oh,
good.
while we get ready on this one, we could just
Hey,
watch.
wait,
Let's go ahead and
my
watch.
I don't
media
know
player
what
works.
bringing that up.
Yes, my beautiful, powerful chi
There we go.
face for playing pause works.
Would say just
Well,
you were saying that he brought him up clearly because he wants to look cool.
He said, "This
I
is
don't-
my friend, bro."
Yes.
He literally said, "This is my friend, Elon Musk." Do you
So
ever?
that's
do
all
you,
I'm saying.
Press
do you
pause.
ever
Yeah.
bring up someone and introduce them as their friend?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Coming from somebody who's supposedly very into movies, you know, there's so many people who, or so many films where you have the same kind of technique being used different ways. I mean, maybe not necessarily in one film, but across multiple films, you have similar techniques, similar phrases, similar scenes being repurposed to mean different things. And so if we could have 3 different movies where one is Patrick's, where they're talking backstage and be like, hey, we're gonna, you want to see how fast the crowd turns, and then they go up and they do that. Or they could be Ed's, where they're just like, hey, they're gonna love you, it's gonna be great, it's gonna be a whole thing, and he brings them up, and then that happens, whatever, right? Or it can be the other one where they bring Gray brought up, where it's like, hey, I really want to impress my friend, blah blah, and they're talking all this kind of stuff. And so he brings them up on, they're talking about how, like Dave Chappelle is puffing himself up, being all big man, and then he brings up Elon Musk and be like, hey, I don't even know if like the crowd reaction at that point even almost even matters at all. It's just like, I've got all these people here to see me, and he's just showing that off to his friend, and
Yeah.
and the instance on stage, right, could in all 3 of those movies could theoretically look the same, but
Yeah.
the implications are different each time.
Yeah. I was trying to point out, like, you're trying to say this is why that happened, and you don't really know his intention in that
Yeah, you
moment.
don't.
There could be a number of reasons.
Exactly.
And then he actually brings up another reason other than just he was trying to look bass. And it's like, yeah, that could be the case. But yeah, I feel like Ed was not going to actually talk at this moment.
No,
I'm
he
trying
doesn't
to
want to
do-
talk in a general sense. He wants to have a quote unquote normal conversation.
Yeah, Patrick's had a few of those with these guys.
Yeah, they're good at it.
44 minutes, 40 seconds. Guys, I'm trying to put this into a watch together in the live room for the Discord, so that you guys can also press pause when you want. So let's see if we can do this.
No, that's not how that works.
What for the?
I don't need
I'm
to
the
press
host.
pause. I don't need that kind of control in my life.
Allow everyone to
Yeah.
edit the
It's too much
playlist
fucking
and put
pressure.
the video. There we go. So if you had to get onto the Discord, you could in the live room. You should be
Okay,
able to.
so we're
It's
going to
like
be
a
here watching this video, and then
No,
the audience will be able to pause and play.
no, you'll be able to. Oh,
I mean, that's kind of awesome.
I could knock them
Well,
out.
we're not there. If we're there, we're going to have we're going to be in 2 different calls at the same time.
But you don't talk in it. You have to mute yourself. It's just so that you have control. You can.
Okay.
Can I just stay where
There's
I
a
am?
really important comment that just got brought in. I think it must be addressed.
What, the fact that
Patrick is pretty based.
Am I?
he's damn based.
Yeah.
So I don't know. What do you guys? Do you not want? Are you okay with me just controlling it? Okay.
Get
the fuck out! Everybody,
we'll
get the fuck
figure it
out!
out for next time. We'll figure it out for next time.
Leave.
I just think that opening it up like that.
Yeah, I guess we could.
Could
it
introduce
wouldn't have
issues.
to be the live. It wouldn't have to be the live room. It would just be
Yeah.
whoever's in here. But either way, my play button works now. So.
Yeah.
Except it doesn't. Come on. Okay, there we go. Dude, hello.
if they didn't expect the audience to fucking receive them warmly, bro.
I mean, yeah, it happens all the time. Like
Okay,
that is
then,
one of
great.
the bits that Dave Chappelle had in there. He had that Daphne lady open for him,
Jesus
and she
fucking
just ate
Christ,
shit.
bro. Listen, you gotta keep fucking moving back to this point because you don't know where I'm going with this. But I promise you, dog, it's not gonna bite you. So just sit down for a minute, all right? What I mean by that, bro.
Hey, have
is
you
I'm
ever had a
supposed to tell
conversation with
you.
anyone else, Ed? Because you seem to be very belittling and very shitty to me earlier. But
Dude,
it's not
because
like
this
you're
is
actually doing
obnoxious.
like a good back and forth here.
Bro.
Hey, am I telling you to sit
Yeah.
down and just listen to this?
me-
That
No,
you don't know where
no,
I'm
no,
going?
no, no, no.
No, I'm not.
honestly,
I'm
but-
trying to
but I
actually
want-
talk to you and take it on point by point instead of your soliloquies where,
Right.
you know, you
But-
just
but that's
keep
because-
going on and there's like 5 points in there and I don't get to address all of them.
Okay, all
Instead,
right.
we get stuck
Okay,
back and
man, but
forth on
listen.
one of them.
All right, so
let's take a little bit more turns, okay?
All right, do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
No, go right ahead.
Okay.
The gentlemanly.
Like I
epicness
said,
of
especially when it
you,
comes to stand-up
right?
comedy,
It's amazing.
all artists essentially. Any public.
Way to actually put a fine point on it, right?
I
think that-
tried.
yeah.
I don't know.
Nice.
No, I think that it worked.
Rude.
Yeah.
No, you said it was like dealing with a child. You actually, the way you dealt with him, you were just like, just by the way, I'm not okay with the way that you treated me. By the way, just hi.
It is like dealing with a child. You needed AIDS.
Yeah. Clay.
Figure relatability fucking matters. All right. Because you want to relate to the people you watch, you know, and that's what I mean. Like earlier, Dave
Not
Chappelle, I
necessarily.
love that shit because I can relate to the shit he was fucking
Necessarily.
talking about.
Relatability. Is that what you're
Yeah, I mean, it's important to empathize, right? But that doesn't mean that you relate.
saying? Mhm.
You know, I mean, there's a lot of experiences that I can empathize with for Dave Chappelle. I can see where he's going. I can put myself in his shoes, but I don't necessarily relate, if that makes any sense.
No, it does.
Yeah, there's it's just it's a fine difference. It's a nuanced difference. Makes sense. Sorry, play.
I can't relate to him anymore because he's over there talking about like the millions of
So
dollars.
you
deals.
haven't
Well,
watched it.
Hold on, bro. I watched his first special, which is what I'm talking about specifically. All right.
Why?
In that special, he's
Nothing.
going on and on about the millions of dollars and this and that. And don't get me wrong, it was interesting, but I couldn't relate to it. So I
Okay,
stopped.
I believe that was 4
Okay,
specials
but what
ago.
I'm saying- exactly, bro? The one that I saw. I don't even know what's the point of even iterating on this. It's just a fucking fact, bro. Let it go. But look, what I'm saying
So
is,
it's not a fact; it's your opinion, though.
it's not a fact that I watched this first special.
I'm so angry at you.
What a jerk
Andres.
off.
See, yeah.
I think he's very upset with you.
And it's very clear that you guys have been somewhat you address it, right? I think that you behave perfectly fine. I'm not talking about you at all. But in this conversation, Ed misunderstands you a lot, and then he isn't self-reflective at all. He doesn't take the time to slow down and be like, okay, wait, what do you mean then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? He just
I
He's
don't
so,
think I've ever
he
explored
hates
what
you
I meant.
so much. Look how he's showing his teeth. He's actually, you know, when you show your canines, he's properly angry at you, man. He does not like you.
Yes.
Mm-mm.
Fair enough. I'm punchable
But
from what I hear.
But it's so weird. Like you're just talking. I don't understand what's so offensive about you. Ah.
You know, it's because Grace Days come,
No,
and
you
he's not
talked
acting like an
about him
asshole.
as
And
being
an asshole's
out
going to
of
have to
touch.
respond to that.
Yeah.
He's dying for Gray. He was dying for you the whole time to be like, "Oh, fuck you," like because
Yeah.
then it would have given him like, "See these guys? See them? That's how they are." And you were like, "No,
Yeah,
no."
See,
Like,
look
no,
at him. Yeah.
You're a jerk off. I'm not, and I'll let you even go first. Like, be an asshole first. And you know, he doesn't know how to respond to it. It's clear. That's why he gets more and more frustrated.
Mhm.
It's glorious.
It is.
Touch and him not being as consistent as he was
Jesus
back in the day.
Christ, dog.
That's an
Because
opinion. You're saying it's a fact, but it's like, hey,
It's the fact that I watched his first special, which is what I'm referring to. I never at all.
Okay.
You're the one who's trying to fucking
It
act
must
like
be
I'm speaking
cool
about
holding your
anything
mic
else
when
here.
you're talking.
no.
In his first special,
I never said that you didn't watch his special.
you literally said that.
No, you said
Bro,
it's a
bro, all right,
fact,
all right,
and
okay,
you had
listen, I
previously
think-
said he is out of touch.
He's
I
so
thought you were talking about that
angry.
is the fact, not that you watched it.
Yeah, well, that's what I
Can
was
you
going
understand
up
how
to
there would
this.
be confusion
Yeah,
in
all
there?
right, man. So listen, I watched his first special. I found it unrelatable. Okay.
Okay.
That's it. So I kind of lost
Okay,
interest.
that's the thing.
Simple as that. And he's to the point now where not only is he arguing with teenagers, an old man arguing with teenagers about how they're wrong, even though society's in their fucking hands, you know, and now he's fucking bringing up Elon Musk. And look, man, the guy is successful. I'm glad he's doing great. The fact that he is doing great should be all the proof you need to understand that the whole fucking cancel culture thing is a bunch of bullshit. But what I'm saying is, dude.
So because they failed at that, it's all bullshit.
Failed at what?
So do you like not believe in attempted murder or like attempted any other crime?
Failed at what? Failed at what?
Oh my
So
God.
there was
He was too
an
busy
attempt
on
to-
one of his soliloquies. So when you came down and asked a question, he's like, "What the fuck? I was busy talking. I don't remember." Huh? He's
Yeah.
trying to figure out what you just grasp at what you said, and yeah, you just didn't let him continue on his rant, and that's
I figured I'd probably actually address one of the points, and you know, he at least
Yeah.
let me get to that one.
you
But,
playing.
yeah.
Yeah, you start playing. You're
Well,
playing.
no.
right?
Yeah. Well, I knew the conversation was over at some point.
Yeah. So
Right.
you like, 'cause you
His
know.
comment section was just going ape shit over the tiny
'Cause-
cup. So yeah, I definitely played that up to them as well.
No, because you you're saying he's talking about something else and you could let him finish, but you're just like, oh, so because it was a throwaway comment by him, but of course it's you taking an idea out of it. It is his opinion that because he's using that because certain people are uncancelable. Oh, cancel culture's fine. Because
Yeah.
you see, it doesn't work. It's like no. Just because it's not successful does not mean it's not bad.
Yeah.
In some cases, it's not successful. Some majority people's lives are fucked up. The big ones you hear about, it's because they're already successful. They have something. But like the people that lose their jobs and things, that's a real it's a real issue. So it's an important thing that you wanted to talk about. So it's not like I'm saying, but what I'm saying is you're playing here because you took what he put down there and you said, hey, by the way, you said something stupid over here. Just hi. You were on your rant, but within your rant, I picked up this thing, and you could see. Look at you. Oh, I love it. It's because you know that now this is a challenge. When you say it, you know that you're challenging him. So then,
Yeah.
The funny part here is
to cancel him. And it's all bullshit.
oh, I just passed it up. But Ed's face as well in that moment. It's the exact face of like, oh shit, he was just listening to what I said. Like,
yeah,
like
and
oh
he's
my
trying to
god, he's
figure
gonna
out, what did I
respond to the
just
dumb
say?
shit I just said.
What did I just say? Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Maybe he also thought because look, you can,
Bullshit.
yeah, there we go.
But and look, man, the guy is successful. I'm glad he's doing great. The fact that he is doing great should be all the proof you need
like
to.
it's actually not even as off the cuff as I remember. Actually, now let's look.
Understand
all
that
The
the whole
long point he
fucking
makes.
cancel culture thing is a bunch of bullshit. But what I'm saying is, dude.
So because
See,
they
you were
failed,
supposed to let him carry on with, but what I'm saying is like, no, that's a big thing you just said there. We're not going to let you get away with it. Look at you.
Yeah.
at that, it's all bullshit.
Failed at what?
So do you like not
so do
believe in
you? This thing, you're like, no, I'm going for you, hun. Let's go.
attempted murder or like attempted any
Whoa,
other
wait,
crime?
wait, failed at what? Failed at what? Exactly?
So there was
But it's
an
not.
attempt
I'm not accusing you of being a dick or something. I'm saying like you're just like, no, you know what? I know what I'm doing here. I know that I'm not gonna let you get away with this.
I'm working on it. I definitely. I'm not above that, but I'm trying to work on it.
I don't
but yeah,
see it
at
as a
this
bad
point,
thing,
I knew
yeah.
the conversation was pretty
Exactly.
much over.
I'm saying
so-
the way you are, you're just like you're like, here we go, let's do it.
Yeah.
You don't get to just say shit anymore because you've let
Yeah.
him just say so much. You know, like Andrew was saying, like you let him get away with parts where he's destroyed himself, and you don't go. Excuse me. Well, do you realize what you just said here? You don't do that. So here you did it. That he hadn't destroyed himself yet, but it's like you're like, oh, by the way, I heard that. I'm listening to you, and yeah. Sorry, I have to go back to and look for what Patrick, because I was looking at you. I want to look at what Patrick, what Eduardo does, because Patrick said that he has this face of like, what the fuck? You just heard what I'm saying.
Yeah, no,
Failed
it's
at that?
great.
It's all bullshit.
Failed at what?
So do you like not believe in attempted murder or like failed at that?
It's a bunch of bullshit. But But what I'm saying is, dude,
So because they failed at that, it's all bullshit.
failed at one.
So do you
Right there.
like not believe in attempted murder or like attempted any
Well,
other
well,
crime?
His eyes going up like, what?
failed at
Well,
one, failed
that
at
shows
one.
that
So there was an attempt.
There. it
that
is.
shows that he's actually thinking. When his eyes go up like that, that he's
thinking
searching
it.
for something in his head.
So
So he's like
teenagers-
he's actually taking in what he at this point, at that point. That's why his face changes, his whole demeanor changes. The conversation at this point changes because that actually got through to him. That's what
Yeah.
that micro expression meant.
like
Is that he's actually taking in what Gray said, and I believe for the first time, for real.
Woo!
Wheels are turning.
attempt to cancel him, and the cancellation failed. That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. That literally doesn't track.
I mean, dude, if you want to get stuck on that,
Oh, my news is coming.
fucking-
You call it pedantic, but it's like
And by the way, I'm not counting Gray's pedantics. I'm only counting because Gray only says it when
In
when
response
Eduardo
to
says
him,
it.
right.
Yeah.
So,
saying
again, that's
some
fine.
blanket statements that aren't true or accurate.
Yes,
So
again,
because he
it's
wasn't
called shorthand,
because he
it's
wasn't
how humans
permanently
have communicated
canceled.
for hundreds of thousands of years. I'm frankly surprised this is all new to you, dude. But yeah, people speak in generalities because, believe it or not, pedantic bullshit is not an efficient or even great way of discussing shit, dog. Seriously.
No, but it would be an accurate way as opposed to a very inaccurate general conversation that's not talking about anything.
So now you're making excuses for being pedantic. I'm not talking about anything.
No, I'm literally saying, hey, what you're calling pedantic is actually looking for some evidence and
That's
actually
exactly
talking
what a
about.
pedantic person would say. Oh my fucking god!
So then you're like, Bob, you think that
That
evidence
is just what they want you to believe.
Pause.
I love
No.
this shit. Pedantic fucking people, bro. It just
Yeah.
I was just gonna say is that it's bulletproof thinking, right? He has this idea of, okay, I don't know who taught him that looking at specifics is
Pedantic.
a bad way to argue. It's a bad way to talk. But whoever taught it to him, like, reinforced that echo chamber inside whoever he's talking to, because if someone you're talking to, and it's okay, he brings up specifics all the time not all the time, but frequently during this conversation, and that doesn't faze him at all. He doesn't think, wait a minute, this is something I'm doing. What's going on, right? So what he does do is that he when he sees you being bringing up evidence, when he sees you being specific, he is like, whoa, no, you can't do that. Come on. No, this isn't normal. This isn't appropriate. This isn't efficient. This isn't, conducive to constructive conversation. And so there's the form of like I was saying before, the form of the conversation matters. And yet he has built it, or his detection of what other people are saying it's built in that the form that the conversation needs to take is bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
You bring up relevant things, you talk about good your form and your evidence are both good, and that doesn't get through to him because he is just from the outset he just thinks that's bad for some reason.
He doesn't accept any of it. He's decided for some reason it's because he's decided Gray is a bad man. Gray Poupet bad, and
He's got a point.
And and then no matter what he says, it's either too detailed or it's too vague or it's it was doomed from the beginning.
Yeah, and I might be reading too much into it, but I know Bob's biggest criticism about like my conversation with him is that I was just looking for gotcha moments, and it seems like Ed has taken that on too. I think that's yeah. I think he was talking to Bob prior to our conversation.
So he was
anyway. I think so. I think he was very debate brand going into it, and then he made like a 17-minute cut. It's actually the one that Patrick and I reacted to, but that was like the failed gotchas of Poupet. So I don't know. Like
with the
what he
whistle.
sees is, yeah, like I don't know what exactly was a gotcha. I was just like exploring his idea. Like, okay, who are you talking about? What is that? So I don't. But I think he was really thinking that I'm going for gotchas this whole time, so he can't really explore any idea.
That's the thing. How are you supposed to have a discussion when you disagree with someone? If yes, they're supposed to be gotchas. Okay, I suppose that a debate is to get you, but a gotcha is okay in that way. You could say that it's because you disagree, but a gotcha is setting something up and trying to make someone look stupid and So what they do is they just decide that any question is setting something up for a gotcha. Any movement in the discussion is setting up for a gotcha, which is why you don't get. You're right. I really do think he had this like programmed into him, and it's like I can't have any conversation. I've got to do this debate brain because otherwise I'm going to get gotcha'd. And I think that is from having bad debates and not having good conversations, or not having good arguments. You get a gotcha, so you're like, okay, every time I get you get into this pattern of behavior, if you will, of where you are scared to answer a question in a conversation because that's never ended well for you.
Yeah, well, if every question you get asked and you answer honestly is going to prove that everything you're saying is fucking horseshit, then every question is a gotcha.
That could be a gotcha. Yeah.
Everything is a gotcha. So you know what? Don't have a conversation then.
Yeah, don't be full of shit when you have a conversation, and then you won't have any gotchas.
No, but the thing is that the way that he perceives this speaking to Gray is he's just decided it's Gray who's the bad faith actor here. These petty arguments are annoying. Unironically, we should just bring dueling back. Would solve a lot of society.
I think it's dealer's choice.
You choose.
I will always choose sword fighting, but not the traditional, what people would think of when they think of sword fighting.
Oh,
more of a different.
Okay.
What you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
If you're talking about what I think of sword fighting.
You'll put it on your OnlyFans site.
That will be my sword fighting section. My OnlyFans.
I actually saw that one time. I walked past a public restroom and I saw two bums sword fighting.
That's been great.
I was like, okay, get walking.
Oh, the sound. I just imagined the sound. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
It's like having fucking
I'm not name calling at all. You keep calling me pedantic because I want to actually get into the specifics of anything.
Because the specifics are so petty and they're just getting down to semantics and shit like that. And again, bro, please keep it up because this is the exact same. This is the reason why people are sick and tired of this shit, bro. Honestly, I'm
all 10 of them.
I'm willing to take it if it helps prove my overall point here, dog.
Nothing has been proven.
Listen,
Patrick brings up a question. Was pedantic on your word a day calendar?
You know what? Gloves are off. Why not?
Okay.
Like, is there a reason why you keep saying that?
Is it on
you
your?
Want to go with anything else?
Is it on yours? Because you seem to be. He's using it for you, Sonny.
He got a point. Like, I'd have known.
What, you should have known that he should use it?
Yeah, when pedantic was on my word a day calendar. Yeah.
I don't think he really knows what that phrase means. I mean, the point isn't that you're actually using the technique. The point is that you are using the word.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But again, he's just like, nah, you.
No. Yes, his argument is, no, you.
For life, because between this conversation and the one you had with Bob, it seems like it's the only move you got, dog.
Well, accuracy or truth is my main move and my main attempt. It's what I hold as the highest value. So it involves evidence.
Let's go. We're here. We're here for you. We're waiting for something intelligent to occur. Please, Eduardo, continue.
Yeah, but but there's plenty of ways to do it without being this fucking petty, dog. For real, just try talk.
He didn't say pedantic.
Excuse me, sorry. I'm allergic to his bullshit. What the fuck?
He was so close to saying pedantic again, wasn't he?
Yes, but
I
like
think so.
now he's gone to petty. So he's saying that the details that Gray wants to talk about are not even he's just going deeper into the pedantic thing of like, oh, you just these things are not worth talking about. But I'm really trying to figure out what is petty here. This is wild. What conversation? They're in two different conversations. If you're talking, Andrew, we can't hear you. If you wanted us to hear you.
Oh no, I wasn't. But I will say that I think it's also interesting that he what is it? He's doing this thing where he is oh gosh. See, this is why this is why I was paused. It's because
No.
it's an incomplete thought. But I mean, he just has this this immature kind of setting this whole time where he's like I hate to I don't like it when people are like hyper what do you call it analyzing other people's behavior, but I mean he seems almost like he has like arrested development, right, where he's stuck at like teenage level and he's not, you know, he's like this all you
No,
you know
You're saying you think
don't
Eduardo
impact-
was molested as a teenager.
No.
He might be arrested at a certain
I won't
stage of
touch that.
development.
Which is usually what that means.
Yeah, you know what? It's usually
Yeah,
the
definitely
cause of
could be a
It
cause.
can
some
be
some trauma, but guys, let's not go there. Don't come here
The
with
most
the
common.
CP.
Fucking like a normal human being. Can we do that?
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah. What a dick.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now.
All right, man.
I'm not
Okay, so-
stopping and calling you pedantic.
Okay, because I'm not, bro. I'm
You could at
letting
least,
the conversation move
You
on.
are.
change it up. Like, Wallace
Stop
and Gromit
being
fan here is calling me
pedantic.
nitpicky.
You're nitpicking. I don't know what you're nitpicking. You're just pedantic. Are we just finding all the he's being juvenile? Oh, you know what? We're just having a thesaurus day. Yes, he's being juvenile. Good fine. Juvenile. There you go.
Big dog.
Did you say pedantic?
Hey,
Shit!
you could call me
Like, what do you want me
particular.
to do?
You could call me like investigative. You know, there's a plethora of other words that you could use
But
other
you're not.
than
You're just
pedantic.
pedantic because you to
Nope,
be
that's
those
it.
other things. There would be a purpose to it. The fact that there is no point to it, other than you just wanting to be incredibly nitpicky about shit, to sort of try to pick
Hey, he
apart
did it.
the syntax.
Well, when you say that
Yeah.
every
Thank you,
90s
Mr.
comedian is making less money and claiming
Wallace
that it's
and
because they're
Gromit
just
fan
out of
gave
touch.
him another word.
I'm sorry, we need to get more specific than that.
I hate Wallace and Gromit.
Where do you
fans,
go
too.
from somebody saying
Let me ask you a
every
question. Let me
90s
ask you a
comedian
question. Let me
is
ask you a
saying
question, bro. Let me ask you a question.
that? Yeah,
On the whole, because I said that as a generality. I already said that. All right.
I know. That's
On the
all you
whole,
said.
okay. So you understand that it's a generality, okay?
Yes.
On the whole, do you think that comedians from the '60s
A pause.
were doing as well in the '90s as?
Mm-hmm.
Your generalities can be wrong. That's one of the things
Yeah.
that doesn't seem to ever get through to Ed. You
Usually
have to be
that's-
able to
that's-
critique his generalities, and he just oh gosh, I keep looping back to this. I'm so sorry. It's so irritating. It's like his anytime you bring up that you have a problem with what he's saying, he's just like, no, it's a generality. You know,
Yeah.
it's like what is it? It's like Ed's pattern of behavior.
So it's
You know,
his,
or not Ed.
Bob's,
Bob,
but it
yeah.
feels very much like that same conversation.
Yeah.
So what?
It's just a
his
different
script.
phrase. It's a different word.
It's his golden rules, 3 golden rules for Lance, that kind of thing. Of like, okay, I've lost track. Here we go. I'm just gonna tell you it's a generality. But like, wait a second. Isn't he saying that you're being too specific? That's what
Yes.
you're doing. You're honing in on specifics too much, and that's why you're being pedantic. So when you try and get general, then you're too general. It's like, oh, it's almost as if you can't say anything.
Yeah.
It's better to be pedantic than ignorant, in my incredibly humble opinion. I agree.
It is incredibly humble of you.
The most humble
And we
opinion
agree.
I've ever seen.
the grip. Analyzing the primary details isn't pedantry. Not analyzing them and relying on some simple vibe is just uncertain. That is so right, Nico. You're right. It's actually he's accusing Gray the details. He's accusing Gray of the details that he chooses being wrong. The details he's choosing to discuss are petty when actually they're quite important. It's The Secret Art of Pedantism, written by Eduardo.
We're on the 60s, generally speaking.
I
When
mean,
the 90s had its own
was the biggest
class
it
of
really
comedians that
depends
were much more
which,
fresh.
because there's a whole bunch of
That's
them
why I
that
said
died from the
generalities,
60s.
bro. That's why I said generalities. Generally speaking, do you believe that a comedian from the 60s,
Yeah,
in the
I mean,
90s,
there were definitely some that were like, I don't know.
okay, but
You've got
generally
like,
speaking, no, right? Generally speaking, no.
generally speaking, the career of a comedian is not like 30 years. Yeah.
He's so
Christ, guys.
angry with
I'm
you.
trying with this guy. I really am.
What is happening? Why is he so angry? I don't understand.
Well, it's like conversation that Patrick had with Dan. You're just supposed to sit down, shut up, and listen. So I wasn't nodding. So, the fact that I'm not just saying like yes. And I knew at this point I was playing with him a bit. I probably could have agreed a little bit sooner, but I could see how much it was frustrating him. So.
You needed to play with the language a bit more. Yeah.
A little bit. Yeah, I thought
no, you have to get the
turnabout was
exact
fair
right
game.
words before I agree. You're not gonna, you have to tell me what you mean in a certain way, and then I'll pretend I'll agree that I've understood.
Yeah, but also the way you answer that is
So
like
what is your?
it's like the best way you could answer that, right? I mean, the career of a comedian isn't 30 years. It's stupid. Of course it isn't. Like,
It actually isn't.
So I mean, like, also he's saying, do you think a comedian that peaked in the 60s is also peaking in the 90s? Like that's
Well, at this point I don't think he even brings in the peak, but like he brings that in next, where like
I don't even know.
somebody from the 60s would be as popular in the 90s. It's like generally not. But when he's saying that somebody who has reached their peak 30 years ago, which is what he brings up next, and it's like, I'm not gonna let you smuggle that extra concept in there that like that they're 30 years beyond their peak.
right. The way you answer the first question is like it already, you know where he's going. We all know where he's going, and you just sort of like swat that out of the way. You're like, listen, the framing doesn't make any sense because I'm not arguing that the career of a comedian is 30 years.
Yeah.
Like I don't know why he's trying to bring that up.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I wish I'd let him go a bit further with it. But,
I actually don't know. I don't know. It's just it's to decide to prove that times change and therefore and careers wax and wane and cancel culture is not real. Remember we were talking about cancel culture.
Okay, but when did Carlin die?
Yeah.
You guys talked about Carlin earlier. When did Carlin die? He wasn't. He was still doing comedy in
early
the
2000s.
Right, because he did a special in 2001 called "I'm Glad When a Lot of People Died." Then he later changed the name. Fun fact. But
yeah,
but yeah. I mean,
yeah.
How old was he? He was pretty old. Was he like a starting stand up in the 60s? He probably was.
Yes, yeah, he definitely was.
So the people that were most
really
like
quick,
super famous, of course they were. Like,
I still don't know what we're trying to prove here.
I don't either.
Yeah. No.
Are we trying to prove that?
And just as a side note, they find it really irritating when people try and claim different dead celebrities for their side, and then in the same sentence, right, or side by side sentences, they then claim those people for their side. But like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that people would claim dead celebrity. Like the right is claiming Carlin for themselves. Like he would be red pilled or on the right or whatever. And like, and then they said, no, but he would definitely be down with all this woke stuff. He was basically woke before woke existed, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
it's no.
It's also annoying.
You either have to stick to it or not. You can't just say.
Yeah.
It's also annoying when people like give up ground on those fronts because they don't think it matters. Like if they're like, okay, I saw a Lotus Eaters video where they were like, actually MLK was a communist, was a raging communist. And I was like, I was infuriated. I was like, are you really I mean, I know they're English, but they're giving that ground to the leftists. They're saying you guys get MLK. That's stupid. How could
I mean,
you
there are certain cherry pick statements that you could kind of get a notion from, but yeah,
right. But then there are other statements where you can be like, actually, he was anti-communist.
Yeah,
exactly. And I think that's a really good analogy to or analog to Carlin, because you can cherry pick both ways. Like, he has had some things that would be more right-leaning now, and some things that are definitely more left-leaning.
Yeah, and anybody that tries to claim, like, obviously Carlin was, I mean, nowadays politics looks different, but if he was a partisan, he was a partisan in like the left way, but he wasn't that partisan. He was like, he had his ideas.
But I mean, a lot of the thing was against like PC culture and stuff like that. Like, I don't know that he would necessarily be woke, but yeah, it's hard to speculate because everything kind of changed.
Joe Rogan nowadays, he'd be on the podcast if he was around.
Yeah, I think so.
And so, yeah, I think that he would definitely be supportive of trans people and that kind of stuff. And that's one of the things that they say would definitely be pull him on the left. But he was also very against language games, which is a lot of the left's behavior. So
yes,
it's if he had lived through to this day, who knows which side he would be on, or I even hesitate to say side. Who knows what his positions would be. But yeah, but if we had taken him from any point in his life, I feel like he would at best be conflicted. At most, he would probably, or I mean, not at most, but like,
I think you would have something to say to both
to make the
sides.
assumption that he would be a disaffected liberal, that he would be more like Stitch and Adam, where he still identifies with the left generally, but doesn't agree with.
Just not its bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, there's a difference between saying if a comedian lived up to this day versus if a comedian was plucked like through like a time portal, and because you're right. If George Carlin was plucked from like 1990 and like was brought to today with like no gradual change, he would be on Tim Pool next week, and he'd be like, I don't know what happened. The left left me. He'd be one of those guys. But if he had 20 years to like,
I know a lot of people that were against. Yeah, exactly. I know a lot of the people that were against Bush and all the overreaches from there seem to have really changed their tune. So yeah, it's hard to say if there would be a gradual shift in his own personal politics.
Yeah, if he had 20 years, he'd
yeah,
be
there's
like,
a pretty good freeze frame.
Yeah, like if you plucked him from 1990, he'd probably be like, well, of course, trans women aren't actual women; they're trans women or whatever. They're transvestites. But if he had 20 years, he'd be like, what are you talking about? Why do you care? That would be his best.
Yeah.
And or what is it? Some of the very anti-establishment rockers and such are very much like singing not singing the praises, but yeah, they're very much like, hey, get in line, you know.
Yeah, rage on behalf of the machine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
On behalf of the machine.
So it's kind of hard to say what it would be into, but I don't think either side should be speaking.
Like, everyone wants to claim, except for, you know, the super like far leftists, but everyone wants to say Lincoln would be on my side if he was alive today, or like that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But you know, except for the super far leftists that say actually no, he's a piece of shit. But obviously we don't know, and it's stupid to try to claim somebody that's not alive to just make your team look better.
Yeah, I think that, like, especially with MLK, I would never let people say that he was a communist, because he definitely wasn't. But I think that on top of that, what's much more important is to talk about the things that his speeches and the things that he advocated for, which are very
Yeah.
much, liberal values. They're not far
Very
left
much.
values.
And there's some of the strongest like liberal memes that are out there.
Hmm.
Yeah, Vincent says a frog in boiling water will jump out, but if you slowly boil the frog, he'll stay in there.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Which is what we're saying. Like you can't just throw him in the water. You gotta
Exactly.
give him time to adjust.
Yeah, and also
Yeah.
don't have dinner at Vincent's house.
True.
Frogs are delicious. What are
Can't
you
rush
talking about?
this.
I have
You
that.
can't rush them.
Good.
I know
Teriyaki
people
style.
say that all weird meat tastes like chicken, but frog legs legitimately taste like chicken. It's very strange.
How do you know that everything doesn't taste like frog?
There you go.
I'm trying to move these. I've got thug life glasses, but I can't.
I
move them on
reject
top
the
of
notion
the-
that chicken isn't the default flavor.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
that chicken would taste like frog. That's absurd. Clearly, chickens are meant for humans to eat, and frogs are just something we decided to eat. The difference.
We shouldn't have done
There
that.
does appear to be some desperation with frogs.
Yeah.
All that shitty French food.
Right.
Guys, we've been going for
Almost 6.
5 hours, 20 minutes.
Yeah, 5 almost
Yeah.
5.5. Yeah.
Just before we get to 6 hours, I'm going to stop stream and restart. Because it records for 6 hours at a time. I don't know if it'll.
Oh, you want to? Well, we could.
Anyway.
I mean, do we want to talk about an end? How far are we into it?
I think about halfway or just under half.
We're at just about an hour. We can make it faster. Let's go. 1.25, 1.5. Let's see. Long kitty. Long kitties. Everybody here is a very long person.
That's what they call
Look,
me.
I'm good. I'm good to continue. I don't mind.
Mushy chicken.
Okay,
So your point is that these guys are all
Hold on. Okay, well, I'm gonna leave you guys on. I need to go, and the wind is blowing cans outside.
Is that
So I'll-
South African for I gotta go
this.
take a shit?
No, it's literally there. It's literally outside.
all out of
It's a
touch.
generality. Like, if you can understand that, generally speaking, a comedian is not going to
See,
fare.
this is why the play would have been easier, but it's gonna be stuck.
All right.
That's it. It's play.
You know, this is the
Okay.
problem
Okay.
with nowadays, all right? The group man in the chat said the simulation didn't expect us to eat frogs. Like 50 years ago, people would have said God wanted us to eat chickens. And now
Mhm.
everyone just says the simulation. But
Yeah.
we're all talking
mean-
about the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Fair
clearly,
enough.
you look at a chicken, you're like, I want to put a chicken. You see that thing and you go, I want to put that in my mouth. Like, we all do that.
I mean, I
That's
don't look
what
at
I
a
think
chicken
of when I
like
see a
that,
chicken.
but yeah, I just see what you're saying.
Oh, come on, you're like a fox. You have like the in your like you see a chicken, you're like that is like a thing that me and a few other people could eat.
Yeah,
You look
fair
at a
enough.
frog and you look at a frog and you go, I got to catch quite a bit of those things to eat. Like, come on.
Yeah.
You know,
Clearly,
it's like-
the chicken is the ideal food.
Are you guys gonna have this debate while I quickly go
Yeah,
outside?
yeah.
You guys can continue the
Deal.
debate. Okay.
It makes me think of like oysters. Like, who was that fucking guy who walked up
Oh
and was
my
like,
gosh,
look at
you're
that
right.
shitty looking rock like right there. I'm gonna get a bunch of these rock, like horrible smelling looking things. I'm gonna crack them open, and like, oh my god, I cracked it open. It looks there's a booger inside. Let's slurp it down. And then
Right.
I'm like who
You just
who
crack
got
open
there?
the crown.
What? Somebody who's
Well, I
very
mean-
desperate.
Seriously, like, but when you look at like, I would never look at that and be like, yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
what is
I
it?
guess there's quite a few things like that.
Durian fruit?
what she
Do you
said.
know about durian fruit?
Oh, the
Now
worst.
what's that?
Oh no! It's illegal in some places because it's you bust it open and it smells like rotting garbage,
Sounds
Yeah,
delightful.
it's
right?
yeah.
But some people
And
have
apparently
developed a
it's,
taste for it.
I start calling that.
Apparently, it tastes better than it smells. But
Yeah, that's right.
I've only
That's
smelled
what
it, and
she
I
said.
did not want
That's
to
just
put it in my
gonna-
mouth.
We're gonna call that my ex-wife.
But yeah, you cannot imagine what this smells like. Whatever you're imagining, it's kind of worse. At least my limited experience with this
Yeah.
durian fruit.
Yeah.
Wow, and you eat it.
But yeah, I think it's. I don't, but I think
I
it's
don't.
illegal on public transport in a few Asian countries because it's pungent, man.
That's like when people bring fish to work and microwave it. That should be illegal
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
I think it's worse than that, but yeah, as Nico said, apparently it tastes like custard somehow. I
Yeah.
can bring myself to put it in my mouth, but
No.
You
Because
know,
it smells like
what
rotting
can I say?
garbage.
Also,
Oh my
she's-
God.
Yeah.
I can't say that's what she said enough during those conversations. This is so funny.
Well, she had a point. I mean, it smelled funny.
It's a durian fruit, huh?
Durian.
Yeah.
Durian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Durian.
Crazy how many
It's,
fruits there are. Like I thought there were maybe like a
yes.
half dozen. Like if you asked me how many fruits were there, I'd be like, I don't know, like maybe 6 to 8. Apple,
There's at least-
banana,
Ah,
a
There's
couple
at least-
others.
There's at least 4 on this
Oh.
stream.
Good one. No, there's some amazing ones, especially when you get to the tropical ones. Like, I don't know. I live in a desert, so we don't have them, but oh wow, they're so amazing. Like fresh lychee is just so amazing.
Who?
Lychee. It's kind of, I don't know how
Oh my
to
God,
describe
what are
it.
you guys
It's
talking
amazing.
about?
Lychee?
Talking about
Fruit.
fruit.
Yeah.
Like Nick
Lychee.
Lychee?
No, well,
Yeah.
yeah.
The host of Love is Blind?
Here, I'll
Yeah,
get
that
it.
it tastes amazing.
Who tastes amazing?
Nick Lychee?
Excellent, Daisy.
Lychee? Lychee.
Yeah, lychee fruit. It's
Licks
awesome.
Lychee. Okay, can I continue? You guys have
Oh
done
yeah,
with your
I
food
think
wars?
this fruit thing has kind of wrapped up.
I think we're really getting to something here.
Listen, I left and we were on chicken and frogs and we come back and we're on fruit. Lots gone down.
Well, I mean,
Same
you
category.
deserve it.
I mean, what are frogs but the fruit of the meat world?
Mm.
Exactly. That's what I vote.
Okay. What are frogs but the fruit of the meat world?
It's like roughly palm size. You know, you could take a bite. It's like colorful.
Yeah. It's just, it's
You can peel them.
It's wet. yeah, you can peel them.
Oh, you can peel them? Gross.
It's a frog is really just a strange fruit, a weird fruit. There you go, a weird fruit.
Indeed.
I can keep my hood on. You know what? I went outside. It was so nice and warm, and also it's so humid that you can see the air. So that's good.
Wow, that is crazy.
But I'm sitting here
I
in
guess
my
I just
hoodie.
think of my small world.
That's good.
Farewell in their youth, farewell when they're old in their like 30 years after their prime, as they did when they were in their prime. Like, if you understand that, dude, then what's the point of fucking going into this pedantic bullshit, dog? For real, what is the point of it? I told you we're
So
speaking
the point of it is
Hold on,
trying
we're
to actually
speaking
get to the
in
truth.
Didn't
generalities.
miss
Hold on,
it.
yes, and we're speaking in generalities because the truth is actually very broad, right? The main, what's the fucking title of this episode? Comedy is free speech. But I could be wrong. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Comedy is free speech. Period.
Okay,
Right?
cool.
We don't really need to get much further into
Win.
specific.
Actually, we
specific facts, because
do.
Overall, we're not disagreeing on the basic idea.
What do you mean we don't need to? If we do agree, that's actually where we go, okay, cool, let's go to the next level to see where we stop agreeing. Like, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
That's what that's what a discussion's about. Hello, hi. Welcome. Yeah.
Here, what I'm saying, bro, is that you, and please don't take any offense to this, you're gullible. Bro, you're just straight up gullible. Yes.
Say it
Taking
again.
offense to
How
this.
dare you, motherfucker. I'm bothered. You're taking offense? Why? That
Yeah, he can-
grape?
Yeah, he can
That grape
clearly,
put up
he can clearly say that you're gullible because he has the secret knowledge. He
Yes.
knows he has
Gullible.
the high ground. He can see everything, and so that's why he knows you're gullible, because he has an accurate view of the world. So
not your buddy,
your view
Lucy.
must be incorrect.
Yeah, a 1.25 speed, please.
Oh, what did I not put it on? I did. It is at 1.25. Do you know that?
It's at 1.5, kid. Come on, get your shit
Oh,
together.
1.25. Oh, 25.
Oh.
There's
I'm,
a 5 in there.
Wow, Patrick. Wow.
I'm sorry, I got
Get
a
your
little.
shit together.
I'm on a timer now. I got 45 minutes left.
No. Oh,
Even my
she's
girlfriend
almost
is coming home, and she's the ruiner of all things good. So
done. Yeah.
you're gonna ruin this.
No, I know that. If
Wow,
Gordon, if
at
Gordon
least she's got a
decided
title.
right, if Gordon decided
My
right
wedding
now
dress.
that it was enough, he would be like a dad in the background. You done? Done? Wrap it up now. Time for bed.
Just pause it.
Can't pause an online game.
Yeah.
I've done that to him. I've done that to him before. Can't pause it. And I'm such a bitch when I'm in the middle of things. So it's like, don't fucking speak to me.
Yeah, we
I'm
know.
aggressive. You do. Fucking talk. Okay, let's go. We got 45 minutes. Let's try and get the best out of this.
All right,
And I mean,
All right.
let's go.
So I did want to bring that up as well because you called me a mark for comedy.
A
I
mark.
can't find the actual comment, but yeah, essentially it's the same type of deal. You called me
you're
a mark.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, and you're now calling me gullible.
What?
Yes, I would like you
Sorry.
to actually back any of those accusations with how.
Yes.
So how?
Because we both generally just agreed here that comedians will not be doing as well financially 30 years after crime. So
He didn't agree.
You're gullible. He said that you're gullible. How is this? That doesn't relate.
I
Those two
think
things
because
don't relate in my mind.
think they're not out of touch. I'm gullible. Is the only thing I can think of, but
Well,
Maybe
I'm sure.
maybe
'cause-
what he means is you're naive.
Could be. Yeah, I wish I could pull up the comment. I didn't bring it up on the fly, but yeah, he also called me a mark for the comedy. So I think I'm gullible and falling for their comedy, but I could be reading too much into that.
No, that's how I took it too. That he's saying that you're like on that dumb level where all the comedy will appeal to you because it's ha-has. Like you're just in there for the ha-has, not like you have any kind
But
of
now
actual
he's when
intelligence.
But when Gray asks him for evidence, he talks about what they've just spoken about.
That's because he's stupid.
Yeah, because I'm like, well,
that's part of
that
it,
that
right?
makes sense. Saying that Gray is gullible because he laughs at the jokes or something. That if that's
No.
his argument, but
No,
he
no,
didn't
no.
say that.
No, his argument is that again, it's going back to what cancel culture is that he thinks that counterculture is being defined as the audience walking away, right? So he thinks that like, well, of course the audience is going to walk away. They're not actually, infringing on your free speech. It's just the natural course of things. People, these are just a series of different circumstances that are related to people being out of touch or they're past their prime or what have you. And they were made bad jokes and people don't care anymore or what have, whether or not they're past their prime or not, or maybe they never hit their prime, And so
I thought I could smoothly change. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I don't know. How much of that did you catch?
That makes sense to me. Unfortunately, I don't know if I caught any of that because I think she was switching there.
Sorry, I was switching. I'm so sorry.
But
I always keep doing that.
that makes sense.
Yeah, and so he's just lining all of this up, right? Because that's his whole point, and he hasn't addressed. Well, one, he's been driving a lot of the conversation, but two, he's not listening to you when you are talking about the financial, okay, you had brought it up before, right? But he didn't track it. When a journalist takes jokes out of a club and then reports it on the news or what have you. And so the purpose of that is to prevent the comedian from working again afterwards.
Yes.
It's to prevent it. It's not to provide natural, to signal boost bad behavior so that other people will know to stay away. No. I mean, that might be part of it, but, the part of cancel culture, I mean, that is part of it. It's signal boosting. That's part of the behavior of it, right? But where we would classify whether or not somebody has been canceled or not, that's what I would say is part of an attempt, right? That's part of the actions in which they that lead to a canceling. But where we would classify has a person been canceled or they have not been canceled, it's related to whether or not they have been barred from working again in a venue or at a venue where they are previously welcomed and nothing else has changed. Only this kind of outrage being directed at venue against the comedian.
By a group of
Yeah.
people that is not like that. It's not by, and it's not that's not that the audience doesn't exist for the comedian anymore. That's it making it's completely stepping in the way of the audience actually even being able to vote with its dollars.
Exactly.
So generally
You
speaking,
did not say that at all. Hey, Ed, you
But am I
gotta
wrong?
wait here now.
Okay, but am I wrong?
Okay, hold on. So you
Everybody
said
here, hey?
somebody from the 60s, were they doing as well in the 90s? I agree.
30 years.
No, they
Okay,
weren't.
can you guys hear the video?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Hey, hold on, Ed. I let you finish. Hold on, buddy. So,
Oh my
I agree.
gosh, he's
No, they
just
wouldn't.
bouncing
I
all
didn't
over
say,
the place.
would somebody 30 years
Can't
past
Can't
their
handle
prime
you, man.
be more out of touch? Obviously, that would be the
I'm
case.
sorry. I'm
You're-
sorry.
No,
I'm
no, no.
sorry that you're
It's
so
begging the
different
question by
with
saying that they're
interaction.
past their prime by 30 years, Ed.
How are they different, dog? How are they functionally different, dog? Please answer me that.
So, you're talking about somebody from the 90s, so let's talk about Chappelle. And you're saying that he's out of touch now. You're saying that he's
I love
past
the
his
way
prime.
he talks.
Yes.
I disagree with that.
Like he's
He is still
agile.
considered the greatest of all time.
I'm not denying that either. But I'm
Okay.
still
Oh,
saying.
you are
But you
though.
are the
That's
one-
No,
not
you
what you're talking
necessarily are. This is bullshit. No, this is
Go!
bullshit. Okay.
Get him!
No, he has been saying that this whole time. He
Yes.
does this. He does this when he's confronted with when Ed is confronted
Yes.
with a specific claim that obviously counters what he's been saying, and it's something that's easily agreeable. He concedes, right? But it disproves what he's been saying. There's absolutely no recognition that his point, his position has been utterly destroyed, and yet it's just
Destroyed.
yeah, it's insane, right? The dissonance, like the dissonance going on with this guy, it's completely beyond the pale. I just cannot. No. Ed
You
does
know what?
No, right.
not
Keep
get
going.
to just
You got
keep
this.
making
Ed,
these
you don't
points and
know.
then fold on them and keep going like he has won the argument, like he's totally in the right. It's
The whole time
utterly
he's been acting
absurd.
that way. The whole time he's been doing it. Pandrew Clark.
That's fucking great.
No, yeah.
You don't like it.
No.
Sweating.
Those are great points, though.
Andrew, open your mouth.
No,
Just like leave it open.
Get on your knees. I thought we were doing something else.
Didn't I send you the link, Jab? What are you talking about? You'll have to. Sorry, I couldn't join, guys. I will have to earn your respect. We respect you. Come on in.
I mean,
Give us $20.
Wait a minute. Was he in the back room?
That troll
No, he's not in
toll.
the back room. If you were,
If
we're busy
you gotta
having
pay
a
the
rant.
troll toll if you want to get into this boys' hole.
Yeah, everybody paid $24. That's all I'm saying.
24.20.
Everybody. 24.20. Sorry, 24.20. But no, look, as as much as he says it with such a cute look on his face, Andrew is angry. Okay, he's mad. Okay.
Yeah, give us your best angry face, Andrew.
oh, he's so mad. He's so mad.
It's okay.
Rawr.
No, he really does. No, you're so right though, Andrew. Like he acts this whole time, and he's escalated his anger the whole way, as if he's been right the whole way. So his righteous indignation, it just keeps going to the next level, and he still just look at him. I want to go back to that.
Well, he's fighting evil.
Different, dog. Please answer.
Hey, he's.
Yeah. The
So,
more animated
you're
he
talking
gets, the
about-
more it's a clue to that
Obviously,
he's full
that
of
would be-
shit.
Yeah.
And every time he says
And
buddy,
he goes
dog,
crazy.
he's like a weeble. He's like, well,
What the hell? Like the more loopy I know what he's doing, what he's feeling. Yeah. Like you've seen me lose my shit when that's what it's so out of the dissonance. You're right. It's so like he's acting as if Gray has said all of these absolutely far out things, and he's doing that behavior that I do, and I know what I feel when that's happening, and what people what I'm reacting to is somebody literally trying to say that, you know, that black people are only religious because it's the path of least resistance. Like that's bullshit. That's the level of bullshit I'm reacting to. This man,
Hey,
he's
hold on.
acting like crazy.
So generally
You
speaking,
did not say
doing as well financially, 30 years
No.
past their prime. So
we
you
didn't
still-
agree that.
So generally
You
speaking,
did not say
that still doesn't make Gray gullible again.
that at all. Hey, Ed, you
But am I
gotta
wrong?
wait here now.
Okay, but am I wrong?
Okay, hold on. So you said somebody from the 60s, were they doing as well in the 90s? I agreed.
30 years.
No, they weren't. Hey, hold on, Ed. I let you finish. Hold on, buddy. So I agreed. No, they wouldn't. I didn't say, would somebody 30 years past their prime be more out of touch? Obviously, that would be the
I'm
case.
sorry.
No.
if
It's
you're sort of
begging the question
giving
by
me
saying that they're
correction.
past their prime by 30 years, Ed.
How are they different, dog? How are they functionally different, dog? Please answer me that.
So you're talking about somebody from the 90s, so let's talk about Chappelle, and you're saying that he's out of touch now. You're saying that he's past his prime.
Yes.
I disagree with that. He is still considered the greatest of all time.
I'm not denying that either. But I'm
Okay,
still saying,
well,
would you
then
rather
There
watch?
you go. He did the thing where he completely shows that he was wrong and then continues. Oh, it's how do you guys say this? His name?
Tiamat.
Tiamat Lord.
Tiamat Lord.
Like
The
Tia-
man.
Welcome,
Like Tia.
the man, the legend. Okay,
Hey,
okay,
Tiamat.
okay. Hi, yeah, hi. So we made about
Ooh, Vincent might be attempting to join us. That would be awesome. That man has some energy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I make the attempt. Okay, cool. Let's see how it goes.
Not what you're talking about.
Would you rather
So
watch your
Yeah, somebody you got to take over from Patrick. You got to come in here
Yeah.
and you got to be like, you got to say asshole and stuff. You can't be yourself when you come in, Vincent. Sorry.
Vincent, I think I don't. I've never spoken to him, but I think he might be from my neck of the woods. So maybe
Oh
he's
my
got
God,
a little
if he
bit of
has
that.
the same accent, I would.
I
I'd
believe he
die.
is right around that area. That's what he was
Yeah.
saying the other day.
Oh my God, that would be
So
amazing.
he might have a little bit of little Jersey pride in there.
He's got some energy,
he
man.
is not past his prime, and he is 30 years
I'm
past
saying
that.
past his prime in terms of being in touch with society. Why do you think I'm talking
Yeah, I
about the whole
completely
thing?
disagree
being
with you
out
on
of
that as
touch,
well.
dog? Okay,
I
he
completely
argued with a
disagree.
bunch of fucking 17-year-olds, dog. He argued to high schoolers. He brought Elon
There you
Musk
go, he brought it out again. This is his. It is his. Oh, he's an asshole. Therefore, all of this.
out
Yeah.
thinking everybody was going to love him as much
I
as
don't
he
know why
did, and they
Ed's being
didn't.
so
I mean,
What's your
pedantic.
point on that? That has absolutely nothing to do with free speech or comedy.
no, you're right.
He
That's
really doesn't. Yeah.
being out of touch, which is all I'm saying. What you're doing is you're
So-
conflating me saying that he's out of touch with me
So
saying,
because the
hold
audience
on, I'm not
didn't
done talking,
accept
bro. I'm not done
Elon
talking.
He's not done talking, bro. He's not done talking.
Musk,
I'm not
because
done
they didn't.
talking. This pedantic shit. Listen, dog. What I'm saying
Hold up. Okay, no, I won't hold up. I'll continue.
is very fucking simple, bro. When I'm saying he's out of touch, I'm saying he's out of touch with like the.
Hola.
Hi.
Hey.
Hello.
I don't mean to derail. I've been listening most of the time, but sometimes I've been sort of, fading out. Ed just droning on. And Andrew, you are quite adorable in that avatar.
Yeah,
Can't deny it.
he's
You should actually
disgusting.
start doing that for your actual videos, but
But
Well,
how
I
does
will
it
once it's-
do anything?
I will definitely be using something like this for my videos. It's just I'm waiting for. I've tried contacting a few different artists, but everyone's saying, "Oh yeah, sure," but you just got to hold on. And then it's been a while, so I'm still looking for an artist who can do something.
Have
for
you
me.
tried Fiverr?
That's my next. Yeah, that's where I'm going next.
It is
Might not be great, but it's fast.
Yeah.
Fast
Yeah,
and Furious.
you can have your first version.
Yeah.
Yeah. I took a stand, Stream Elements. I got up and got some coffee. But thanks for caring.
the zeitgeist with where society is going. I'm not saying he's out of touch with the whole comedy scene. I'm not saying he's unsuccessful.
Patrick.
I'm not saying he's not great.
Right.
He is. He was a
No,
big.
you're saying he's past his
dude,
prime, and
I'm
you're
saying
just
he's
completely.
okay, bro. It's fine. You feel that way. It's a subjective fucking thing to believe, anyways. And if you can fucking tell me X, Y, and Z say otherwise, fine. My opinion is that he's out of
Patrick
touch.
brings up another great one. What about Bill Burr? He was a 90s
Bill
comedian.
Burr
Is he
is
past
like,
his prime?
Dude, Bill Burr is out there fucking clowning on conservatives left and right, dog. Maybe
Yes,
that
Bill
might
Burr
be
is hilarious.
Bill
That's
Burr is
great.
the
He also
pro-
is clowning on the left.
Oh, Bill
He's
Burr.
Bill
more
Burr
in
seems to
touch
be
with
equal
zeitgeist.
opportunity. He's awesome. I love
Yeah,
Bill Burr.
he's more in touch with the zeitgeist. So no, I can't say he's out of touch with society. I can't speak to how that translates to comedy and all that. But in terms of how societal attitudes are going, he's out of touch. Because, bro, I'm
So-
sorry to break it to you, but people are only getting more and more accepting of the LGBT community. We're not going backwards. All right, Gen Z.
Do you
is
think
like the
that I
gayest
have an
community of
issue
all
with that or anything?
No, but that's what I'm saying. If
So-
society is
Well, it
moving
seems
further,
like you think less-
implying that he's
society
the
is moving further and
LGBT
further towards trans
Sorry?
acceptance.
What were you saying there?
Nothing.
Oh.
I just called him
Calvin?
gay in like a really long way. My bad.
Yeah, Ed is really trying to run the train on Gray here. I mean, this
Yeah.
is some serious bukkake action. I mean, he must have learned it from Dane, or maybe Dane learned that from the Amazing Atheist, but this is some serious action here.
But Gray just sits there. He's stoic, man.
The
He's
gentleman.
Yeah. No.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't
Gray's
be able to put
behavior
up
is
with this shit. I'd be
amazing.
like,
And he's not like laughing and going, "Oh my god, guys, have you seen this?" Like he's proper. You held it together.
Look at the
Great
smile.
face.
Look at the smile on Gray's face right here. He's like,
just
okay,
It's a little murky.
that's
you know,
great.
it's like, is this really? Is this real life?
It's like, all right, go ahead.
Yeah,
Steve.
that's kind of how I felt throughout most of this.
Is this guy for
Yeah.
real? Really? Okay.
He just accused me of being anti-gay. How did he know?
And fucking Dave Chappelle is over here shouting at a bunch of high schoolers about how they shouldn't be that way. Then does that not?
Is
what?
that-
Yeah, he just brings it right
what
back.
way? They shouldn't be what way?
I don't know. Apparently, a critic of his. I don't know exactly what he's trying to say, but it sounds like he's going to say that he's saying they're not supposed to be trans.
Yeah, in this context, it sounds like he's telling the high schoolers, "Hey, you can't be gay because and trans and whatever." That's stupid.
yeah, if I remember this
What
correctly,
happened?
this
Did he
was
just run it?
Georgetown when he went to the Automata and given money to the school.
Yeah.
So they were going to give him a speech.
And they were
And
upset. Mm.
Yep.
Yeah. Well. Okay.
I guess you
so,
could sum it up. He went there to yell at kids.
Right.
Yeah, that's a really
But-
bad framing of that.
Yeah. Exactly. But I think, just having I haven't even watched it. I don't know how much of this is on video, or is it all by accounts?
None of it. They interviewed some kids afterwards,
Okay.
and I think they also talked to his PR person. But it's all
Right.
just secondhand accounts.
Got it.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah,
So
the kids
but-
in high school that'll go to the local news to be like, "Oh my God, Dave Chappelle was mean." Those are the worst.
Yeah.
Right. But
These are private rich kids to some sort of, I forget the exact school, but private rich kid sort of school also.
yeah.
Even worse.
I can't imagine Dave Chappelle, especially with the content of his comedy, right? What he puts forth publicly, in a public engagement, talking down to any of the LGBT community. I think that if anything, he was talking about tolerance of views, and
Yeah. The
and-
main focus of his one was empathy. I do
right.
agree with you.
but
That is
basically,
tolerance.
wouldn't he be pointing out the hypocrisy of what they're?
Yeah, exactly. Something like that. Getting into, because
I don't think he would be mean.
that seems to be a large portion, or not a hallmark. That's it. A hallmark of woke people is that it's their way or the highway kind of thing. I remember, I'm still looking for it. It shouldn't be that hard, but I actually have to scrub through all the streams because they don't have transcripts. But it was a Always Open episode from Rooster Teeth, where these females were talking, and one of them brought up this story about
Femoids.
Well, I'm just trying to remember the scene, right? And so but they were talking about maternity leave, and one of them was calling out a friend's boss and saying that they had, this guy was, this guy I thought was woke, right? He asked if she was coming back, right? And that was that was him not being woke, right?
Which is weird, because wouldn't assuming that she's not coming back also be unwoke? Because you're a single woman's place is in the home. I don't know.
Right.
I think you're lose there.
Right. No. But the thing is that Something like that.
It's actually a
I
red panda.
identify as one.
It's
He
actually,
identifies
yeah.
as
it's actually adorable.
Fox.
Yeah,
it
what
is.
did the fox say?
No.
So,
don't.
so yeah, the moral of the story was that he did not have the correct opinion, and that was not being woke. I think that asking the question is way better, because if you're assuming she's coming back but she doesn't want to, then you're in trouble. If you make the assumption that she's not coming back but she does want to, you're in trouble. The only way to avoid either of these problems is to ask the question, and asking questions should be the gold standard. Should be what the aim is that you're not making an assumption, you're asking for their input, seeing where they want to go with their career or their life or whatnot, touching base. But it was decided that the guy wasn't woke because he asked the question. Bringing this back to Chappelle is that he, you should be really, what is it? You should be asking questions. You should be open-minded. You should be non-judgmental. These are the kinds of things that I imagine was the content of Dave Chappelle's speech, even if they were phrased in his own unique way.
Oh, yeah.
But that's not popular right now. What's popular is to be intolerant of the wrong opinions.
Oh, yeah. Hate it completely.
Yeah, the paradox of intolerance. But yeah, Chappelle comes from my area, so maybe I understand him a little bit better because the DC area. Patrick was completely right. I'm more south of him in Jersey, between Baltimore and DC, and we sort of have a culture here where we're really blunt.
Yeah, we
like
don't fuck around.
New Jersey people, we really don't fuck around, and we say what's on our mind. But we try.
Indeed. And we love it.
Everything moves faster. We have no time for any bullshit.
Exactly. The metropolitan area is just madness. Ugh. DC streets, Baltimore streets, completely nonsensical.
Andrew's right, but not right, says.
Yeah.
Because he's a furry.
Oh, that could be.
Not right. He's adorable.
Just ain't right.
But yeah, but what is if he has a bigger point, I'd like to hear it because I never assume to know everything. So if he has something to add, I'd like to hear it.
Modern leftists or progressives aren't tolerant. No, I think that's what Andrew's saying. They aren't. They're supposed to be.
Yeah, I think his point was that they're intolerant of the wrong opinion. They only tolerate right think.
I think those were his exact words. I don't think that was like the point that he was making. I think that's exactly what he said.
Yeah, the point he was making is that they're completely, they choose one and then that's it.
Well, I find sometimes the answer, I can understand being offended by the answer for leftists, but they don't even want the questions to be asked.
Yeah.
Like with the trans issues, they don't even want people to really do the research into it. But let me.
Well, it's committing genocide to ask questions.
Exactly.
It's bad times.
Yeah, like, is pegging gay? Well, who will ever know?
Well, it kind of depends.
This is the only way we can have.
It's not gay. My dad told me.
Picture in picture doesn't show everybody. It only shows 5 of us.
I'm cool with
Doesn't
that.
show great. No, I want great.
You can move me off screen. It's okay.
What?
No, you cannot move him off
I
screen.
lose like 10 viewers the moment I do that.
Andrew, you are our new selling point. She's going to have her on every stream now if you have that avatar on
He's the fucking mascot. What are you talking about?
Yes, Ed's graphics backwards.
Lucy
I think
unsubscribes if
he's-
you remove Andrew from the screen right now.
Yeah,
Like that's gonna happen.
Yeah, Lucy's gone.
Y'all might have to. I'm
I
sorry.
think she's actually gone because I just fucked around with the thing that she couldn't see him properly for a sec. No, I think what Ed's done is mirrored his camera somehow, or what did he? No, it doesn't mirror the background, does it? I mean,
I don't
if
think
you've
so, because
got a
also using
background-
some sort of green screen thing.
Well,
I'm
maybe
not-
he
I
has
think that-
secret swear words in there, and he doesn't want to get kicked off like Keppels did when she did her Destiny manifesto. That's just a theory.
Oh, that could be. Yeah. I don't know. That'd
Well,
be a
no,
little
No,
bit
I
too
didn't
deep
think
for
that
that.
what it was on purpose.
Well,
Yeah?
Restream, this software we're using here, he might.
Oh yeah,
Um,
it does have
he might
mirror
be
button.
using
Yeah, I
something
think that
similar
is
because it
actually on
has my-
StreamYard too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it has your if you look at Andrew's oopsie, wrong one. If you look at Andrew's hello, get out back here.
No, we need Andrew.
Well, I do
if you look
like
at
making the
Andrew's-
joke that
You can see
CCP
it
is
backwards.
backwards, so mirroring that. Maybe it's a signal of some type.
I see
You
a
can
pattern.
see it. His watermark is
Yeah, my
what's the
watermark
name?
is
Yeah,
backwards.
there it is. It's backwards.
Yeah.
So
So,
it is.
and I
He's
didn't
just-
choose that. The software did, the streaming software. So
You can uncheck mirror if you want, but
no, I don't. Where?
don't think it matters. If you go
Can you
onto
can you
it,
on the
uncheck
car-
weird eye
Go to-
twitch?
click
No, do not
click,
uncheck
click
that
on
button.
settings, then you see. Look, I can. do
Oh,
it there.
mirror camera. Okay.
We.
There we go.
Okay.
It's a little
All
toggle.
right.
Yeah. This
Yeah,
a free
you guys
account?
see it? Weep,
I
weep.
think he's got
Yeah,
the
it's a free account. Yeah.
other one.
No. Once I get my own model, I'll definitely pay for the
Oh,
non-watermarked version.
yes, you will.
That is
So
cool.
It's your handsome boy.
You're handsome. You have to give him, Patrick. You have to like. You know what we'll do? We'll pay whoever his artist is eventually, and then for his birthday, we'll pay the artist to make a little bow tie for him.
Oh,
And be like, "Who is a handsome boy?"
handsome boy.
You look at
I think it has to be done.
She's gonna go on. It's like, you know what, Andrew? That was a very interesting point for your handsome boy.
You're a good boy. You're
You're a good boy.
You're a good
Could you
boy.
implement like the atom technology with that, like some of those awesome glasses or the corn
Oh
cob
yeah,
thing mixed with
definitely.
your?
Mhm.
Because the thing is that I would have to layer it, right? Because how that works
Sure.
is that whatever software he's working adds on to whatever camera he's working. It interacts with.
Yeah.
It detects the eyes. Like that's why the glasses go onto the
Onto the
picture,
painting,
the
sometimes.
Painting and
background,
everything.
the painting in the background. Exactly.
Takes it from him.
Yeah, and so all I would do, I would be doing the same. This is just like a virtual camera, right? That's taking
I dig it, man.
data. Yeah, so I'm sure I could. I'm sure that would work.
It's the future.
I-
Him in the
would-
chat
I
is
need
like
it-
stuck on 5 minutes in the past.
Yeah, what? They moved further from the
Oh,
Raj
no.
Destiny position and then Hassan. So when you're dealing with the likes of Dane, Bob, I don't know who those people are. They all have serious indoctrination and they are firm believers.
And they're all.
Those are the other members of the initiative, DJ
Yes.
Eric and Turf.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, Turk's
Yeah.
a young
Yeah.
kid though.
DJ
I think.
Dad.
What is he like? 14?
Is it Eric
Yeah.
like one guy, or Eric and Eric like two different people?
It's DJ Air and then Rick.
Eric.
But yeah, me and
So
Patrick like
cute.
to call
Have
him
you guys
Eric.
noticed this? I don't
DJ
think anyone noticed.
Yes, I did not notice. Oh, so great.
Oh, there we go. That's awesome. Lovely.
It's unfair. We all have to have one. You can't be walking in here all cute like that. Like humans don't look that way, so they don't get away. Like Andrew could get away with murder right now. The way he looks.
It wouldn't be the first.
Yes,
I would
I
admit, yeah, definitely.
Yes.
I would use that
You know
jury
what?
notification
What
to
is-
let that little cutie pie go.
Oh,
Go murder somebody else.
That's why you gotta
Yeah.
come on, go.
I
you
give
go,
you
good boy.
Cashless
I know
bail,
during
you good
COVID
boy.
time,
Go
like-
out there, go right ahead.
I mean, I know like some court, the lawyers were using VTube avatars. or
Yeah,
whatever
I'm not
for
a cat.
cases, but
I'm not a cat.
yeah, could you do that as a defendant or something? Just wondering.
Yeah,
That'd be
right.
so great.
Seems unfair.
Just yeah. in front of the jury. Be like, can you convict this face? I mean, really?
Yeah, like
oh, like
they're
big
researching
old, kitty cat.
They're researching the
Oh.
jurors, and they're like, "There's a weeb on the jury. Quick, break out the VTuber, little furry VTuber thing."
Yeah, and you think you're all set until they show the judge's avatar, and it's like Elmer Fudd with a fucking shotgun. And you're like, son of a bitch, this has just entered a whole new realm.
I want all of us to have fun. Oh my god.
There's like a video of him committing the crime, and then they're like, "Oh, but he's so cute."
But look at his little bum.
You just see him like
He's got little feet.
The
Oh,
jury's
leave me
hung
alone,
11-1.
crime.
It's just Kid Ed just being like, "He's too cute. I don't care."
Can we watch that video again?
He's still covered in blood. I don't even care.
Oh no, he needs like the whole time.
Can I take him home?
If I'm a prosecutor or something, I just speak in like baby talk for the whole time. I'm questioning him on the. Were you like it? Was it okay? Oh no! Oh god! I would.
Oh, where were
no.
you on the night of September 12th?
Oh, was it a bit? Oh, you were a good boy. Oh,
little
my
him
God.
can't be guilty.
Oh, he can't. Okay. Your Honor, the defense rests.
Look at him, he's resting. Look at him.
It's too much. Because then also when Andrew starts talking, then I watch Patrick.
Oh.
And then Patrick starts going, and then, yeah, anyway, it escalates. Let's see if we can continue.
That's Andrew. Stop derailing.
Yeah, Andrew, you derailed the whole flipping thing. It's like
Derailing with his cuteness. So.
no, it's too much. We're ready for this, man.
Emporium thing, and then he fucking had a bunch of kids fucking come up and like talk to him about the trans issue, and none of them were fucking like friendly towards him, and he started getting really pissed off about it.
I want to see
That's what
videos
happened.
of it.
I don't think anybody.
That's not exactly what happened.
And also, that's not what he's in your stream to talk about. But yet here we are.
Listen, the details of what happened here and there are irrelevant because this conversation isn't about Dave
Details
Chappelle.
are not irrelevant, Ed. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
The
Details are irrelevant. No, just listen.
Oh!
I got this feeling, and you just
brings up
feeling.
certain details. Didn't say they're irrelevant.
Yeah, this was cathartic.
Yeah,
Did get a little animated there.
No, because you
probably
just
could have brought it down a little.
You've been holding on for a long time. This is done.
Like I'm trying
Who's
to be
the widow
specific. He's
hen
already
house?
jumped
No, you're
around.
not. You're literally trying to.
What, Calvin?
Look at Nico in the chat. Who's the widow hen house hustler?
Who doing the window?
You know,
You
if I was
literally
a
said
if I was
the
a leftist, I'd start calling the trans issue. I'd call it the TQ, the trans question. That would be like
Trans
my
questions.
dishonest framing of it.
The TQ.
Well, you
if
you
you
can't
you're
ask
calling it a
TQ.
question.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Well, just
that
because it
telling in itself.
right. That's what I would say. I'd say
Such a shit stirrer.
look at all this Sitch and Adam. They're focused on the TQ. They're like TQ conspiracy theorists. I don't know why they haven't thought of this yet.
You should call it cute.
Oh,
QT.
maybe you should scrub that. Don't give the leftist ideas. Not that they would actually watch this whole video,
I
but
know.
if someone clips it.
I'm just saying that's a
I don't
great
want
that.
framing.
They
They call it the
just
trans
land on it.
issue. I'm like, well, why aren't they calling it the trans question?
It's
Like,
not
why
a
aren't they
question.
using that obvious like?
Because you can't question it.
That obvious it's a good way to make it sound evil. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, because
Yeah.
the Jewish question is what Nazis
Yes.
like.
So
are
that's
obsessed
what
with.
they're
So
like.
it's
Why
just-
don't
Yeah,
you
that's what I'm saying.
characterize
I'm
them?
giving
You're
them
too
advice. I'm
evil.
saying, listen.
No.
Well, then they would also be accused of appropriating something related to the Holocaust. So it might be a little bit bad in
Well,
reality.
they call people Nazis.
I mean, it's a great idea.
They
in
call
theory.
people Nazis. They do it all the time.
Yeah, but
Let's just get along. Okay?
did you see the thing with Jesse Gender getting in
Jesse
trouble
Gender.
for using the Black Lives Matter sort of for trans issues? She got some pushback from leftists for
Oh,
that.
you
Using
can't mix
trans
your issues?
was it trans lives matter?
No.
She was talking about a trans person. And she took up the say her name, and they were conflating it with sort of all the people in Black Lives Matter movement with the say her name.
Yeah, the group.
How did she use that term?
The group Minds, they already call it genocide. Like, but they call it the trans genocide. But
that's reserved for Black Lives Matter. Say her name is something obvious. I don't understand it. Say her name.
Activism's weird.
That was the
man.
logic they used.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know anyone.
They don't care about the Jewish stuff though. Like, because remember like Holocaust Remembrance Day, they were like trying to. Every year they're like, but also all these non-Jews died, which is true, but like it was mostly Jews, and so, but they want to pretend that didn't happen. They want to focus on like the gays because the gays are their important modern thing.
Some blacks, some gypsies.
God, man, I hope nobody
mentally
clips this out.
disabled people.
Right.
You blacks,
but-
you gypsies,
Oh my God,
you
no.
Jews. It's the news that the Jews can use. Let me just tell you, it's the blacks.
I can't see Bray, and Bray turned his camera on.
I was just saying that TQ I think would be some pretty good framing.
Yeah, TQ is on.
Like when they call people
Maybe.
deniers or something, like what do they call like COVID deniers or something? Or
Oh wow. Yeah, I think so.
Hey there,
but
handsome.
they're invoking Holocaust
Hey,
deniers, right?
everybody.
Like when they say deniers.
Yeah, deniers.
So
I
they
don't
should
know
just
how
start
to
using
make
that
them-
framing for everything.
So what
I don't
is
know
it?
why
It's
they don't.
too-
Why they're
Yeah,
very
I think
selective
they've
with
got like one step further. I can't remember who brought it up. Yeah, they already call it. Oh, the group mind. They already call it a genocide. Like you ask the question or have questions about it, that's a genocide somehow.
Well, because
So-
they're crazy. They think everyone thinks the way they think. So they
Yeah.
think genocide is obvious. But if you say genocide to
Exactly.
a normal person, they're like, but obviously there isn't actually a genocide though. But if you say the trans question to a normal person, they'll be like,
Yeah,
these
I
people
think they
are a
would
little
get
bit
that.
conspiracy minded.
For sure.
I should be like the PR guy for like the leftist activists. Like this is great.
It
don't know
would
why
be
they
better
don't do
PR
this.
for sure. I think it would catch on more than the genocide for sure.
So it's TQ, trans,
Yeah,
I
the
think
TQ.
the TQ. Yeah.
trans questioning. Is that what it was? Trans questions?
The trans question, yeah.
Can we
Yeah,
call it?
you can't add it.
Can we flip it
It's
around and call it
conspiracy.
questioning trans? QT, and we can they'll shorten up. You're
Ooh,
a cutie.
I think there's bad association.
QT time. Video game QT time.
Well, that's
Don't
even
question
better.
the
That's even
trend.
better
Don't
because
question
it's
the
still like trans question, but now it's associated with like the cuties movies,
Yeah.
the QT, right?
Mhm.
That's
Looking
good
at
for them. They're like, here's this guy asking me,
Oh, I was
asking
thinking
the
quick
QT,
time events and video
and all
games.
these cuties.
all this.
Oh my
cutie-
God, you guys.
They're all talking.
Are you okay? Do you guys need to, not who hasn't gone for a pee break or whatever? I've been living my life, and we've been going for 6 hours.
We've
Is
been on-
everyone
I
okay?
usually have just woken up. Sorry, I was addressing chat.
We've
What is
been on for 6 hours. I've peed 7 times, and I've had
Yeah,
4 sodas.
I've got a stack of Diet Coke. I've only been on for like a third of the stream, and my stack of Diet Cokes is already most of my desk.
Look at that. Maybe it's it's the Diet Cokes in this area too that get us all riled up. Oh, I'm sorry. That was CP. I thought it was Vincent talking for a second.
I'm north of you, yeah. It's
all-
a bit
it's all
colder
that-
up here, but
I'm north of you.
yeah,
Okay. Just
yeah.
continue.
It's sort of like where you are, but like better and tougher, and all
Tails don't.
I should come over here and say that.
Look at all these Americans. Ah,
Matt, that is the opposite of specific, Ed.
I'd come down there, but I'd have to go through Massachusetts, and I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah, not worth it.
Yeah, don't make me come up there. I've gone to New Jersey a few times. Never liked
I'd
it.
be the middle ground between you guys. So I'd be the meat in your sandwich.
that terrible movie
It's
doesn't
not the first
own
time
the
you've said
term
that.
cutie. It does not. It does to me. Hey, when I hear cuties or like cuties, it just it gets to me, man. It was
Yeah,
that
those
movie
little
made me
orange
feel so.
things.
I watched it. I made sure that I watched it, right? Because I was like, Kitty, don't be doing this cancel thing. You heard some bad things, and now you're gonna shit on it online without watching it. I watched it. I felt so uncomfortable.
Well, I
hated
can
it.
shit on the promotional material they used for cuties.
Oh, it was-
I don't need to watch it.
It was.
Promotional material's horrible.
I was
My
like, stop.
girlfriend and I.
The way they filmed it was just.
It was gross.
Well,
My
it's sort of like
girlfriend
someone
and I
says.
watched it.
It's sort of like
gratuitous.
what an interesting date night.
It was.
I took a day to that one.
Was it an
I left
early
the room.
date night?
I made it through like maybe half hour of it, and I left the room, and I just fucked off to do something else. And I come back, And my girlfriend is like, she she loves movies and stuff, but I look at her fucking face, and she's just sitting there with this like gap-jawed look, like she had just watched like a 2-hour long sexual assault. Like
yeah,
it
one of
was
those
just,
like what the fuck did I just see?
Yeah,
just
like
her face said, what the fuck did I just see?
like she just saw somebody get hit by a car. It was like, and I'm like, what? How was it? She was like, and I'm like, all right, we don't need to talk.
Yeah, let's not go there. It's just
Well,
because you
it
think
is
of the
weird to-
actors and everything. Oh god, it's horrible.
It's weird that people are like accusing this movie of like exploiting children, and you're like, well, I'm obligated to watch it now.
Yeah. Well, you know the funny part is,
Well, I mean, I guess I should probably.
I need to make sure.
It's
the
sort
actual-
of like someone saying, you know, there's like a bunch of CP on Twitter, and you're like, hold on, I got to do my own research.
No.
No, this was, you know what, it was because the people that were supporting it were making the argument like, oh, it's coming of age and blah blah blah, and you're like trying to they were sexual movies. Sorry, my computer does that every now and then. There were movies, coming of age movies, that had young girls in compromising positions. Like I think it was in Sitch's video. I don't know.
Yeah,
if it was
Sitch's video is probably
where
the
he
best.
spoke about 13.
Or,
13 was a movie that I watched
Lolita?
when I was younger, and that was one. Like it was a movie that a young girl should watch.
Hold on, I
And-
gotta go do my own
because
research.
it's about that.
Okay,
and,
Pete Townsend.
And it was done so well. But I suppose if I need to go and rewatch it as an adult and see what that's like, because I was 13 when I watched it.
I watch it once a
Some
week.
of it's weird.
It's sort of like watching Big Mouth when you're in middle school, and you're like, this is like funny, and then you get older and you realize that I probably shouldn't have been watching that. That was pretty messed up. That was targeted towards me.
Good. Like that also that they filmed that, and then that adults
animated that?
as
Yeah.
well. Ew, no.
Also, this reminds me of a point about you saying Ed acting like a teenager. I remember another issue of them talking about how Nerdrotic and Geeks and Gamers are going after teenagers. I'm just wondering if Ed is acting like a teenager because he wants to get a teenage audience.
What
That's all I'll say
teenagers
on
are
it.
watching YouTube, man? They're on TikTok.
You know,
No,
it's
no,
not-
no.
it's
No,
not that
Ed
he
doesn't
wants-
want.
Yeah.
TikTok is
Look
fake.
at,
Nobody
look
actually
at Ed's
uses it.
views. Ed doesn't want anyone watching his stuff. You can evidence by
It's an
looking at
interesting
the view count.
strategy.
No, I think a lot of
Very
these,
good point.
I think a lot of
Very
these
good
guys
point.
do think though that, and Gray and I kind of talked about it a little bit when we had gone over that other video, that they do kind of think that that's the self-image they have in their head, that like the 20-year-olds and the young people are tuning into them to get their opinion. Like they have their finger on the pulse now, and they like people like Ed. And I know that I'm not cool like I was, back in the day. I'm cooler now.
I disagree. Yeah, I was gonna say you're
Yeah,
pretty
because
badass
I've grown
as-
into my
as
cool.
Chad likes to tell you.
And it's the only place people tell me I'm cool. Everywhere else, they're like, "Get out of here, Mister." But no, these guys genuinely think it, and like you could tell just by the way he talks, his whole demeanor, the mess of the background, like everything about this guy. And it reminds me, like when stupid people are trying to make a point, and they're like, "Yeah, you." They're trying to make a point, and they do the clap thing when they're like, "And that is why I said the thing has to go the way." It's like,
But an emphasis.
And
You're saying
You
what you said
wouldn't
more
know if
aggressively,
you
so
clapped.
it's right.
Right, and it's like, no, you're still stupid. You just said it.
I'm aggressively stupid.
Yes. And that's he's just not clapping because he's holding a mic.
Well, it's also messed up because there was like a kids toy review channel called like EvanTube or something like that, right? Where it's like a 9-year-old like reviewing toys, and I bet in the parents' minds they're like, we're making this content with our kid so that other kids his age can watch it. But there was a huge problem with YouTube that they had a bunch of creeps in the comment section.
Oh,
that was the channel that
with like timestamps and shit.
I kept
Hey,
getting kicked out.
yeah, right, and that like they have YouTube Kids now, but that's just because of that. Like YouTube Kids has a bunch of restrictions on it, so that's primarily
not
because
sure
of
that's
that
what
one
that
Kids
means.
not have
channel.
comments. I hope YouTube Kids doesn't have comments.
Well, what is it?
No, I don't think it does. I think that's the point. YouTube Kids does not have comments, or like TikTok. I think it's TikTok. You can see how many people saved your video. So parents are like
So
taking videos of their kids, and they're looking at the saves, and they're being like, "Holy crap! A bunch of people are saving this video of my kid."
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? So, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
It was
can
funny.
we not? Oh.
Yeah. No, it was on a way less different level.
Changing the subject.
JXE actually mentioned the same
Please.
thing that what did he do? He either showed his feet or no, he shaved his legs or something for some reason. It was for some like punishment, right? Or some reason. I can't remember exactly what the point was. But the point is that that video got huge views, and it's like, wait a minute, what's going on? And it's because that it got onto a fetish video playlist.
I mean, he wanted to be internet famous.
There was a thing where like people like YouTube has auto filters, so you can't upload like graphic content to it, but people get around it. So you remember like the whole nude yoga thing?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Nude yoga. People were like, "Well, this is educational. It's nude yoga." So YouTube allowed it, but there's also ones where like people were like, "Yo, if you look up Fortnite skins on YouTube, it's like just like straight up graphic content." So and a lot of them were like targeting kids. So like, imagine your kid is looking up like Fortnite skins, and they realize that's a code word people use for like adult material to put on YouTube.
Thank God my kids are stupid. I caught one of them a couple years ago looking up like dirty stuff on their iPad, and it was so funny because it was so innocent, right? It was like sex, and like different variations of the word sex, and then there's like several searches for sex on beach, and you could tell that like he was probably frustrated that he kept clicking on it and drinks kept coming up. And I thought it was so endearing, and I was like, "Oh, it's kind of sweet," because he's like 13. And
yeah, but I'd imagine as a parent, like you don't want to be like, "I'll just let him," and then you like throughout the years you watch their search history change. Like it starts as sex on beach, and then you're
yeah, because here's what happened, right? Like, so I'm scrolling, and it's like sex on beach, and then I'm like, "Well, what's this one?" And I clicked on it,
I'm sorry, man.
It was legitimately an Indian couple. And I don't mean like they were Indian porn stars. I mean it was just a fat Indian couple humping, and like and he wants to watch this and be like, "Oh Jesus Lord, is that what all the huff is about?" So, I mean, you gotta watch what your kids are looking for. Is the moral of that story.
I'm so glad I don't have them.
Yeah, I remember the weird Elsa Spider-Man crossovers.
Yeah, I mean,
Elsa Gate. Oh my God.
I do not envy parents at all, dude.
No.
I've got my own. I don't want to have kids, but that is one of the things as well that when I think of that, I'm like, oh God, what kind of world is my niece and nephew in?
Yeah, you put a black light in this place, it would be like a fucking crime scene.
Yeah, you got what? They're teenage boys.
They're both 15.
So. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good age for boys, 15. I remember that was awesome.
I'm 13.
Good times.
That is, I will ban you, Mr. Anderson.
Yes, do that right now.
I will ban your
I'm 13.
ass.
It's illegal to have this conversation in front of me.
Go take out.
Can we back to watching Ed flounder? Yes. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. My bad.
All right. You know what? Actually, guys, I'm gonna dip out because.
Wait. We need you to be center stage to say goodbye.
Hi, everybody. No,
I'll try to do my best to replace you.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll quite get to your level, but I can try.
As long as you're willing to admit that now. No, it was a lot of fun. This was what, 6 hours, 16 minutes we're on here. And I adore all of you and Chad as well. And I got to go because my girlfriend's going to come home and ruin this any moment. So let's
go and have
I want to get in trouble with the missus.
Let's dip before that.
Never good times with that.
We appreciate the missus having something else to do today so that we can have you all to ourselves.
I wish it was like every day.
For sure, man. You add to every stream you're on, sir.
Well, it's always a pleasure.
We'll have you again soon.
All right, guys, have fun.
Yeah.
Bye.
See ya.
Cheers. Bye. Thanks so much. Bye.
Oh yeah, bye.
This chat is. The chat is age fluid. says
Ooh, I'm
Brian.
big now.
You're big.
Oh, getting a
I'm
big
not
head,
big
are
CP,
you?
get the fuck up here.
Yeah.
Now-
I was
come
about to
on.
say you have CP big on the screen.
Yeah!
Yeah, not good for you.
No.
Stream.
Okay, long people, let's go.
We're having is not about Dave Chappelle, bro. It's about free speech. That's why it
Yes,
doesn't fucking
and you
matter.
keep bringing up that. Okay, so he
I'm
apparently.
gonna go back a few seconds
Guys,
because
you
I
see
don't know
that
where
shit?
we were.
Like-
We've been it's like half an hour since the last time we saw.
Yeah, the conversation.
Because this
doesn't
conversation
change
isn't about Dave
Details
Chappelle.
are not irrelevant, Ed. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
The
No, details are irrelevant. No, just listen to me. I got this feeling, and you just need to listen to this feeling.
Guys, you see that shit? Like, I'm trying to be
Guys, you see that shit?
Oh yeah.
Yes! Yes, we do!
specific, and he's already
No,
jumping.
you're not. You're literally
I am,
trying
that's
to.
what I'm
You
saying.
literally said the details don't matter. That
Because
is the opposite of
details are
specific,
not-
Ed.
Because the conversation we're having is not about Dave Chappelle, bro. It's about free speech.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
This is
god! Can we
brain dead
just have a
tape.
transcript? That is bullshit. That is just
It is.
bullshit.
Took you
Can
an
you
hour
bring up
to
Dave
come
Chappelle?
back to
Pure
that
bullshit.
point. Seriously?
I'm gonna say it's
Yes.
about free speech. When was the last time you spoke about free speech? It's been an hour. I think the first time you spoke about free speech was like the first 10 minutes. And
Well-
and how dare you,
Yeah,
Greg?
you
Well,
just wanted
no,
to
I-
stop talking about
I'm back.
Chappelle because you're losing it.
Well, it's absurd because when you have a big general topic, right? It's the big umbrella, right? And then you've got the other things
Mhm.
underneath that big umbrella, right?
Examples,
And
yeah.
but because you're talking about those things doesn't mean you're not talking about the big umbrella of free speech. You're talking about this.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing. You're talking about the specifics. You're getting down into the details. You're using examples. You're you're highlighting the edges. Where is the center? All of these things. What exactly
Being
are you talking about?
pedantic.
And all of that stuff is talking about the main topic. It's utterly absurd. We're talking about Dave Chappelle's free speech. That's why Dave Chappelle is being talked about.
Well,
Yes,
it's,
Yeah.
it's an example.
it's interesting that he keeps dragging you down to the details and then gets angry at you for like being pedantic. It's so funny because he brought up Dave Chappelle, right? And now he's saying we're not talking about
Yeah.
Dave Chappelle, we're talking about free speech.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, was it Sunday or Tuesday when Sitch and Adam had on the Sunny guy, and he kept jumping between two topics, and every time Sitch and Adam would try to catch up, he would jump to the other one. That's sort of like what I feel like's
Yeah.
happening. Like when you try to come down to what he's talking about, he like immediately regresses, and then when you talk
Mhm.
about like big details, he's like, well, you're being, and he immediately jumps back down to the small details.
Sounds
Yeah.
like
you
the rope
guys-
I guess
goat, weaving, dodging, weaving.
Absolutely.
for sure.
That's why it
Yes,
doesn't fucking
and you
matter.
keep bringing up that, okay, so he apparently talked to some kids, and you think that he just went there to yell at some kids, which isn't
I never
accurate
said
to
that. I
how
never
that
said- I think
happened.
that's how it
I
played
tried
out.
to explain that the
You did
details
say
are
that.
different, and then you said the details are irrelevant. So it really seems shitty. You're going off of your feeling, not the actual facts of the subject, of the case. It's really,
Bro,
really
we're
shitty.
not talking about Dave Chappelle specifically. We're talking about comedy.
No, of course, we're not talking about anything specifically, are you? Why get into the actual
thing is-
specifics of anything?
What is the fucking purpose of getting into the specifics of Dave Chappelle when we're talking about free speech? Can you answer that for me?
I love that cup. Man,
Yeah,
I
you
wish I
brought
had
up
one like
two
that.
situations, and then I tried to explain, hey, that's not the full context for them. And you said, hey, the details are irrelevant.
Right,
You brought up the
because
Elon
the
Musk
main
thing. I tried to
conversation was
talk about that,
happening.
and you wouldn't let me. And then I tried to talk about when you said that he's yelling at kids.
Yeah, because he did end up yelling at kids. That's what he did.
Okay, so I
Sorry,
tried to
I did
actually
the noise
explain the
again.
situation there, and you wouldn't
Were you
let
there?
me. Were you there, Ed?
No.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay, but
maybe.
somehow
What a
your
child! Were
information-
you
That
there?
was perfect. That was so perfect. I would have
It's not-
fumbled that moment. I know I would have fumbled that moment. But
What?
yeah,
What do
oh,
you
that
think
was
you
so
would have
perfect.
done? I mean, like, what?
So the only details that matter to Ed are the details that he thinks are important. All the other details, pedantic.
Yeah, he brings up something.
then
You
I
ask him
tried to
for an
talk about-
example. He brings up an example, and you go, "That's an invalid example." And he goes, "But why are we talking about the examples?"
Yes.
When you said that he's yelling at kids.
Yeah, because he did end up yelling at kids. That's what he did.
Okay, so I tried to actually explain the situation there, and you wouldn't.
Were you
let me. Were you there, Ed?
No.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Sorry, we had to relive it.
somehow
maybe
your
you're the one,
information is the only accurate one.
You're the one who's fucking being here like, well, that's not what happened, bro. And I'm saying it doesn't fucking matter. So if neither of us are there, how about we just drop it completely? Because
No, you're right. You're right. So you're right. I have, the actual details
I
of the
thought
situation.
Ed would have been better. Patrick, fuck no.
I kind of thought so too. Our email exchange back and forth, super cordial, and then we talked for like 5 minutes before the stream. Seemed super cordial, and then it just became whatever this is instead of a conversation.
What's this?
I think that's what Patrick means.
Hello, everybody, from the comfort of my bed. I'm finished for the day. I won't join voice chat because I'm way too tired and would not be productive. However, I will still lurk around. Thank you for the
You
lurk,
get your
Hydra.
sexy voice in here right now.
Think
I
of
swear to
the
God.
fans. You are
Yeah,
depriving the audience
you
right
are.
now.
A bedtime Hydra?
I paid $24.20
Wow.
for this, and you're not even gonna join while
That
I'm
could
on?
probably go on
Get
Patrick's
on here.
OnlyFans channel as well.
Yeah. I'm going to
Bedtime
change
Hydra.
the QR code
Bedtime Hydra.
to Hydra's OnlyFans, where you just give him messages. He'll say them out loud to you in the desired tone of voice.
It's a nice living if you can do it. That
Like a
would be
book that
awesome.
doesn't have an audiobook out, you're just like, hey, read this for me.
Gray, you should. Are you a voice actor?
Yeah. Yeah, I've definitely dabbled in that.
Yeah, I can see it. I can hear it. I would pay you to do voiceovers for me.
Okay.
I would love
now,
to. Yeah.
It's been mentioned before, not today, but it's been mentioned before. But is it just me, or is Gray's voice a whole octave lower than in the video?
Is it?
Yes. Yep.
So, like, I know when we were streaming yesterday, all of a sudden it sounded like I had a voice changer on. I don't know what the hell it is. I thought I checked it today and it didn't sound like that, but I don't know.
Modulation.
No, it's not. Okay, so there was that kind of quality to it yesterday, but which isn't on today. But your voice still sound. Maybe it's just a relax. You're very relaxed. That could be it, right?
Yeah.
But
I
you sound
perpetually
way
have just woken up, so that could be part of it too.
Also, you were on Discord, and it tends to have auto features automatically.
Maybe.
Oh
Maybe this
yeah,
is it.
yeah. I need to look into
StreamYard's
that.
Guys,
I think that could have been
is-
yesterday.
Group yard. The group mind is. It's because you were saying StreamYard.
The group mind's gone?
on their way out. Cheers. Thank you so much for hanging out with us this whole time. Really.
You got a lot of
We've
great,
lost our group
points there.
Yeah.
Group mind.
I'm
Yeah.
fine
they'll
with
miss
CP leaving. Sorry, I don't like
but you-
CP too much.
Then literally it caused a S storm in 40K and wargaming community,
What's
and left
this?
is trying to call people fascist. Yeah, did you guys see that? People were saying that the Tyranids in Warhammer 40K were meant to be Jews.
Yeah, there's been some
Stop!
weird claims.
You know what, guys? I
People-
need to do.
Well, because yeah, you go do something. We can talk about it.
No. My comment is that I need to film myself doing the rolling on the floor in agony that I always talk about. Because when
Wasn't that Esther Credits who did that sort of shit also? And everyone
Really?
gave him shit for it. Orcs are evil. Extra Credits has
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
many bad takes.
isn't there?
I was gonna- I think that
that's
sounds
like
like
that
that
Harry Potter thing of like, oh, the goblins are Jews, and you're putting
Exactly.
that onto this, man. You
Okay,
made
there
it
was
that
literally
way.
there's a subreddit called Jewdank, which is meant to be like dank Christian memes, but it's not. It's horrible. And there was a chart
Oh.
that said every mythical monster is based on Jews, and it was like
Jesus.
goblins, elves, gnomes, cyclopses,
Get the
witches.
fuck
They're like
out.
they're all Jews.
Yeah, I thought
And-
orcs were supposed to be black people, though, both in light and in like other token.
well, orcs
versions.
are first of all, orcs are just goblins. Tolkien had a separate word for them originally. That's what they were
Yeah,
meant to be.
technically,
But-
yes.
But they've evolved into just like something else. But like all of those creatures, like people are imposing Jewish stereotypes, or they're imposing monstrous
weren't
stereotypes onto
created for
Jews.
that.
They're not imposing
Yeah.
Jewish stereotypes onto monsters. So like it's working backwards, right?
One would hope. You don't want to
so
a monster like
the people that are making the meme are looking at goblins and they're like, "That's a Jew," and it's not the other way around. It's not like people saw a Jew and were like, "Ooh, that's a goblin."
No, isn't that supposed to be the way? Yeah. You're
They're
doing
projecting.
anti-Semitism wrong.
Yeah, well, no, they're doing pro-Semitism wrong. They're accidentally showing how anti-Semitic they are.
Yeah. That's
Like
true.
like
That
when
is true.
when
That makes
people
more sense.
Yeah,
well, because
that's a better. That's
okay,
a
so
better,
the
a
Imperium
better
of
way
Man
putting
in
it.
Warhammer 40k, they're obviously Nazis, right? Like their aesthetics are very Nazi-esque. But because except the Space Marines, which are not Nazis, which are they're like the least Nazi-esque version. But so they saw there's a trailer with Space Marines fighting the Tyranids, and because the Imperium is Nazis, people were like, "Well, the Tyranids must be Jews." And everyone who with like half a brain was like, "Do you hear how crazy you are? You saw like an alien bug, and you were like, that reminds me
Yeah,
of the
how
Jew."
fucking racist are you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
right?
kind of seems more like a self-tell. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I thought when I heard the goblin thing from
Yeah.
Harry Potter,
from
yeah.
Harry Potter. I was like, excuse me, I was just watching Harry Potter. There's little people and that's it. They're not real. I don't put it together. You put it together because you're
They're
fucking
bankers
also-
and greedy.
yeah,
the
yes,
bank-
and their noses are large.
Yeah, clearly Jewish stereotype.
Also, not all goblins are like bankers. That's so bizarre. In like the Harry Potter universe, that just the bank happens to be run by goblins. Never mind. That is
True.
Jewish stereotypes. Not bad.
Jesus.
that is pretty close. But because there's a race that happens to run a bank, that means that race is goblin,
Yeah,
is
but you
Jews.
made it that way. Like you put it on. Like
Right.
no,
Well, that's
that,
what I'm saying.
that was where your brain went the first place, people. I think that is a tell. It's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think from now on, just like anything except a Jew is a Jew. Only Jews are Jews from now on. How about that? None of this goblin or gnome thing.
That seems a little too ridiculous.
Who the hell? Yeah, like who's,
Like we should make that agreement as a society. There's no more metaphors for Jews. Just like if you want like even in
You
Dungeons
wanna-
and Dragons, if you want like a Hasidic Jew, it's got to like literally be Jewish. It can't be like a Judaism akin religion in Dungeons and Dragons. You've got to have all your Dungeons and Dragons religions and then Jewish. Like Jewish gets to be a constant.
This is how we deal with with Judaism, okay? Calvin has spoken.
Situation, and you don't. So let's
That's
drop it.
42
Okay,
words
okay,
target,
moving
you
on.
weren't there.
What else do you want to talk about? You're right. Let's go ahead and move on to the next
Jesus.
subject.
If you guys were, what happens if this kind of conversation happens in person? You'll end up pushing each other or some shit. This is
I think
physical.
so.
Look how angry both of you are.
Or you get
This-
less
this
angry
racism
because like
that you have.
when someone's body like Ed's body language right now is like if you were talking to this guy in person and he was like rocking back and forth and waving his hands all around, you'd be like,
I'd be
Jesus,
like-
man, calm down.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd back off
So-
a bit, right?
Yeah,
Or
he's
you'd
literally
like
getting in the
you
face
give him
of the
$5 and
camera.
be like, God bless, right?
God bless.
With Bob, because I thought that was a pretty
Racism thing that I had with Bob.
Yeah, the conversation you guys had about race and all that shit. I thought it was a pretty interesting one.
So it wasn't about race. It was literally so. Okay,
Well, I
so
mean,
set
it's
it up.
fine you feel that way, but I mean, it's
No,
not
no.
race to me. So let's
Okay.
So what it was about was I
couldn't
saw
understand.
Bob and Dane go on Sitch and Adam show, and they were talking about how they call someone a bigot, and what they do for that is they use a pattern of behavior or a repeated
Oh, that
pattern
was
of behavior.
hilarious, bro. That was fucking hilarious.
Okay,
dog.
but
No, I
let
love
me-
that.
That was a really horrible conversation.
No, that was great, honestly, because like Bob kept like giving like defining all your terms, and then you'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, okay, but like how many times does somebody have to like you were just being pedantic the whole time.
He literally begged the question like 50 times, where he said, "Okay, so if this pattern is going on, if somebody is committing what
Well,
you
okay.
consider racist, they're doing it all the time, what would you call that?" It's like, yeah, that's a pattern. But
All I
I
want
Yeah,
to
Ed
say
he
just
didn't
wanted
answer
to
one
get going
time
there.
the actual question that I asked him in chat, that I sent him in the email, that I asked him at the beginning of the stream. When does that pattern start? And he couldn't answer that, and he didn't engage with that once. It's really
because
shitty.
it's pedantic. Because it's a pedantic point. Because it's not like
Jesus.
a fucking like rubric. What you're trying to do is to try to like put everything into a box so
Is
that you can
pedantic
say
like
it,
your
on a
word of the
rubric,
day
bro.
or
Is
something?
it yours, bro? Because you won't stop
You get
doing
points.
it.
Hey man, you've said it like 50 times. Do you get
Because you've
points
been
every time you
pedantic
say
about
it? Did you make a
50
bet
actually,
or
you've been
something?
pedantic
I
about 100
exaggerated
times,
it.
bro. I've actually been keeping my mouth shut a little bit. But listen, Don. Let's
You also
get
weren't
down to it.
literally
Let's just
counting.
get down to it, right? The free speech conversation, is it over? We done? We over it?
You did not
So,
speak
I
about
don't
it.
know. Did you? It seems really shitty the way that you wouldn't get into any of it. But,
Yeah,
okay.
you didn't speak about it. Are we done with that conversation? Sure, we're done with it.
Yeah, I get
So you're
sidetracked
saying,
with
like, comedy is free
Chappelle
speech? Cool. We
forever.
don't disagree.
No,
Yeah, I'm just
no.
saying, you're a mark.
They do come back to it.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I remember vaguely. want to block it out.
Caring about
Okay,
this shit.
you didn't explain anything about that. So
Okay,
how
yeah,
am I a
let's
mark?
go
So
to get
because
into that.
I
Let's go
enjoy
into
it and I think it was good, I'm a mark. But
No.
you're somehow
that is not what I
better
said.
than that because you watched 4 specials ago and decided it's not your cup of tea. So now you know that he's out of touch.
No,
So
not at all.
that's how I'm a
so
mark?
far. No, you're a mark because you still think that like comedians losing their audience because of things they did and said, because you think that's a free speech issue. That's
Yeah,
your
there's
mark.
things they said. Yes, that would be a free speech issue
Why is that?
because that's literally what we're talking about. You
So they
should
said
be
a
free
thing,
to say anything you
Yes,
want.
you should be free to say, but we said earlier that just because you say a thing doesn't mean that you're owed a fucking career for it, right?
Yeah, nobody has said that you're owed a career for it.
Okay, so if
but
you agree
you
that
also
nobody is-
have that contract with the audience that their job is to either laugh, and that means you're successful, or they don't laugh.
Wow, we are all the way
And then
back
you're
at the
not.
beginning.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
So
is it
you're talking about going
culture-
beyond that and trying to stop people from like getting further employment or cancel them from Netflix.
I don't think cancel culture exists. Oh, okay. Cancel culture does
I
exist. I
understand.
actually think it exists more on the right because if
So
you
now
know
it
what happened between
exists.
like Kathy Griffiths and Lindsay Ellis, that's
Like,
actual
it-
cancel culture.
That's a big look. I walk my positions back when I've not worded them properly. But this man was about to say cancel culture doesn't exist, and then said it does.
Yeah, like he
Yeah.
brings up Lindsay Ellis, and she wouldn't even say cancel culture, but she in that
No.
basically video where she stepped back, she basically was saying cancel culture, but she also chose to pull back just from the pushback from her own side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Lindsay Ellis didn't face cancel culture necessarily. I mean, she what is it? It was ramping up to maybe become an attempt at canceling, but at the point, because she did it immediately. It was like less than a week, maybe even less than 48 hours. But yeah, she got some major pushback on a tweet she made, and then she just immediately was it privated or deleted? I know it was privated because it came back. Her Twitter account, she went dark.
Mhm.
And eventually she came back on her own, and she's, as far as I know, she's still going. So, I mean, it was not. It theoretically was ramping up to become a canceling attempt, but
Also, her
I don't think
association
that-
with ContraPoints sort of played into it. ContraPoints got into that whole stuff. Lindsay Ellis was sort of in that. And it sort of became a mess and probably gave her secondhand exposure to it. And when she dealt with it firsthand, she backed off.
Yeah.
So, darling asked, "What is a mark?"
I
According
would
to
like
this
to know that
conversation.
answer as
Yeah,
well.
Well, Mark
I'm-
is old carny term. Basically,
Yeah, it's like
I
she's
know.
like-
sucker, someone you take money from.
like a con artist has a mark, and he's
Mhm.
now now from the beginning he's decided that, or in his comment he decided that Gray and anyone who still enjoys a certain comedian is a mark because he's gullible enough to,
Yeah, I was gonna say
I don't,
gullible.
yeah, okay, my understanding of it ends there because you're not being manipulated by a mark is someone who is manipulated, and I'm failing to see how Gray is being manipulated by a comedian if he just finds him funny.
Yeah, I was asking if it was just because I laughed, but
Yeah.
seemed to said it wasn't just that. But
He's
I feel
using
like
it as
a
an
good-
insult, clearly. You know, you're a foolish
Yeah.
idiot who's getting
Yeah, you're a
conned
mark.
by
You're-
these people.
Yeah, you're being conned. And you know what? If we consider what we went over in Andrew's stream, not the Nerdette one before, if Eduardo was trying to be moral here, he should be enlightening Gray. He should be helping Gray
Yeah.
to not be a mark instead of laughing at him for being a mark. And
yeah, I like clarification. I could be wrong. Like that was the whole point in my email that I was talking to him, and that was the whole point in the pre-show. Like, hey, I'm going to lay out my case, and I could totally be wrong on this, but I'd like to know why you think this. So I was hoping he would kind of explain it.
Yeah, it seems like it got so heated for no reason.
Yeah.
this more.
I have that
on
effect
the
on
right,
people.
because if you look.
Yeah, you see, just turning up the heat.
A bad man.
Gray man bad.
You know what happened
Indeed.
between Kathy Griffith and Lindsay Ellis? That's actual cancel culture. What the right calls cancel culture is bizarre, right? Because give me an example. All right, the Dave Chappelle thing. It's not cancel culture because the dude is still selling. He's doing fine, right?
What?
So again, that seems really, really shitty and reductive. Do you believe that
Oh, well,
attempted murder is a crime?
Give me another. Of course.
Okay.
Give me another example.
No, attempted murder. Do you believe that attempted murder or attempted robbery?
he wants examples
This was
now.
attempted cancellation.
That's pedantic.
So pedantic.
It still happened. It still exists. Just because there is somebody who didn't actually permanently get canceled doesn't mean that cancel culture doesn't exist. Doesn't mean that people don't get canceled.
Right, but you see, in order for something to be a phenomenon, it has to be like an ongoing thing, right? Like a constant fucking actual.
No, it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's absurd. Okay, just like you said, what is it? Attempted murder. Attempted murder is still a crime. It's not an ongoing thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, murder isn't being murdered. Is it okay? Like, let me. It's like theft. Sorry. Theft. You know, when somebody steals from you, you know, and then you don't get your stuff back, right? Or or even like with redlining, whatever, right? Back in Jim Crow, right? Redlining, you know, was it's something that happened. People still then were able to rent. They theoretically had homes, whatever. They had places to stay. They weren't permanently dehoused. You know, there's all these conditions, right? But you notice that there is an event happened, and then things are different, right?
Yeah.
When somebody is when there's an attempted murder, even if both parties are alive and both parties are healthy, that doesn't mean that the attempt wasn't made.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me bring up something else. The sarcastic terrorism they were trying to place on Trump during January 6th, I think would be a very good example of that also. He didn't directly do anything. The lefties kept on trying to say they should try him for sarcastic terrorism and just pushing that point that he was incited. So if you're trying to incite a mob to attack someone, which is basically cancel culture, the attempt to cancel someone, you make a whole big mess about it online, trying to get a whole bunch of people to amplify their voice on that. How's that not getting a mob to go after to cancel someone? So sarcastic terrorism and traitor with the dog. Great.
I'm sorry. I'm a traitor.
Oh, let's
He's
see.
got
a cute-
he owns
Gray
Gray
forgive him
owns
because
cute
it's
now.
a cute dog. My dog isn't cute.
Oh my god, your dog is not real. That's not a real dog.
He isn't. He's an Ewok.
Oh, he really is an
See that?
Ewok. Oh my god.
Oh.
So cute. Hi, Paparoo. Oh.
You should dress him up as an Ewok and you should go as Chewbacca. That would be a really cute
my
costume
God.
idea.
I have.
How tall
I've
are
got
you,
the
Gray?
costumes closet.
I'm
How tall
not-
are you, Gray? I'm thinking
Yeah,
you're
Gray,
tall
you-
just based
yeah,
on
you
what I
seem
see.
tall. Yeah.
6'3".
Yeah, definitely a Chewbacca costume with
You
an
definitely
Ewok.
got you got some tall energy going on. Very
Yeah.
tall.
Okay, I'm gonna press play. I'm just trying to keep the cats occupied as well because they're going after each other in the background, and then you're gonna hear some hissing and all kinds of things. Okay, press play.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and present you a situation here, and then you tell me is this cancel culture or not. All right, this will be very simple.
Okay.
Comedian in a comedy bit says something really offensive, incredibly offensive to everybody that wasn't funny, and nobody liked his work, and therefore he doesn't get to have a career in comedy. Is that cancel culture?
No. Well, it depends on what you mean he doesn't get to have a career.
Okay, all right. Well,
Is it? You'd have to kind of go into that. Like, did people, try and get him fired from the club? Did they talk to his agent, get him dropped from that?
you see, like, no, bro. Like, I literally just told you what it was.
You're
Nobody liked his shit,
asking questions.
so he didn't get to have a career.
Yeah, then that wouldn't be it. But if you're talking about, you know,
But
like,
I'm not talking about that. I'm
Okay.
talking about a very
Okay,
specific
no,
thing.
no.
I'm talking
Wait,
about
it
pause,
wasn't
pause,
very
pause,
specific,
pause.
and that's why I asked you for more
Yeah.
specific.
Yeah, no, and you bring it up good right there.
How
but,
pedantic, asking for specifics.
right?
Yeah, that was pretty
is
bad
that-
of me.
No, Ed is very vague, and he doesn't recognize his own vagueness, right? So when you ask for more specifics, he assumes that there's some kind of bad faith going on there.
Yeah.
It's literally that's what I mean when I'm talking about. Oh my god, I'm starting to get a migraine. No.
Oh no.
Well, I'm getting an aura for a migraine, so there's a difference.
I hate that, those weird visual things.
Yeah, but you
I
can't
goes
see.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I start getting nauseous immediately because I get so scared of what's coming.
For sure.
I'm just gonna take the pill now in any case.
Yeah, preemptive pills. Good idea.
Yeah. But what I was gonna say is that I think you're in good faith. You're asking a question here. You're asking for specifics so that you guys can get onto the same page.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand this argument because I legitimately don't.
Okay, I'm gonna press play while I go and get the
fix. So just saying that, like, the audience wasn't there, that could be that he was canceled.
Hold on, I just want to be crystal clear here. I'm going to reiterate it one more time. In a situation where a comedian says something incredibly offensive that nobody thinks is funny, and they don't get a career, let's just say because they never learned from it and they keep doing it, is that cancel culture?
I don't believe anyone would consider that cancel culture.
Okay,
it appears
so
to be
that's the limit
somebody
of-
who's failing at comedy, and then they don't ever proceed in their career. Nobody is calling that cancel culture.
Okay, so if an established comedian comes back and says something deeply offensive that nobody likes and nobody wants to fucking watch him anymore, is that cancel culture?
So I wouldn't call that cancel culture. Like, are you talking? So, for instance, if you want to talk about like Kramer, I don't know if that's technically cancel culture. Like, everyone got a glimpse of how racist that dude is, and it seems like they realized, you know, that wasn't funny. He was literally just on a racist tirade. Like, there was no comedy whatsoever in that. It happened at a
I don't know.
club,
Could I
but
get
it
your
wasn't
guys'
part of it.
opinion
It was
on
he
that? Do
just
you
lost his
think
temper, and then
Kramer
it
is
went
cancel culture?
Super, super bad.
Okay.
To me,
Okay,
that seems like that wouldn't be cancel.
I'm not actually familiar with Kramer.
So it's Michael
I actually
Richards.
learned
yeah,
about
it's
this.
not his.
Seinfeld.
Yeah, it's the.
No,
it's
well,
the,
no,
That
I
guy's a
know who
menace.
Kramer is. Sorry, I mean, like,
So-
I
What
didn't
happened?
know about this incident, like him being
Yeah.
him going back to stand up and then being really racist, and then
Well,
From
he
a
never was
heckler.
really in stand-up's kind of the problem. Like he's not really a comedian, so he got heckled. He didn't really know how to
Okay.
handle it, and he just started going super racist. It wasn't like
He was
themed
bad.
racist.
It
It
was-
wasn't
it was
like
m-
attempted jokes and they were bad. It was just straight up racism, and I think that's what
Oh,
everyone was
okay. Yeah.
horrified about.
yeah, yeah.
But I don't know if I would technically call that cancel culture. I don't know. What's your guys' opinion on that? Am I?
Yeah, bad
No,
optics.
What-
He just couldn't
that's-
recover from that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
What's it?
Yeah.
That's
No, I think he shot his shot, and then nobody wanted to touch him after it.
Yeah, he did it.
That's what it
himself,
sounds like to
and
me.
nobody
That's what
had
she
to
said.
make a. Nobody had to make a collective. You know, had to make a movement for it. Everybody just shunned him immediately, naturally.
Yeah.
There was no campaign. There's no campaign against
I don't
it.
think
It's
there
just-
was a campaign against him.
Yeah.
And I think that's
No.
kind of where I'm seeing the difference. But I'm just wondering if I'm being too reductive in this. Because, I mean, it is kind of the same thing. He said some words. He lost, business because of it and probably never recover in this world. But
Right.
I don't it just seemed a
you
little different
You
to me.
just have to bring up that clip.
Well,
and that man's dead. Yes.
I think that exploring these edge cases help us to at least understand the middle better, right?
Yeah.
And so some interesting edge cases as well are Scott Adams and Kanye West.
Kanye,
where
who recently
they
forgot he
were
was supposed
they
to be
were
like
super
a-
controversial. Yeah, they were super controversial, and then no one really, like, people seriously backed off. But it also sounds like they backed off on their own. So
What do you mean backed
I
off?
think that
Like as
well,
in
like,
the audience
you know,
backed off on its own.
the not only the audience but their
Yeah, the person.
what do you call it? Like their agents and their business partners and all of this stuff is that they were
Yeah, I think it was
off-put
Trump
by
management, everything.
yeah, they were off-put by the messaging that they were doing themselves. And so I think that especially like with Scott Adams, it all happened on the same day, and I think that they might have been anticipating it canceling, and they wanted to get ahead of it, but I think that they were just. That someone could make that argument. I would disagree, though. I think that they were just legitimately off put by his own content, the content of his words, but it can definitely be hard to tell.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure. Like, I could see the defense that that's also cancellation, and that's why we need cancellation. Just occurred to me.
It could be, but when people say cancel culture, I think they generally mean like a sort of purity spiral sort of thing where.
Yeah,
people get it. It's a culture where people have undeserved consequences with like very little path to like redemption for rather minor, like offenses. So like Gina Carano is like the best example. I think we've brought up a few times. Like her thing was like she was like a Trump supporter. She was tweeting Trumpy things, and then she gets fired from a big TV show job because she was tweeting Trumpy things. They weren't that bad. I don't remember any of them being that bad.
Well, I think
they
that
could equate it to denying the Holocaust somehow.
Exactly.
But,
right. I think that Gina Carano is a interesting middle ground actually, because she was definitely fired for PR reasons, right? It was sort of the people who would cancel her were sort of inside, and so. And what is it? The Twitter was really upset too. I don't think that they would have. What is it? But like Pedro Pascal was kind of like almost the mirror version of Gina Carano as far as content on Twitter, right? And not only did he not get fired, he's still there, right? He didn't get censored at all. He wasn't told to back off. So I think that the important thing there is that with Gina is that she was unevenly handed. It was the content of or whose side she was perceived on being, when it should have been a how like some kind of like social media clause. They should have realized that, like, okay, we're going to put in some social media clauses in your contract if you want to continue with us, because that's one of the things is that they said that she wasn't necessarily fired. She was just not hired back, right? That they had severed ties with her. That's something that they did actively, but it was
but if you're like a main character on a TV show, then that like it's expected that you're hired.
I definitely understand now. They definitely cut ties, right? But it's
and I think her series was also announced with them at that point.
Yeah, right.
What? Oh, no, they were definitely in talks. If not, I don't know if they had signed any contracts, but like, and they definitely wanted to move forward with her because she was definitely popular. So, but let me.
I actually didn't like her character at all. I hated her.
Well, I mean,
I think she's.
I understand that's fine. But she was popular, right?
Yeah, she was.
We would still recognize
I
that.
I didn't know about her.
People liked her, even if you didn't, for good reason.
Yeah, she was
anyway,
known,
so
like she was.
But anyway, so
okay, she's muscular and cool, and that like we all appreciate that, but like she just wasn't it as far as acting.
Yeah.
It's cool that she's and everything, and we don't have enough of that in Hollywood, but
right. And then after she left, right. Then she was the only work she could really get was through the Daily Wire, right? It was only through people. Yeah, she was essentially, if not literally, blacklisted.
And they say she wasn't canceled because of that, right? That's like they go, she wasn't canceled. She works for the Daily Wire now.
She had to.
But what a shameful job to be the head actress in a Daily Wire movie. Oh my god.
No, well, it's
they also mock how little it made. So there was like one theater that it actually premiered in, so that they could get considered for I can't remember what award, but yeah.
I haven't seen any Daily Wire releases at all.
They actually are
Well,
very
A
good.
like
couple of them are
recently.
okay.
I saw
Yeah,
I saw
I'm-
one that
Um,
had Carrie Ells in it. It was like a Power Ranger
Yeah,
spoof.
I saw that one, the superhero one. It was
Yeah.
interesting. They went really
It was-
Wes Anderson-y with it.
Kind of low budget, but Carrie Ells was great in it. I remember that. But that's the only one I saw.
The school shooter one was okay. I never.
They
saw the
also
Terror on
bought
the
that
Prairie one.
though. The Carrie Ells one and the
Yeah.
school shooter one, they like bought when it was in progress. Like the Gina
Yeah.
Carano's movie they made for her, and nobody wanted it.
Yeah, I think they need to figure out.
Did they
audience.
stop with the movies? Because I remember they made like a.
I don't think so. I know doing a huge push into children's programming, which is kind of
Yeah,
weird since
that's
they're
just
like the
cringy.
anti-groomer thing.
What?
But
They're still
they-
figuring out where their market is.
Well,
yeah, but
that's also because
they're doing it
VeggieTales was
DW
canceled,
Kids.
right? Like VeggieTales is canceled,
yes.
and then they hired the VeggieTales guys to make their own children's show. And they should just
Are they
make. They
just-
should
they're
just buy
just picking-
VeggieTales. VeggieTales was an absolute banger of a show.
So they're just picking up all these what do you call it? Like these political refugees of
It seems
content.
like it.
Right, Ryan Long had a little bit in his podcast where he goes, like if you're like right wing now, like you can't brush your teeth, you have to wait for Daily Wire to come out with the toothpaste because Crest is getting woke or something.
Yeah.
Like you can't wear you're wearing a potato sack until Daily Wire comes out with a new merch. You're like, I gotta wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some of
Yeah,
those
when's the
commercials
Daily
on
Wire
YouTube.
thing?
Yeah,
I'm
like
thinking,
no more Eggos. Eggos
Have they-
is for the trans. We gotta wait for the Daily Wire brand Eggos.
Have they done beer yet?
No, oh, they should.
Sure.
Because
Oh, I did
I
see a
expected
commercial
them
for
to.
a right-wing beer company.
Mhm.
I forget what it was
That's-
called.
Oh yeah, I
That's
could
so
see that
funny.
coming.
That's amazing. I've never bought a
Cool.
right wing product, but I think if there's anything like cool, I might.
Yeah.
Like,
but I'm not gonna buy.
I do have the stupid. I buy Dr. Squatch stuff, which is soap for men.
Yeah, I dig
Men's
that stuff.
soap. It's good, but it's hilarious. Like they do like all sorts of
Yeah.
products, and I have the toothpaste.
I just got a
and
sample
someone
of it,
comes
and
over
it's
to my
like
house,
this is really good.
right?
What?
But
What's this?
I have Dr. Squatch
Dr.
toothpaste,
Squatch. It's like yeah.
Oh,
men's health product, right? Men's
men's
product?
Hygiene, yeah.
but the toothpaste says men's toothpaste on it. So someone comes over to my house, they grab a tube of toothpaste, and they go, "What the heck is a men's toothpaste?"
Yeah,
Oh,
men's
sorry, you can't
toothpaste.
use this.
Yes, men. Hey, stop it, guys! I'm not in the mood for this shit.
But yeah, unfortunately, with
Oh.
the Daily Wire products, I have heard that's not that good, which is unfortunate. Like the razor's gonna suck, and I heard the chocolate is just essentially rebranded, like not great chocolate. So that's too bad. You kind of hope that they would want to make good product if they were going to make a statement like that.
Yeah, they should. Like honestly, they should. I remember Jocko Willink came out with American-made products like Origin Maine, and my buddy, my cousin bought their boots, and he was like, he's a construction worker. He's like, they fell apart immediately. They were like low-quality boots. Not you might as well. You should just get the
you
Timberlands.
support them, and you're so excited, and then it's like, okay,
Yeah, like people are
not
willing to
gonna be
pay
able
a
see for
premium
the next
price,
few
but the
minutes,
quality
guys.
has to be at least the
Closing
same.
my eyes. So if anyone says anything to me in chat, just let me know.
Okay.
I'm just closing my eyes,
Okay.
and I'm just.
Hey,
gonna
by the
press
way, you brought up Kanye West. Did anyone notice that Kanye just like
You mean our
forgot? he
future
was
resident?
Kanye just forgot he was supposed to be like a JQ black separatist recently. Did you? He released
He
merch.
saw 21 Jump Street, so
Oh,
Yeah,
that's what it was. He
changed
saw 21 Jump
Yeah,
Street.
he's
and it made
changed
him-
his opinion now.
He's like he saw 21 Jump Street. He's like, okay, I'm done with the whole anti-Semitic thing. I'm gonna be a rapper again.
I
think
mean, it's got some good
21 Jump
lines.
Street is the joke, but I think it's the what's his name? Jonah Hill, Jewish, black.
And he decided, oh, I like this
family
guy, but
movie.
he's Jewish, and then he realized, wait a second.
Kind
doesn't
of the Bill
compute.
Davis approach. Humanize someone.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Ooh, I brought that up in my
Well,
video.
Who's they though?
I think it.
Daryl Davis,
I think it's
the
a.
guy who converted KKK members to not be as racist anymore just by having discussions with them.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, well,
Great
it's
guy.
sort of like
But,
you have your anti-immigrant, like the anti-immigrant guy. He's like, I hate immigrants; they shouldn't be coming here. But Carlos from accounting school, he was like, okay, well, the guy you're
One
cool
of the
with,
good
but-
ones.
right. He's like,
Yeah.
oh no, not you, Carlos. You're a good guy, but I mean the rest of these immigrants who I've never met.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Yeah.
examples help
Um,
make a point.
Right. Right.
What is it? Yeah. But what is it?
Or sometimes it's the opposite. Sometimes like they're like all homeless people are just down on their luck and they need help, but every single homeless person you ever pack happens to be a drug addict, like outside the grocery store or whatever.
I mean, that is kind of down on your luck to get addicted out of no fault of your own. Yeah, I understand. Just if you zoom out again,
The point
then
that
you
yeah,
could
you're right.
avoid
The
fault
point that I was
yet
making,
again.
maybe a bad example. The point I was making was like come on, like everyone Kanye meets one Jewish guy, he's like, okay, maybe they're not that bad.
Yeah,
Like he
it
never
does
thought.
seem
Yeah.
weird. Yeah.
Hey,
Right.
I'm happy.
No,
I'm
I
happy
think that it was
Well, obviously, I'm glad.
think
I'm
it was
glad.
a
I'm glad he decided that. I'm just saying.
But like,
it's
all you have to do is meet one guy that's an asshole, and then he goes, "Aha! All Jewish people are like this." You know, like that. If
I
that's
have
how
it figured
dumb
out.
you are. Yeah.
there was a whitest kid. I'm bringing up comedy bits like left and right today, but there's a whitest kids bit where like young Hitler, and Hitler was like a really good kid, and then he smokes weed and he becomes evil, and then it like turns into an anti-weed
wacky
commercial.
tobacco. Devil's list.
He's like, one bad experience made him evil. Imagine that. Imagine that you're like a KKK member and like you meet Daryl Davis and you're like, he's just a guy.
Yeah. Whoa. Everything
Don't
is
humanize people
wrong.
here.
Yeah.
Culture, that would be, someone severely fucking up at their job.
Okay, so let me give you another one.
Well, hold on. So let me give you.
But
an
it's
example.
weird that
So,
it's not happening with Ed
in
and you
the
right now,
comments A
right?
little bit earlier, they mentioned Justin.
Yeah.
Sacco. Are you familiar
Because
with Justin
you'd think
Sacco?
that like a lot of these guys don't really have
So
like
she did
long
get canceled.
conversations.
She made a joke.
It's
on
weird
Twitter.
that he
She
has
was on a plane ride
an
to
idea of you
Africa,
as a
and she
right winger.
basically said,
Oh, right.
But like talking
Yeah.
to you is never going to change his mind.
No, I am, but he has in his mind for sure. I think he's made up his mind on a lot of things.
Oh, come on, blindness.
It's weird that it's or like when Daryl Davis tried to talk to like the Antifa guys. You remember that story? And they like shouted him down. They wouldn't talk to
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
And he was like, I literally talked to Klansmen who hate me because I'm black.
Well, that's the problem. You talk to Klansmen, you should just shun them. They have the wrong think. Yeah, it seems to be this anti-liberal not actually going to have a discussion. Just don't have the wrong opinion. You should know better.
I miss that old words can never hurt me mentality.
Yeah, it was a nice meme.
Right.
Yeah, it's the one I talked about in that thing. So that I would consider cancel culture because
I see
she
that.
has
No, I
tried
would
to
do it.
make amends for it. She has apologized numerous times, and to this day, she cannot get a job.
Yeah, you know
That's
what?
I was
Yeah,
actually
that's-
wrong at that.
that would be
Apparently,
cancel
she
culture.
got a
It
job,
sucks
though. That's
'cause She
awesome.
wasn't a comedian. She tried a super edgy joke, and that was horrible. Like,
Yeah, no, and that's totally unfair. But I think also she was a woman who existed in modern times where your social media is a part of your job. Like, listen, I don't think. First of all, I just want to get this out front, man. Like, I believe in reform. I believe in people make mistakes, but we need to give them a chance to do better. And when it comes to Justine Sacco, I think it's fucked up that nobody's giving her the chance to do better. Like, let's just be upfront, right? But like that is the case of cancel culture. But even then, like it's just like a changing societal role. Listen, somebody was going to do that. That was going to happen to someone
my gosh.
eventually.
This
because of the
societal
way
role
society was going,
nonsense.
right? And
Well, we just
it's
needed a
unfortunate it happened to
sacrifice.
her. But if it wasn't her, it was going to be someone else because
We
that's
needed
just
a blood sacrifice.
Is that what he's saying right now? He's saying, listen, someone's
It
got to
sounded
mess
like
up.
that. Yeah, we needed that.
There was going to be an example. Unfortunately, she was a big actress, but we needed to make an example out of somebody.
Yeah.
It's like,
I mean,
it's like
I guess there's plan.
he's essentially saying that like the left is Jon Snow and they're beheading Alistair Thorne, like, and he's like, well, unfortunately it was a named character, but I had to make an example out of somebody.
Yeah, I mean,
That's like the point he's making right now. He's saying everyone else can be
that's what
redeemed
I'm
except this
getting at.
person.
And if there's no one important, you just go after some rando for that example.
Yeah, I'm confused. I feel like that's not exactly what he's saying, but I don't know what other point he could be making.
No, yeah, he's too vague, right? He needs
Need to be a little bit more pedantic.
Yeah. No.
Well, they amplified that tweet. They did not need to make a big deal out of it, but they really gave it traction when it's some rando person not even really having a voice in there. Just an edgy comment.
Right. But a joke like that today probably wouldn't even be noticed.
Yeah.
Right. It's just that Twitter was relatively new. It was just blowing up. And she just like the threads of fate, right?
Yeah. Somehow.
Just luck of the draw.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
And
Anything going
now,
viral
if that's all of
is
now, if
just
that is all that Ed is saying, is that it is, it's just it was someone had to be the first, and it just happened to be her. Then
It's a
that
really charitable way of looking
individual
at it.
point, right? That individual point is like, okay, sure, yeah, but that doesn't mean that it was correct at all. I mean, you haven't
Yeah.
addressed the morality of it, right? We're not talking about Justine Sacco because she is Justine Sacco, right? We're talking
Yeah.
about, it's kind of like theoretically how you build a story, or why you wouldn't necessarily consider everything that happens to a hero to be plot armor. It's not that, it's not always that the hero is the destined one, right? But the hero is the one who has the climax, or
Nice.
the climactic battle with the villain, and brings about the resolution, and then we are going back, like we are telling the story of this person that has that that does this thing at the end, and that's why it kind of like if you told the story of a like a biography of a soldier who lived through a particularly bloody battle. It's like, it's not that they had that like that fate was literally involved, or that they had some kind of plot armor in real life. It's just that statistically someone was going to survive, and we're looking at this person.
Andrew, how do you address someone that
And
has a warped sense of morality?
yeah, I mean, you have to take it slowly. Honestly, you have to.
Yeah, you have to
break
put in
things.
words that they can understand. Use examples, the language.
So
But
how
I think
how are you talking to someone that maybe it's like literally like they're a religion with a fundamental morality, or they just have a very different like moral foundations, like height thing than you? Like, do you
Right.
do you have to like stop and try to understand what moral foundations they're touching on, and try to communicate your ideas in terms of those?
That's part of it, definitely. But you also they need to be ready for the conversation, right? And is part of it, right? I mean, if they are not if they are deep in the cult, and like let's look at an actual cult, not necessarily by name, but like if somebody is wrapped up in a cult, then they've been trained not to listen to blasphemers or heretics, and so literally anything you say is just going to trip that moral intuition, that the sense of their sanctity degradation moral matrix. It's going to trip that in some way, and so they need to be ready, right? And you can't know, but also, if they are ready, you also need to be on the same page. So you need to go slowly and build a compatible world view, right? So kind of like how Sitch and Adam talk to FD Signifier, they are building this, they're learning to talk to each other and understand each other's points of view, even while they disagree with each other, right? And so to get through to people like that, you need to do this sort of process where you have to build not necessarily common ground, but common understanding.
Yeah, I think it's the opposite of bad faith. Gaslighting, should I say? That's a sustained version of bad faith. You have to do the opposite of that in a sustained version of good faith. Like take the person who interviewed J.K. Rowling for the trials of J.K. Rowling. She was in the Westboro Baptist Church. She basically went into Twitter, and people were just really nice, really receptive to her. And just over time, just sort of them being understanding and talking with her, disagreeing with her at some points, but trying to create common ground and sort of lessen that divide. But you sort of, as Andrew said, you have to be open to that. When everyone with opposing viewpoints from you is always the enemy, as it seems in a lot of these guys' cases, you're never going to get that. Like with Nerdrak versus Bob, she had a chance of getting through. I'm pretty sure Dane just destroyed that by coming in and all that stuff. I'm going to look at that.
I haven't watched the I haven't watched the aftermath video. I'm waiting to get to that.
Well, that's also a thing where people like that change their ideas, but they don't change their moral foundations. So a big one is like a lot of a very common story you hear is people that were raised super religious and then become super staunch atheists, right? And like you know, there's nothing wrong with that. You can be an atheist or agnostic and have like rational discussions with a Christian. But if you're someone who is like a fire and brimstone, you know, like conservative Christian,
Basically,
and then you become a atheist, those people tend to still be like they're fire and brimstone atheists, and they'll like they'll straw man and they'll be bad faith with the Christians because they still have that foundation of the like the sanctity degradation.
Basically, what you're talking about is, or an example is. Xander Hall. Xander Hall went from the alt-right to the alt-left, and he skipped the middle, right? He flipped his worldview and his who the good people and who the bad people are and such, but he kept all the radicalization.
Oh my god, my aura is all the way around my eyes like this, guys.
And then there's How would you address then? This is from Tiamat in the chat though, but I thought it was interesting. But Sitch and Adam do this really well because they have like pretty moderate levels of all moral foundations. Like they're not crazy high in any of them, but they have all of them.
Well, at least Stitch. Adam, I wonder about sometimes. Keep going.
Yeah. But how would if you had, because not everyone has all the moral foundations, and if you had no overlapping moral foundations that you're high in with somebody, how do you then communicate your ideas with them?
Well, like I said, you kind of have to you have to wait for them to be ready to a certain extent. And you can sow seeds, right? So you can like if they're as long as they're willing to engage in any kind of conversation with you, you can.
And you're trying to make them see your point of view. And let's say someone like me, who I'm only.
Well, no, you're not trying to make them see your point of view.
When you're talking to somebody,
well,
no, I mean, the whole point. Like, trying to understand each other.
Somebody isn't willing. Somebody who's like staunchly against you, right, and just wants to dunk on you.
Well, that's not what I
just need to.
I'm saying someone.
Oh, sorry.
You're trying to engage in good faith, but you just don't have any moral foundations that overlap. So if you're trying to understand your ideas together, how do you if neither of you share like the moral intuitions of what is like a good thing or a bad thing, how do you try to communicate that with like your ideas with each other?
Well, I think what the key to all of this is, or the key to this specifically, I should say, is that you really should be having a world. Okay, even if they relate to things that you don't really care about, like let's take Sitch with abortion. He has a stance on cognition, on where that informs his cutoff, right? But he doesn't really care about it. Okay, so you want to have a system that kind of touches on all of the moral foundations, that is comprehensive, because not only is it good for you, because it covers gaps in your own kind of what you care about, right? So you can be consistent. And that it's just good for you mentally, as well as when you're engaging with other people, then you have you have common ground. You could be like, okay, well, I don't really care so much about this, but the argument for this foundation in this area is like this. So then you're able to give you can find common ground with anyone, even if
Guys,
even if it's not something that you deeply care about, you can provide the answers. And it's since
Oh no, is the migraine too bad?
yeah, I was just
we gonna
ask if you guys
It's
want
okay.
to take it over to Andrew's channel or something. I know you guys will want to continue. If you guys
I'm
wanna
okay
do
with
that.
we
Do
can
you want to leave it
just-
off? We're
we
an hour
can-
and 6 minutes into Gray's thing.
We're
No.
halfway through, like literally.
Yeah. Yeah, so you guys can continue. It's just I'm not doing
Also, it's pretty
Yeah.
late
No,
for you.
it's
No, we
okay.
totally understand that. I think we're all cool if we end it now. I think we got through a good portion of this.
I'm so sorry.
But,
it's not the way I pictured this, but I really cannot. I can hardly see, and I'm starting to get really sore.
Well, you
Um,
were over
Well,
the
it's
time
late
that
for you.
you were
I
over the
was
time that we
thinking-
scheduled this for. So I think we're all set.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think-
and I mean, yeah,
you don't have
that's
to
true.
keep going. We're all good.
No,
Yeah, I mean, this
you
has been like
guys
7.5
what I'm
hours. I
saying
think
is
we're all
like
good.
you guys can continue. That's what I'm saying. Like, don't feel bad about continuing without me. And people watching now, just oh god, it's horrible talking like this.
Well, I think that we
Sorry.
are just gonna we're just gonna
Yeah.
end for today.
Okay, cool.
it there.
It's yeah.
Don't feel bad about it.
I really
Yeah,
had
for
such a
sure.
great time though. It's just
Yeah,
it's just
I think
not,
we all
not
did.
working out. Usually what happens is at least this can go away and then I can cope and I can continue. But this one's really bad and I've taken 2 of the
Ugh.
migraine cocktails, so I should probably I'm gonna be slurring and shit. It'll be like drunken kitty all over again. So and it won't be
Well, thanks for
yeah.
putting up with it this long. I mean, this was
No.
a pretty long
Yeah.
stream for I think most of us.
You
so
guys,
that's
thank
awesome.
you so much. Like literally, the past half an hour has been just you guys, so I really appreciate it. You guys have let them run the stream. Like Hydra, Andrew can continue the stream. You really can.
Well, I literally can.
Yeah, he's on the
like,
team. I
yeah.
can leave the
He's
stream,
just on
but
the team.
I just wouldn't feel right not being here. At this point.
Yeah, no. We're just gonna end.
Sorry, Hydra.
Halfway point is
You
a
might
good
be able to
halfway
convince
point.
her into running the stream, convince Andrew into running the stream, but you're not. So you and your sweet voice, you're gonna have to wait.
Although it'll be like that Don Kitty, and then it's like that's a fucking fox, bitches. But, but also we do want to do the watch party of Wheel of Time sometime.
Yeah, that would
in
be
the
cool.
next few hours. So I
Yeah,
don't
this
know.
has been a minute.
Yeah, so I don't know. I want to go to sleep. We were saying like in 5 hours we could try. Is that
In
what
5
we're gonna
hours
do?
from now?
Oh, I thought we were gonna do it in the more like 12.
12?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 6 then.
think it's-
Okay, cool. So look, I'll wake up and I'll speak to you guys on Discord and we'll see if we can do it. See who's awake. You know, enough
Cool.
people got to be awake.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Just hold on. Here, if anyone doesn't know, there's the Discord.
Everyone's saying feel better in the chat. Kitty,
Yeah,
I think
Thank
you're
you,
gonna get.
everybody. Yeah, Gordon's gonna come in and pick me up and take me to bed. Yes, he is. Yes, you are. He's gonna go and get trash. That's what he's doing. He's getting trash outside. Anyway.
Hopefully you can make it next time, Jab. I agree.
Yes,
7
Jabba,
hours is a
really.
lot.
Yeah. Look, we would totally. We are long people. We would go on, but my brain was. I think it's yeah, just medication things. Because I used to get migraines all the time, and my migraines have become worse lately. I get migraines, and they would be like mild. Now they're big ones again. So.
Well, not too bad.
Interesting.
Definitely
Yeah.
getting rest. Hope
Mhm.
you can get over it. I know
Yeah,
sometimes
I'll
those
get
things are
over
there
it.
for a long time.
Yeah, rest
look,
up
I'll
for
have
that.
the residual for tomorrow and the next day, but I'll be able to at least talk. You know, right now it's as if I've got stars in the middle of my
For
head.
sure.
You know
I
what?
get
You
that.
guys
Yeah.
know.
The Wheel
you know
of
what I'm
Time,
talking
Amazon
Do
edition.
you get like I don't know if it's a migraine, but every once in a while I get like this thing that starts in like the center of my
Yes.
eyebrows and becomes like a headband around my head. and it's just super painful. Is that what it feels like?
Yeah, a migraine could be like that, or it can go in your, like mine goes one eyeball right inside, just spike through. But if it's really painful and it starts in a certain place and then it just sits there, and what really pisses me off is the visual thing, and then also my hands go a bit numb. I get little tingles all over my face and whatever. Migraines, it's never you grains.
Migraines are the worst.
Okay, everybody. Let's get going.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I really appreciate.
Thanks for having us. Really appreciate
your whole day with me,
inviting us.
Yeah, thanks
everybody. I was working for the first half of the stream, but you know, it was still a good half.
Yeah, and I mean, you paid the toll.
I'm the only one apparently.
Yeah, exactly. Assholes. No, just kidding.
I donated my last hour of work to you. It was you guys were keeping me entertained. So.
I'm sorry we couldn't continue, but we could have got. I still want to get through this. We got to finish it. We'll do it some other time. But
I don't think it gets much different. I'm gonna be honest.
That's
oh,
true.
hey.
There's a few more.
While I got you here.
While you got us here.
Look. I found a.
Maybe it's a little bit more pedantic
for later.
Mm-hmm.
I found a palette cleanser.
Oh yes, I saw that.
See that.
I saw that.
Palette cleanser.
Yeah.
It was about Wheel of Time. I haven't watched it yet, but I saw it.
Me either.
Oh yeah. I did save that later.
It will be for later because then you'll have an opinion on it.
Hey,
yeah.
By the way, I rewatched The Closer, and I gotta say, it was mid. I'm gonna be honest.
I really like the way he crafted it.
I know Gray thinks it's a masterpiece, but I actually think it was bad because Dave Chappelle is too good at what he does.
The next debate, let's do this.
All of his bits mashed together,
that'll
so
be
it
the
makes it
next
feel really short, even though it's kind of a long.
I'd have to rewatch, but I have that Doomer video posing him.
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
Well, sorry for keeping you again.
No, you guys are hilarious.
Stop talking.
Great.
Okay, see ya.
All right.
Have a nice life.